Rumors swirl across the underground world about a mysterious man who even seasoned mercenaries hesitate to cross paths with. Whispers call him Peter, a name that once inspired loyalty, fear, and respect in equal measure. Strangely enough, this feared figure isn't a battle-hardened youth but a man well into his 60s. Some say it would have been kinder had he passed away years ago, considering the life he now leads, stripped of every asset he ever built and relentlessly hunted by waves of assassins. Despite the legend surrounding him, Peter has become a wanted ghost, a relic of the past still breathing. Even his own allies, those who once revered him, now doubt his loyalty, questioning if the man they once followed still exists within the battered shell of the fugitive they seek. The scene changes to a blood-soaked battlefield, bodies strewn across the ground like discarded puppets. Only one man remains alive, barely clinging to consciousness. Trembling, he locks eyes with the figure standing calmly among the corpses. Even with a ridiculous-looking mask covering his face, the injured man instantly recognizes him. It's Peter. The very legend thought long dead. Disbelief floods the survivor's face. How could Peter still be alive when the entire underworld had declared him finished? Slowly, Peter steps forward, his movements unhurried, almost casual. In a quiet voice, he explains the truth. The reason no one has ever found him is simple: the Peter they all remember, the man they think they're hunting, doesn't exist anymore. He has changed, transformed into someone else entirely. He removes the mask, revealing his face. The survivor's eyes widen in shock, his mind refusing to accept the truth of what he's seeing. Peter, cigarette between his lips, raises his pistol and fires without hesitation. Then the story rewinds, 3 months earlier. Peter is behind the counter of his small, quiet bookstore, surrounded by shelves filled with aged tomes and worn covers. His hands, slightly trembling from age or perhaps something more, organize books with practiced ease. His phone rings. He answers it with a sigh. On the other end, a familiar voice scolds him for ignoring repeated calls. The caller urges him to visit the hospital before it's too late, warning that if he keeps delaying, he won't make it past the next 3 months. But Peter shows no signs of worry. He's faced death too many times to be afraid of it now. As he sweeps a pile of pills into a tin and straightens a crooked row of novels, he reflects on the life he's lived, decades of service to a cause, 50 years surrendered to an organization he once believed in. And he doesn't regret a single decision. While cleaning, a book catches his eye, How to Take Portraits. He flips through it with a faint smile, realizing he's never had a proper photograph of himself. He glances at the mirror, catching sight of his tired eyes, his wrinkled face, and his aging frame weighed down by the books in his arms. Perhaps, he thinks, that might be his only regret. Just then, the shop's bell chimes softly, and a schoolgirl walks in, clad in a neat uniform and holding her backpack. She greets him politely and says she's looking for a middle school textbook. From the far end of the shop, Peter responds with a light-hearted tone, wearing the friendly expression of a seasoned shopkeeper. "I've got every kind of book here," he says with a grin, "except the ones I don't." She chuckles and asks if he has any used textbooks. Peter nods and replies that his collection spans decades, from dusty volumes of the 1960s to modern editions, even some rare finds from overseas. He asks what she's looking for and suggests she go with the most recent edition. The girl explains that the books are actually for her younger sibling. Peter smiles and nods, walking over to help her find the right one. Peter, quietly observing the girl as she browses the shelves, guesses she must be from the nearby high school. Her youthful energy, combined with her uniform, gives her away. As he walks over to assist, his eyes catch the green tag on her chest. Without missing a beat, he comments, "You must be a senior," handing her a book. Startled, she looks up, smiling in surprise. "You're right. How'd you know?" Peter chuckles lightly. "I know a lot more than you'd think. I've been around this neighborhood long enough to remember every face, old and new." He rummages through a stack and pulls out a pristine collection of textbooks, their covers still gleaming beneath the plastic wrap. He hands them over, but the girl hesitates, alarmed by how new and well-kept they are. "These are brand new," she exclaims, holding them like fragile treasure. I can't afford these. I only have 1001." Peter waves off her concern with a warm grin. "I don't need them anymore. They're yours." The girl tries to protest, clearly uncomfortable with the generosity. "No, please. You really don't have to." But before she can finish, Peter tears off the plastic wrap of the top book with a casual flick, making it technically used. "See? Not new anymore," he says playfully. No need to argue. Still taken aback, she opens her mouth to speak, but Peter gently cuts her off with a look. His gaze, calm and piercing, seems to peer right into her. "You love your sibling a lot, don't you?" he asks. The girl blinks, caught off guard. "How did you?" "You can see it in your eyes," he says. Take care of them while you still can. You'll regret it if you don't. His words strike a nerve. The girl grows quiet as Peter wraps the books neatly in brown paper. As she reaches out to thank him, she calls softly, "Grandpa." Peter straightens up, raising an eyebrow with a hint of annoyance. "Mister. Call me Mister, all right?" The girl giggles, then falls into a more serious tone. "Mister, have you ever regretted anything?" Peter pauses, his hands still for a moment before he answers, voice lower than before. "The older you get, the more regrets you carry. That's just life." His mind drifts for a moment, to a face from his past. A young girl, barely more than a child. His daughter. "There was a time I had to walk away from someone I loved dearly," he murmurs. "To keep her safe? I had to disappear. I don't regret the choice, but that doesn't mean it didn't hurt." Peter lets out a sigh, his eyes soft but distant. "The past isn't something we can fix. But the future? That's still in your hands. So go home. Stay close to the people who matter, and don't do anything you'll have to live with later." Just as he finishes tying the paper package, he senses it. The air shifts. A faint tension enters the room. Behind him, the girl hesitates, but her fingers have already wrapped around the handle of a concealed knife. Her gaze hardens. She's ready to strike. But before she makes a move, Peter speaks without turning. "You should walk away." She freezes. "I won't kill you if you leave now." The calm certainty in his voice sends chills down her spine. How do you know?" Peter finally turns around, his gaze firm yet strangely kind. "I've memorized every student who walks past my shop. Every face. Yours doesn't belong to that school." Her expression twists with disbelief. "That high school was only built 2 years ago. You claim you're a senior. That math doesn't check out." The girl clenches her teeth, the knife still trembling in her hand. Peter's gaze drops to the blade. "And the knife," he adds. "It reeks of blood. You tried to hide it with perfume, but I've been surrounded by that smell most of my life. I know what death smells like." She realizes she's been exposed. Peter steps back, giving her a final chance. "You don't have to go through with this." But the girl, already too deep into her mission, steels her nerves. She tells herself she has no choice, that backing down now isn't an option. Still, as she tightens her grip and lunges forward, a flicker of fear creeps into her mind. What if she's the one who doesn't walk out of this alive? She shakes the thought off. "I'm the one with the knife." But even as she charges, the image of Peter, so calm, so composed, lingers in her mind like a warning she can't ignore. Peter quietly slides the stack of books across the counter again and says, "They're still yours. I can see you weren't lying about your younger sibling. That part's real." The girl flinches. Her eyes dart to him, her expression momentarily unreadable. Then Peter's tone shifts slightly, a calm yet pointed edge forming in his voice. "But the way you speak, your choice of words, your posture, you gave yourself away. You're not just some regular high school student, are you?" The girl's breath catches. It hits her, she slipped up. She had used honorifics too naturally, too precisely. That was something only those trained within their organization would do. Peter gives a faint smile, as if confirming a long-held suspicion. "You're one of us. From Glory Orphanage, just like I was." She stiffens. "Some things never change," Peter continues, his voice cold now. "Same training. Same rules. Same cold fallback when things go wrong." He sighs and shakes his head slightly. "You're not fully trained yet. That much is obvious." The girl instinctively backs up, gritting her teeth. Peter glances toward the ceiling and mutters almost to himself, "And I suppose Plan B is in motion." Without warning, the roof above shatters. 2 armed figures crash through, ropes snapping taut behind them as they descend into the store in a flurry of debris and gunfire. Peter barely reacts before shoving the girl aside. Glass rains down. Bullets tear through shelves. One of them rips through Peter's side, piercing straight through his abdomen. Grimacing in pain, Peter rolls behind a display and pulls out a compact pistol, firing off a few quick shots in return. The girl watches in shock as the 2 men advance. One of them lunges, grabbing her by the wrist and dragging her forward while the other charges Peter and smashes a fist into his jaw, sending him sprawling across the floor. The attacker scoffs. "This is the guy everyone fears? This old man?" Before anyone can speak further, footsteps echo ominously. A bald man with a slick black trench coat steps into view. A large octopus tattoo coils from his neck up around his shaved head, each tentacle etched with precision. His presence immediately draws attention. This is the organization's informant, codenamed Octopus. Well, the tattooed man says as he strides into the wreck shop. "Peter. The legend himself. Top of the ranks. Top of the kill count. And now look at you, dying on a bookstore floor, wasting away from some illness." Peter, blood pooling beneath him, coughs once but doesn't lose his composure. If you're here just to gloat, skip it. Tell me what this is about. The octopus tilts his head, amused. Straight to business, huh? All right. The boss doesn't like you anymore. Peter blinks. That's it? He doesn't like me. The tattooed man chuckles. Let's just say you've become inconvenient. There's a bounty now. 7.6 billion won. Peter's eyes narrow. That's oddly specific. The octopus grins wider. It should be. That's exactly what you have saved in your accounts. All the money you earned over decades of risking your life, now it's the reward for ending you. Poetic, don't you think? Peter's smile is tired but amused. Fitting. I die, someone else cashes out. You aiming to collect, octopus? Oh, I intend to, he answers, and suddenly slams a fist into Peter's face. Peter hits the wall hard. Blood spatters. The second man joins in, landing another punch that sends Peter tumbling into the back room, crashing through a stack of boxes. They pause, peering into the dark room where Peter's body lies crumpled and motionless. Is he out? The octopus mutters, sounding disappointed. That was easier than I thought. He gestures at the second man. Clean this up. Burn everything. As they approach, Octopus leans in to inspect Peter's unconscious body one last time, but something feels off. Just as he squints closer. Flash. A sudden burst of blinding light detonates between them. The octopus reels back, screaming, his vision obliterated by the flashbang. In the chaos, Peter bolts from the room with surprising speed for someone his age, limping, bleeding, but alive. He ducks out the back exit, disappearing into the night. Get him, roars the octopus, still staggering. But by the time they recover their senses, Peter is gone. And the game has just begun. The moment the flashbang smoke cleared, the octopus's face twisted in fury. He barked orders through clenched teeth. Find him. He's injured, he couldn't have gone far with a bullet in his gut. The two agents nodded and burst through the rear entrance into the stormy night. Rain came down in heavy sheets, drenching everything in sight. Thunder cracked overhead as the pair sprinted through the darkened streets, scanning alleys and corners. Somewhere nearby, hidden beneath the park's jungle gym, Peter lay curled in the shadows. His breathing was shallow, strained. His blood pooled beneath him, mixing with the rain-soaked dirt. Every breath felt like a knife twisting deeper into his side. His limbs trembled. His strength, once legendary, was now betraying him. The years weighed heavy. So this is what old age feels like, he thought bitterly. Lying motionless, he let his mind drift back through the decades. He had given everything to the organization. While other boys his age were attending school, struggling through homework, he was being trained to slit throats in the dark. While they learned history and algebra, he learned how to listen through walls until his ears rang with static and secrets. While his peers were experiencing first love, he was deep undercover in Russian territory, known only as Agent Frostbite. And when they were planning weddings or naming their newborns, Peter was crouching behind enemy lines, trading his sanity for survival. He had never questioned it, not once. That was his role. That was the path chosen for him. And he followed orders, no matter the cost. But all of that changed when the leadership shifted. The new boss saw him not as a symbol of loyalty, not as an asset, but as a liability. Old. Sick. Soft. And now, lying in the mud like discarded trash, Peter realized, after all he'd sacrificed, all he had given, they wanted him erased. He clenched his teeth, his fingers curling into fists. Is this how it ends? He whispered through the pain. After everything? Anger flared in his chest. They think I'm worthless now. Just an old man waiting to die. But I won't let them take everything, not even my money. Image of a child flashed in his mind. The one he had walked away from to protect. The only thing he regretted. He had left her behind to live in the shadows. Now her face was the only light in his memory. I can't die here, he told himself. Not like this. Not without a fight. And with those words, consciousness slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed beneath the playground slide, the rain pounding around him. Elsewhere, at a hidden safe house tucked in a back alley, the two assassins who had earlier stormed the bookstore were drying their clothes and heating up instant noodles in the kitchen. Their weapons rested nearby. Can't believe we let the old man escape, the taller one muttered, stirring the pot. The other gave a scoff. Would have had that bounty if we hadn't hesitated. Still doesn't make sense to me, the first man said. Why such a huge price on someone that close to death? The second shrugged. They say it's a form of respect. A send-off. He's a living legend, after all. Legend or not, I'm here for the money, the other replied, cracking his neck. I gave up a shot at the national kickboxing title to hunt him down. That 7.6 billion won is mine. He pulled out a weathered photo from his jacket pocket and tapped the image with a fingertip. We find him, we cash in. End of story. A voice cut through the air from behind them. That's the only picture that ever captured my face. They both froze. Slowly, they turned, and their jaws dropped. Standing in the doorway was a man, no longer the frail, graying Peter they remembered. This man was lean, upright, his stance sharp and balanced. He looked far younger, though his clothes were the same. The shirt still had a dark bullet stain near the side, though the wound beneath seemed to have vanished. The two assassins exchanged confused glances. "Who the hell are you?" one of them asked, hand creeping toward his pistol. "You're not Peter." The man raised his hands calmly, then looked down at himself. "I don't know," he said quietly. "I woke up like this. Same clothes. Same wound," he pointed at the blood-soaked fabric, "but something's changed. I am Peter. And yet, I'm not." There was a silence that followed, stiff, electric. Peter stepped forward. "I don't know what happened to me. But whatever it is, I'm not dying today." And this time, it wouldn't be him lying on the floor. The taller man squinted at the stranger standing in the doorway. "You're in the wrong place, kid," he said with a dismissive tone. "You look like some college student who got lost. This isn't a hangout spot." But the young man didn't move. His voice was calm but steady. "I came here because I know exactly where I am, and who I'm looking for." Without waiting for a response, he reached out and clasped the man's wrist. "Take me to the one you call the octopus." The room grew quiet. The two men exchanged uncertain glances. That name wasn't something strangers should casually throw around, only people from the underground knew about the octopus. Realization struck. The intruder wasn't a bystander. He was one of them. The shorter man gave a wicked grin. "Then your competition." His tone darkened. "And competition needs to be dealt with." He lunged forward, aiming a powerful punch at the young man's head. But Peter didn't flinch. He raised his palm and caught the punch midair, the man's fist suspended in place like it had hit a wall. The attacker's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell?" Before he could pull back, Peter clenched tighter, and crushed the bones in his hand with a sickening crack. The second man tried to flank him from behind, drawing a blade as he sprang into the air. But Peter was already turning, his reflexes sharp, precise. He intercepted him midair with a flurry of strikes, one to the ribs, one to the throat, and a final slam to the floor. The room spun for the attacker as he crashed into the wall. Now only one man remained, shaken, furious. He grabbed a knife off the counter and pointed it toward Peter, demanding, "Who the hell sent you?" Peter tilted his head, unfazed. "People who rely on blades are third-rate, at best." The man blinked, confused. "What?" Peter stepped forward, eyes cold. "Those who've mastered every weapon are second-rate. But those who can turn anything into a weapon, they are first-class." With that, Peter reached for a long octopus tentacle hanging nearby. He wound it around his hands like makeshift gauntlets. The knife-wielding man roared and charged. Peter sidestepped. In one motion, he lashed out with the tentacle, disarmed the man by knocking the knife clean out of his grip, and then twisted the tentacle around his neck. With a single, fluid move, Peter hurled him into a large pot of boiling spaghetti, slamming him down hard while keeping a firm grip around his neck. Steam rose from the pot as the man groaned, soaked and defeated. Gasping on the floor, the attacker wheezed, "Who are you?" Peter walked over to a small table where a photograph lay, an old image, worn around the edges. It was the same photo the assassins had used to identify him. He picked it up and studied it quietly. It was the only picture they had of the real him, the man the organization marked with a price. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it slowly, and touched the flame to the photograph's corner. The paper curled and blackened as the image disappeared in smoke. "That man is gone," Peter said quietly. "They'll never find him. He's already dead." His voice was resolute as he inhaled. "Let them search. They're hunting a ghost." Meanwhile, a luxury black Mercedes rolled through the city, cutting through the rain-slick streets. Inside sat the octopus, code name for the organization's informant, his heavily tattooed scalp glistening under the car's dim ceiling lights. Beside him sat the young girl from the bookstore, bound and silent. "We had him," Octopus muttered, tapping his fingers against the window. "He was right there. And we let him slip." He sighed deeply, his mood sour. "Soon enough, he'll be a walking target. Every hunter across the country will be on his trail. But we need to get to him before they do." The girl remained quiet. Octopus glanced at her. "He doesn't have long anyway. The cancer should kill him, but still, I almost feel sorry for the guy. Maybe I should be nicer to my subordinates before my time comes." Back in a dimly lit room, Peter stood shirtless before a cracked mirror, staring at his reflection in disbelief. His skin was smooth. His posture straight. His arms, once wiry with age, were lean and muscular again. He reached down to his abdomen, no wound. The bullet hole had vanished, and with it, the gnawing pain that had plagued him for months. Even the cancer, the thing that had been eating him alive, was gone. He turned his head side to side, studying every inch of the stranger in the mirror. But it wasn't a stranger. It was him. A version of himself he hadn't seen in decades. How? He muttered under his breath. There was no answer. But one thing was clear, whoever was hunting him wouldn't recognize this face. Not anymore. But Peter wasn't foolish. He knew the underground always had its ways. They'd follow leads, track rumors, sniff out patterns. But they wouldn't find that man, the aged, weakened agent from before. That Peter was history. He quickly discarded his bloodied clothes. They no longer fit him, in size or in identity. As he stepped into a nearby hallway, he heard voices, two thugs lounging near a vending machine, puffing cigarettes. Peter approached calmly. "You too," he said, his voice sharp. "This is a non-smoking area. Take it outside." They turned with annoyed expressions. As Peter confronted the two thugs loitering near the restroom, he calmly reminded them, "This is a non-smoking area. Take your cigarettes outside." The shorter one scoffed. The larger thug, broad-shouldered and grinning like a bully from a high school hallway, stepped forward with mock amusement. "Look at this guy," he laughed. "Got some nerve." Peter didn't flinch. He remained still, almost bored. "Did you not hear me?" he asked again, voice cold and firm. "This isn't the place to smoke." That made the fat thug frown. "You've got a smart mouth, young man," he said, then gave Peter a light slap across the cheek, more insulting than painful. "But I'm feeling generous today. So I'll let you walk. Just don't look in our direction again." Peter didn't respond. He simply turned and walked away, quietly closing the restroom door behind him. The thugs chuckled, assuming he'd backed off in fear. But a soft click echoed through the room, the sound of a lock sliding into place. Peter turned back toward them. "I was hoping not to waste my time," he muttered, rolling up his sleeves. "But it seems you both need a proper education." The thugs froze, their amusement quickly turning into confusion. The fat one snarled and charged again, winding up for another slap. This time, Peter struck first, his fist slammed into the thug's gut with brutal force. The man's feet left the ground as he was launched backward, crashing against the wall before collapsing like a bag of bricks. The second thug staggered, shocked, then pulled a small pocket knife from his back pocket and flicked it open. He waved it threateningly, barking, "Do you even know who you're messing with?" Peter eyed the weapon with disinterest. "No," he replied. "And I don't care." He took a step forward, studying the thug's grip on the blade. "But I do know one thing," Peter continued calmly. "You're holding that knife wrong. The angle of your wrist? If you try to swing like that, you'll slice your own finger before you reach me." The thug blinked in confusion. Peter tilted his head. When someone plans to use a knife, their arm shouldn't be positioned like that, not if they want to keep it. The thug, frustrated, lunged without thinking. But Peter was already moving. He struck the man's hand with a sharp, precise blow, knocking the blade clean out of his grip, and followed with a lightning-fast chop to the neck. The thug hit the ground hard, clutching his throat, gasping in pain. Standing over him, Peter spoke coldly. "You didn't try to stab me. If you had, you'd already be dead." The man coughed and looked up in fear. Who the hell are you?" Peter crouched beside him. "I don't know what kind of dirty business you run," he said quietly. "But if you knew who I was, truly knew, I couldn't let you live." The thug whimpered, panic overtaking him. Peter grabbed his shoulder firmly. "You really want to know who I am?" he asked. The thug trembled, eyes wide. "And no. I am sorry. I swear, I'll go clean, no more crime. No more trouble." He was shaking so badly, he wet himself right there on the restroom floor. Peter gave him one final look, then stripped him of his clothes, leaving the thug naked and shivering beside his unconscious partner. Without another word, Peter walked out. In the hallway, Peter pulled out his phone and opened his banking app. His eyes narrowed. The screen showed a zero balance. Every cent he had was gone. His jaw tightened. "I warned them," he growled under his breath. "I told them not to touch my money." The anger in his chest swelled like a firestorm. This wasn't just betrayal, it was declaration. "They've started a war," Peter muttered. "And now, they'll get one." As he exited the building and stepped into the sunlight, he passed by two university students chatting on a bench nearby. Their conversation drifted into earshot. As Peter passed the two students deep in conversation, he overheard one excitedly share, "I just got accepted for the Glory Club scholarship." "Seriously?" the other gasped, clearly impressed. "That's huge. Only a handful of people even get considered for that." The words made Peter pause. For a moment, his mind drifted back, far back. He remembered the cramped rooms and sun-bleached windows of the Glory Orphanage, the place that raised him. It had once been a small, religiously run facility tucked away in a poor neighborhood, understaffed, underfunded, and forgotten by the world. But now, nearly 50 years later, the orphanage's legacy had transformed into something far greater. The Glory Club had grown to become a powerhouse of influence, its roots sprawling across politics, finance, and corporate empires. Peter had been one of its earliest sons. He was one of the first shadows it had ever raised. But now, he saw the Glory Club for what it truly was, rotten to the core. And he had made a decision. He would dismantle it. With his own hands. The scene cuts to a different location, a quiet butcher shop tucked in a desolate street. Inside, the smell of fresh meat hung thick in the air. A burly man in a suit lounged in a chair near the counter, his gaze sharp as a blade. The bell above the door jingled. Octopus stepped inside. The butcher smirked as he recognized the visitor. "So you really came," he said, voice low and calm. "But, alone?" "You're not Peter," Octopus replied flatly, stepping forward. "For someone at your level? I'm more than enough." The butcher chuckled. "Still placing your bets on that old man?" he sneered. "If you keep relying on him, you'll end up in the ground." Octopus didn't blink. "And what of it? Does it matter how soon a man dies, if it's just one more added to the list?" The butcher's grin widened. "Well then. If we're doing this, let's at least make it lively." With a whistle, the butcher summoned his guards from the back rooms. Several well-armed mercenaries emerged, forming a perimeter around Octopus. "This isn't just a butcher shop," the man said. "You've stepped into the Wagner mercenary base. We've been the West's top private military contractor since 1948. And you're standing in our headquarters." He leaned forward in his seat, studying his opponent. "You're not even in the top 12 of the Glory Club. What makes you think you can walk in here like some untouchable ghost?" He snapped his fingers. "Kill him." The soldiers moved in fast. But they didn't stand a chance. In a sudden burst of terrifying speed and precision, Octopus unleashed his signature technique, hypermobility, full-body release. To the untrained eye, it looked like a blur of limbs and blood. Within seconds, every guard in the room lay dead, their bodies scattered across the shop like discarded mannequins. The butcher's face turned pale as he stumbled backward, trembling in disbelief. "What are you?" "Stay back, stay away from me," he cried out. But Octopus was already closing the distance. A single, fluid motion, and it was over. Later, inside the dark, quiet hideout, Octopus sat with the same girl who'd accompanied him before. She stood beside him, tense and uncertain. "They're dead," she said at last. "The assassins you sent. All of them." Octopus's expression tightened. "All of them?" She nodded. "Whoever did it, they erased every trace. Destroyed every security feed. No fingerprints. No sound. Just bodies." Octopus leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. "Only one man I know would go through that much effort to stay invisible." His eyes narrowed. Peter. He couldn't understand how the man was still alive, let alone capable of moving with such precision, such ruthlessness. What kind of unnatural trick had that old ghost pulled? His thoughts were cut short by the bitter truth: Peter's bounty wouldn't stay valuable for long. The longer he stayed alive, the more others would come for him. And Octopus refused to let someone else claim that final reward. He turned to the girl. "Find his hideout. I don't care how long it takes. Report to me the moment you know where he is." The girl hesitated. For a brief second, a memory flickered behind her eyes, an older man in a bookstore, shielding her from a hail of bullets, asking for nothing in return. But she masked her expression quickly. "Understood," she said quietly. As Peter entered the quiet, dimly lit restaurant, the place bore a sense of eerie stillness. A waiter, calmly polishing a glass behind the counter, noticed him and approached with a measured smile. "Sir, this isn't a regular service day," the waiter said politely. "Do you have a reservation?" Peter glanced up from beneath his brow, his voice steady yet laced with menace. "No reservation," he replied. "I came here with something heavier than a dinner plan. I came with a grudge." Meanwhile, seated deeper within the restaurant was Octopus, leaning casually against his chair, swirling wine in a glass. Upon hearing Peter's voice echo through the quiet room, he turned with idle amusement. "Oh?" Octopus quirked a brow. "Let me guess. I forgot to pay my bar tab somewhere." Peter walked forward, his tone sharp and eyes cold. "You're not entirely wrong. Except this tab isn't at a bar, and it's running about 7.6 billion. The joke hung in the air for a moment. Octopus chuckled at first, assuming this stranger was bluffing or insane. But the smirk slowly faded from his face as he began to comprehend the weight behind those words. His amusement curdled into unease. Without wasting time, Octopus gestured to his men nearby. Lock the doors. No one leaves. As the staff subtly armed themselves, Octopus studied the young man now standing before him. Something didn't add up. He wasn't in any of their intel files, definitely not part of the Glory Club. He mused aloud, maybe you're one of Peter's lost disciples? Or, some secret child? But he quickly corrected himself. No. Peter never worked with anyone. He was a lone wolf. Still intrigued but cautious, Octopus leaned forward. All right, how about this? I'll offer you 2 doors. 1, you tell me where Peter is, and you walk out in one piece. 2, you stay stubborn and get a bullet in your head. Peter didn't flinch. His response was cool and unwavering. You're forgetting option 3. Octopus raised an eyebrow. And what's that? My name is Peter. For a moment, the room went silent. The guards hesitated. Octopus blinked in disbelief, trying to process what the young man had just said. I'm the one who killed your men, Peter added flatly, staring him down. Octopus narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to be funny? Young people these days, Peter said with a slow breath. Terrible hearing. I said I killed your subordinates. Octopus searched the man's expression, now unsettled. Despite the youthful face, something about his presence, the authority in his voice, the precision of his gaze, it all felt too familiar. Still, he scoffed and waved his hand. I don't know who the hell you are, but you clearly don't value your life. He motioned, and both the girl beside him and the armed waiter raised their weapons. Tell me your connection to Peter, Octopus demanded once more, his voice hardening. Peter shifted his gaze toward the girl drawing her knife. Calmly, he replied, there's a way for you to find out. Octopus cocked his head. And that is? Peter smiled faintly. You'll have to kill me first. At that, Octopus's grin returned, but this time, it was razor-sharp. Perfect, he said. Because killing is what I do best. Octopus subtly raised 2 fingers, signaling the waiter nearby. The server nodded and reached beneath his apron, drawing a compact pistol. Octopus leaned in with a smirk. Make sure he's still breathing when you're done, he said casually. Without hesitation, the waiter raised the weapon and fired. But in that instant, Peter's hand moved like lightning. With surgical precision, he flicked a single chopstick across the room. It whistled through the air and embedded itself directly into the waiter's throat. The man's eyes widened as blood gurgled in his mouth. He collapsed instantly, choking on his own breath as life drained from him. A stunned silence fell over the room. The young girl, who had prepared herself for a fight, stood frozen in disbelief. She stared at the body of the waiter in utter shock. No one in her unit could have pulled off a move like that. Meanwhile, Peter nonchalantly reached for another pair of chopsticks, calmly resuming his meal like nothing had happened. Octopus, now genuinely intrigued, stepped over to inspect the fallen waiter. He chuckled as he crouched beside the body. Impressive. Very flashy, he commented. Tell me, which club trained you? You're not bad for a freelancer. He stood upright and looked Peter in the eye. You know, he continued, there's always room for talent in the Glory Club. Why don't you join us? But Peter didn't respond. Then, without warning, Octopus's face twisted into a grin as he reached under his coat and suddenly pulled out a handgun, unleashing a hail of bullets in Peter's direction. The moment the shots rang out, Peter dived behind the table for cover. As bullets tore through the wood, he hurled a glass bottle filled with chili sauce to the floor. It shattered, and red liquid spilled out beneath the table. Octopus paused, watching the sauce spread. Mistaking it for blood, he laughed. Did you really think a table could protect you, kid? He taunted. I hope that taught you a lesson about underestimating bullets. He approached slowly, gun still raised. I'll give you one last chance. Who are you to Peter? A student? A clone? Talk. He marched over to the overturned table and swiftly stepped behind it, only to find it empty. Octopus froze. No body. No blood. Only the fiery scent of chili sauce. His instinct screamed too late. From above, Peter suddenly dropped down like a shadow. As he landed, he spit a mouthful of the chili sauce directly into Octopus's face, blinding him. Disoriented, Octopus stumbled backward, cursing and flailing. Peter seized the opportunity. He twisted Octopus's wrist, knocking the pistol from his grip, and followed up with a brutal punch straight to his jaw. Octopus reeled from the hit, barely conscious, vision spinning. Blood streamed from his mouth. Before he could recover, Peter stepped behind him and delivered a violent twist to his head, snapping it halfway around. Octopus dropped like a puppet with cut strings, his head tilted grotesquely in the wrong direction. Peter gave him one last look, then turned and walked away without a word. Flat on the floor, his breathing ragged, Octopus could barely keep his eyes open. His vision blurred, but his thoughts remained sharp. All my battles, all the opponents I've faced, no one's ever dismantled me like that. As he lay there, helpless, his mind drifted back to his youth, his days in the training facility. He remembered his mentor's words. One day, you'll face someone stronger than you. When that day comes, don't confront them directly. Distract them, mislead them, and then strike. Octopus had taken those words to heart. He developed a secret counter-technique based on that very philosophy, one no one else in the Glory Club knew about. Lying broken and gasping, he whispered to himself, "Looks like I'll have to use it." Octopus, bleeding and disoriented, lay sprawled across the shattered floor. But even in his battered state, instinct kicked in. Memories of brutal training sessions flooded back, scenes of his mentor pushing him beyond his limits. Back then, his instructor drilled a single idea into his bones. If you can control their body, you control the fight. From that doctrine, Octopus developed a grappling style unlike any other, a twisted fusion of submission holds and joint locks. He trained until his grip could crush bone, until no one could escape once caught. That technique had never failed him. But his mentor had given one last warning too. No matter how strong you think you are, never, never, turn your back on your opponent. That's how you die. Octopus had long believed he'd surpassed the need for that warning. Until now. Just as Peter turned his back to leave, Octopus's fingers shot out and wrapped around his ankle. With an explosive spin, he wound his body around Peter's leg, then torso, locking his limbs in a deadly entanglement. Peter was yanked to the floor. Octopus began applying pressure, crushing joints with the precision of a seasoned martial artist. Bones creaked. Peter let out a sharp breath. "Back when you were still learning to walk," Octopus growled, "I was already twisting people into corpses." Peter remained calm despite the pain. "How long," he asked, his voice even, "does it take to finish this move?" Octopus blinked. The body he had in his grip wasn't Peter. He looked down. The man he was coiled around was the dead waiter. His mind reeled. When? He turned his head and saw Peter standing several feet away, completely unharmed, eyes locked on him. Octopus felt a cold rush of fear. He'd never been tricked like this, not in all his years of combat. This wasn't just a skilled kid. This was a monster in a human shell. His arms trembled as he let go of the waiter's corpse, still trying to grasp what had just happened. Peter stepped closer. "You've been doing this for decades, right?" And yet, he trailed off. Octopus stared in horror, a lifetime of confidence crumbling. Could he be one of the 12 disciples? No, stronger. Desperate, Octopus raised his hand. "Wait. Let's talk." Peter paused, curious. "I get it," Octopus stammered. "You're better than me. Just don't finish this. I'll make it worth your while." He lunged and yanked the girl from behind a pillar, grabbing her like a shield. "I'll give you her," he said, panting. "Do whatever you want with her. Just let me walk out of here." The girl struggled, disgusted and furious. "I'd rather die than." "Shut up," Octopus hissed at her, slapping her to silence. Peter narrowed his eyes, then, unexpectedly, nodded. "You Glory Club guys love making deals when you're scared, huh?" He reached forward and caught the girl as Octopus shoved her toward him. Then, without looking back, Octopus bolted toward the exit. He called out over his shoulder, "I'll pretend none of this happened. She's yours now." But he froze mid-step when he heard Peter call out behind him. "Nice technique, by the way." Octopus turned slowly. Peter stood still, gaze piercing. "But your master forgot to tell you one thing." Peter's voice dropped, mimicking the very tone Octopus's trainer once used during sparring. "Turn your back when you think it's over, and you'll lose your head." The blood drained from Octopus's face. That phrase, it was word for word what his mentor had always told him. His eyes widened. "It can't be." Peter cracked his knuckles. "You said no one who fought you ever lived to tell the tale, right?" He sprinted forward like a blur. Before Octopus could scream or run, Peter was already on him, arms, legs, fists twisting him like a rag doll. Every joint popped. Every limb bent the wrong way. Octopus felt his spine snap as he was twisted like a corkscrew, then hurled down. His body hit the ground in a sickening pile, bent and broken. The light left his eyes. Peter exhaled, turning toward the exit. The scene cuts. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, the leader of the Glory Club, shirtless and wearing only training shorts, was mid-exercise. His muscles gleamed with sweat as he moved with perfect form, unaware that one of his senior members had just died. But a cold shiver crept down his spine. Something had changed. The Glory Club's leader, a towering figure carved with muscle, standing under the open sky on the rooftop of his skyscraper. Sweat glistened off his bare torso as he finished his final set of push-ups, his back rising and falling like a machine, revealing a striking tattoo of a woman's face inked across his spine. Before he could relax, a subordinate burst onto the rooftop. "It's confirmed," the subordinate said. "Octopus is dead." The words seemed to hang in the air. The boss didn't flinch. He killed 4 of our elite men. Not a trace left behind. The boss stared coldly into the distance. No evidence? Nothing. CCTV wiped clean. No witnesses. The leader's jaw tightened. Then he's not just some punk. He stepped toward his subordinate and spoke firmly. Put out an SSS-level bounty. 7.6 billion won. The subordinate's eyes widened in shock. That level of bounty was reserved for only the most dangerous threats. The leader continued, his voice sharp like steel. Spread the word. From this moment on, Peter is a target. Any member of the Glory Club, if they see him, they're allowed to kill him. No restrictions. Cut to the bustling city streets, bright lights flashing, traffic buzzing, crowds moving in every direction. A boy tugged on his father's sleeve and pointed upward. Dad! Look, they started again. People stopped in their tracks, turning their heads toward the large digital billboard high above the intersection. It showed a familiar face, Peter's old photo, plastered beneath a seemingly harmless ad about helping the elderly and the homeless. A phone number flashed below it, supposedly for donations. Flyers began circulating. Glory Club agents in disguise handed them out to passers-by. One of them approached Peter himself, unknowingly. Sir, would you be willing to help? Just 20,000 won a month can support a homeless elder. Peter took the flyer, glanced at it, and crumpled it in his hand. Glory Club? I'll wipe you off the map, he muttered under his breath. He knew he couldn't do it alone, not against an organization with eyes everywhere. And in that moment, only one person came to mind. Someone who could help. Unusual, eccentric, but reliable in his own twisted way. Night fell. Peter stepped into a rundown part of the city and entered what used to be a public bathroom. The building was half collapsed, walls cracked and pipes exposed. The stench was strong, and the floor was littered with bodies, not corpses, but homeless people asleep in their corners. Even the security guard snoozed with them, unconcerned. Peter walked slowly through them, stepping carefully over bags and broken tiles. Each time he visited, there seemed to be more people than before. Finally, he reached a wall at the far end of the washroom. Layers of old posters were plastered across it, advertisements for underground surgery, organ trafficking, and seedy nightlife events. Peter ran his hand across them, searching. Was it next to the black market kidney ad or the steaming night flyer? He murmured. He found the spot and pressed a hidden button embedded behind the wallpaper. With a mechanical creak, part of the wall slid open, revealing a narrow stairwell cloaked in darkness. He stepped inside and let the door shut behind him. At the bottom of the stairs, the atmosphere changed entirely. He entered a hidden apartment, a luxurious space that looked nothing like the world above. Soft lighting bathed the room in a warm glow. Velvet curtains hung over wide windows, and polished wooden shelves displayed a stunning collection of imported wine. Peter smirked. Same place, same taste. Still feels like a different world. He walked further in, admiring the ambience. Doesn't matter how many times I come here. This guy knows how to live. But then, a cold, sharp touch pressed against his neck. He froze. Turning his head slowly, he found himself staring at a slender woman in black. She held a long metal stick, its pointed end resting right against his jugular. Her eyes were calm, unreadable. Peter raised his hand slightly, a grin forming on his lips. Still as dramatic as ever. Peter noticed something peculiar the moment the tip of the weapon left his throat. Her eyes didn't follow him. Instead, her face tilted slightly, as though listening to the air currents, the faintest creak of his step, or even the shift of his breath. That's when it clicked. She's blind. His gaze wandered around the luxurious apartment. The pristine wine collection, the velvet curtains, the antique furniture, none of it made sense for someone who couldn't see. To Peter, it all seemed meaningless. But before he could dwell on that thought, a low growl interrupted him. A large, jet-black dog stood between them, muscles coiled and eyes burning with suspicion. Its name, Peter remembered, was Alexander. The dog barked aggressively, hackles raised and fangs bared, clearly not happy to see him. Across the room, the woman tilted her head slightly, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. That voice, so young, she muttered. I suppose it's been a while since I had to clean up a corpse. Despite her lack of sight, she stepped forward confidently. Her nose twitched ever so slightly, as if catching Peter's scent like a predator honing in on prey. You're not a beggar, she murmured. Too clean. And your scent, it's not desperation, it's blood. You're here to kill, aren't you? She didn't wait for a reply. In a swift, practiced motion, she spun her stick and swung it toward Peter. Her aim was uncanny, each strike just barely missing his head, chest, and ribs. Peter dodged them all with calculated ease, silently impressed. She's blind, but her accuracy is better than most trained fighters. She didn't stop. Her attacks kept coming, her posture smooth and confident. At one point, she even warned him in a mock-scolding tone. "Careful, killer boy. These walls are worth more than your life. Don't ruin the wallpaper with your flips and tricks." Then, without hesitation, she hurled her stick like a javelin. It sliced through the air so fast Peter had to shift sharply to avoid it. The stick embedded itself into the wall beside him with a heavy thud, quivering from the force. Peter blinked at the spot. Is she even blind? No time to ponder. She launched herself at him, attempting a spinning kick. "Not bad for a blind woman, huh?" she quipped midair. Peter smirked. He caught her mid-spin, grabbing both her leg and arm with precision before gently tossing her across the room. She landed with a soft crash on a nearby couch. For a moment, silence. Then she laughed softly, unfazed, and reached into her sleeve. "You're fast," she admitted. "Really fast. You don't move like a Glory Club grunt." Before Peter could respond, a blade pressed against his cheek. She had drawn a hidden knife in that split-second fall and was now holding it inches from his face, even as she lay sprawled on the couch. "You're good," she said, her voice low, "but you lack killing intent. You didn't strike to kill." Peter narrowed his eyes. "You're not here to murder me," she said. "But you should know, it's a very bad look to beat up a blind woman." Peter exhaled calmly, unfazed. Still holding the blade, she leaned back. "I don't get to stop until the job's done. And my job ends when the other person stops breathing." Without warning, she snapped her fingers. "Alexander," she said coldly. "Kill." The dog didn't hesitate. With a growl, it charged at Peter like a black bullet. Its teeth glistened, ready to rip through flesh. But what happened next made even the blind woman sit up in shock. Peter didn't move. Instead, he knelt down, whispered something too quiet to hear, and Alexander stopped. The dog stared at him. Tensed. Then his ears relaxed, tail wagged, and he rolled over, completely disarmed, inviting Peter for a belly rub. Peter obliged, rubbing the massive beast's stomach as it wiggled happily on the ground. The woman's mouth parted slightly in disbelief. A few minutes passed. The tension in the room faded. The woman, now resting with one leg crossed over the other, popped open a bottle of Jack Daniels and poured 2 glasses. She handed one to Peter. "So," she said, sipping. "You're not with them anymore, are you?" Peter took the glass. "No. The man I used to be, the old one's gone." He smirked. "What's standing here now is the version they trained in secret. The one they thought they buried." The blind woman still couldn't wrap her head around Peter's transformation. Despite hearing his voice and feeling the shift in his presence, doubt lingered in her expression. She slowly approached him, her fingers reaching out cautiously before settling on his face. She ran her hands across his features, cheeks, jawline, brow. Her fingers moved with the care of someone reading a story through Braille. "Your skin, it's soft. The scent of that old man is gone too," she muttered, more to herself than him. Even after minutes of touching his face, 15, then 20, she seemed reluctant to believe what she was feeling. Eventually, she let out a baffled sigh and, without warning, collapsed dramatically onto the couch beside him. "So, that's how you died?" she asked in a tone that was half sarcastic, half curious. Peter looked at her, puzzled. "What are you doing?" "Trying to figure out the exact pose you were in when you died," she replied as she twisted her body into different odd positions. "Maybe posture is important. Or was it the method? Gunshot? Poison? A knife to the back?" Her face turned serious as she leaned in, genuinely desperate. "Tell me, Peter. How did you do it? How did you die and come back like this? I want to try it too." Before Peter could answer, a single throbbing boil formed comically on her forehead. Peter had flicked her head to shut down her spiraling questions. "Let's talk about something else," he said firmly. She rubbed her forehead and sat up straight, her tone shifting. "So, are you really planning to go after the Glory Club alone?" Peter gave a small nod. "Yes. And how exactly do you plan to do that?" "I'm going straight into the heart of it," he replied. "Using the eye of the storm." Her brow arched. "What the hell is that?" Peter leaned back. "It means going back in, becoming one of them again. Let them think I'm theirs. And when they least expect it, I bring them down from the inside." The woman looked horrified at first. "You're insane." But then, her expression slowly shifted. Realization dawned. "Wait, no. That could actually work," she whispered. "You look nothing like you used to. No one would ever guess. You're a completely different person now. A ghost with no past." She smirked. "Whatever trap they set for you, you'll already be inside it, waiting." Peter stayed silent, but her smile grew. "Clever boy," she said, and suddenly yanked his tie with a playful tug. "You're starting to scare me." He pulled back slightly, clearly uncomfortable. "You're way scarier than I'll ever be." Let go. Laughing, she let go and leaned back into the couch. Her tone shifted once more, serious and thoughtful. There's just one problem. You can't just walk back into the Glory Club. To be accepted, you need to come through the Glory Orphanage, and that's not something a grown man can redo. Peter nodded slowly. I already graduated. But now, in this younger body, I'm just another outsider. Exactly, she said. You don't exist to them anymore. Peter's eyes sparkled with resolve. Then I'll exist again. I'll start from the beginning. She looked confused. What do you mean? I'll enroll in the Glory High School, he replied, his voice steady. That's my way back in. She tilted her head. A school? What kind of organization is this? They run orphanages, schools, and turn their graduates into trained killers. Peter didn't respond. He had no answers, just a goal. Some time later, Peter, now registered under a new identity as Kim Sun-gu, walked through the massive front gates of Glory High School. Students buzzed around the courtyard, their uniforms crisp, their faces full of adolescent energy. As he passed through the main path, heads turned. Girls whispered and giggled, clearly captivated by his flawless features and fit physique. His calm aura and mysterious demeanor only made him more attractive. Peter didn't acknowledge any of it. This was the start of his infiltration. Behind the name Kim Sun-gu, the assassin named Peter had returned. And this time, he wasn't here to serve. He was here to destroy. He was already gathering attention. A girl approached him with a cheerful smile and said, "Time to head toward the auditorium." Her words were polite, but her eyes lingered a bit longer than necessary. Even one of the female teachers leaned a little too close, her intentions not subtle. But Peter remained unmoved, unaffected by the attention he was drawing. None of this mattered to him. Inwardly, Peter studied the institution. From the outside, it appeared like any prestigious private school, polished corridors, disciplined students, proud banners hanging off pristine walls. But beneath the surface, he knew the truth. This was not just a school. It was a factory, designed to produce cold-blooded killers. And deep within the school's hidden levels was a secret program known only to a few, the Killer Intensive Class. It was there, and only there, that the real training began, the art of silent assassinations, precision strikes, manipulation, and psychological warfare. Peter knew that if he wanted to infiltrate the Glory Club's inner circle, he needed to be part of that program. And to get in, there was only one possible path: make himself indispensable. As he moved through the crowd toward the auditorium, students from all directions stole glances, their admiration thinly veiled. Girls whispered to one another. Even boys took a second look, clearly sizing him up. But Peter wasn't here to be a heartthrob, he had a mission. Today was the girls' original ballet grand prize ceremony, held in the grand auditorium. Students began filling the seats as performances were about to begin. Just as Peter stepped into the hall, his earpiece crackled faintly. The voice of the blind woman reached him. "Remember, Peter," she said calmly, "only those who graduated from the orphanage can join the killer class. How do you plan to get past that?" Peter's eyes narrowed. "There's one exception," he murmured. "Rare, but possible. If the management themselves take interest." The blind woman, now sitting at home beside her dog Alexander Macking, went still as she realized what he was about to attempt. Without hesitation, Peter strode up the stage steps and took the microphone from the presenter, cutting into the ceremony. The spotlight hit him, and the auditorium fell silent in confusion. "I'm Kim Sun-gu," he said plainly. "Your new transfer student." Murmurs spread through the hall. Students whispered, teachers exchanged glances, and phones began recording. Peter ignored them all. "I have a passion," he continued, scanning the crowd with unshaken confidence. "I love to fight." Gasps echoed through the space. "I'm not just here to study," he added. "I'm here because I'm a killer." Back at her home, the blind woman clutched the armrest of her couch, stunned. Even Macking gave a surprised bark. Far beneath the school, behind veils of secrecy, a group of faceless individuals with glowing crimson eyes watched the live feed. Each one armed to the teeth, listening intently. Peter leaned toward the mic with a slight smirk. "Oh, and one last thing." He paused. The silence in the auditorium was deafening. "I'll be the first killer who's top of the class in both combat and academics." He stepped back with a warm smile and added, "Take care of me while I'm here." That closing line triggered a storm of reactions. In a dormitory, a student laughed aloud, showing the clip to a group of friends. "This guy thinks he can be an academic assassin." Another student beside her muttered with raised eyebrows, "Still, that kind of confidence, it's something else." Suddenly, the girl with the phone was shoved aside. A bulky figure with a deep scar across his lip stepped into frame. His heavy footsteps echoed as he led a small group toward Peter. Peter noticed immediately. So it begins, he thought. They've taken the bait. The scarred student approached with a scowl. Hey, killer, he sneered. Did you think you could just stroll in and seduce Yejin? Peter blinked. Who? The boy's face twisted in pain. Don't play dumb. I'm Jang Yasel. And I've been with Yejin for 20 days. We've been crowned as the Divine Honor High's most romantic couple. Peter raised an eyebrow. That's enough time to fall in love, all right? Jang snapped, tears threatening to form. You stole her from me. And now, I'll steal your teeth. With a furious shout, Jang hurled himself at Peter, aiming a wild punch at his face. But Peter's body moved like a shadow, swift and fluid. He ducked with ease, sidestepped the strike, and landed a counterpunch with precision. Jang staggered backward. Despite his emotional outburst, Jang Yasel wasn't just another thug. He was infamous for conquering the Mapo district with nothing but his fists. People feared him. But Peter wasn't just anyone either. He had lived a lifetime more than any of them. And this time, he was going to conquer something far more dangerous than a district. He was going to conquer the entire Glory Club. For the very first time in his life, Jang Yasel felt something he had never known, true fear. As Peter's fist closed in, time seemed to slow. Jang could feel the pressure in the air from the sheer force behind the punch. Instinctively, his eyes shut tight. I'm sorry, Yejin, he whispered in his mind. I couldn't protect you. But the impact never came. Instead of unleashing the crushing blow, Peter halted his punch just inches from Jang's face. He let out a short breath, smirked, then casually raised his finger and flicked Jang hard on the forehead. A loud snap echoed. Jang dropped to the floor with a thud, groaning as he clutched his forehead, which had already begun to swell. He shivered from the shock, humiliated and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Peter remained upright, his expression calm and unreadable as he stared down at him. Then came the teacher. With an enraged shout, a disciplinary instructor stormed into the auditorium, waving a red card high in the air like a battlefield signal. You there. Who told you to start a fight here? He stomped up to Peter and, without a second thought, pinched Peter's cheek aggressively like an angry uncle disciplining a child. What does your father do, huh? Who raised a brat like you? Peter blinked, annoyed but composed. My father's dead. The teacher froze. The words struck like a stone skipping across a lake, unexpected and heavy. Oh. I see, the teacher mumbled, instantly deflating. I'm sorry to hear that. But he still didn't release Peter's cheek. With an awkward cough, he turned sharply and began marching away, dragging Peter by the cheek as he barked, Come with me. You've got a lot of explaining to do. Who do you think you are? Peter sighed and muttered under his breath, I am following you. Meanwhile, Jang Yasel groaned and pushed himself up from the ground. He pointed at Peter and shouted, Let go of me, you psycho. One of the nearby students leaned in and said dryly, Dude, he's not even touching you anymore. The hallway filled with whispers. Behind the scenes, the shadowy figures from before, hidden beneath cloaks, their red eyes glowing ominously, watched from the surveillance room once more. A secret cabal of advanced assassin trainees. What do we do with him? One voice asked. Let's wait. See what he's capable of, said another. Ha, this is getting entertaining, a third chuckled. But one wasn't amused. We should just kill him now. Their glowing eyes flickered with silent tension as they reached no consensus. Back in the hallway, students watched the spectacle unfold. Some murmured, that new guy is seriously unhinged. Others smirked, saying, he's in his main character arc, love that energy. Among the onlookers, a girl froze in place. Her expression turned pale the second she recognized the face being dragged by the cheek. It's him. Yunbial's mind raced. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The man who had once cornered her, the one the octopus gang had tried to trade her to in exchange for their lives, was now here. Not just here, he was a student in the same school. She remembered the cold night at that rundown hideout. How the leader of the octopus offered her as a bargaining chip, trembling before Peter. She remembered how Peter refused to accept their deal, then turned to her with a grim command. Tell the Glory Club it was the old Peter who wiped this place out. Not me. Do that, and you live. And she had obeyed, shaken, but alive. As Peter was finally released by the teacher, he spotted Yunbial across the dining hall and made his way over. He pulled out the chair beside her and sat down. Mind if I sit here? Yunbial flinched slightly. Her eyes darted left and right. What are you doing here? Peter kept his voice casual. Still got people on my trail. I had to vanish for a while. So I came here. She narrowed her eyes. Why this school? He shrugged. Only place I could disappear and keep moving at the same time. Yunbial turned her face away, her voice quieter now. I'm just here because I'm not hungry. Peter blinked, then glanced at her tray, overflowing with food like a mini mountain. Sure, he said sarcastically. That explains the buffet in front of you. Yunbial clicked her tongue and looked away. You're annoying. But her mind drifted again to that night, the stench of blood, the terrified cries of the octopus members, the silence Peter left in his wake. She looked back at him and said softly, I did what you asked. I told them it was the old version of you that did it. I kept my promise. Peter gave a faint nod. I know. After a short silence between them, Yunbial couldn't hold her curiosity any longer. Why are you even here? She asked, her eyes searching his for answers. Did you come just to find me? Peter shook his head casually. Not really. You're not the reason I came here. Yunbial, with cheeks puffed like a chipmunk and a mouth stuffed with strawberries, turned toward Peter. Her tone was defensive, laced with suspicion. You're here to kill me, aren't you? Peter raised an eyebrow and shook his head. No. I'm not here to kill anyone. Yunbial didn't look convinced. Because of you, they're watching me. Every move I make is monitored by the organization now. Do you have any idea what that's like? Peter turned to Yunbial, his tone cool but firm. If it's hard, endure it. You're still breathing and eating, aren't you? That's only because I chose to spare you. Yunbial's lips curled in defiance. You didn't save me. I survived on my own. Peter stared at her for a beat, then shrugged as if letting it go. Fine. If that's what you want to believe. She turned away for a second, then asked in a quieter voice, that group, the one behind everything. The organization. What do you know about them? Peter paused before responding. You're not aware of what kind of monster that place is, are you? I don't even think you understand what you're dealing with, she shot back, her voice sharpening. You don't know who I am. You're just some outsider. How can you possibly take down something that massive from the inside? Peter leaned in, just slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper only she could hear. Which is exactly why I need your help. Yunbial blinked. Her eyes narrowed as she slowly stood up. Help you? Why the hell would I do that? Peter remained seated, calm as ever. Because whether you admit it or not, we're both in the same sinking ship. Neither of us knows the full picture, and we both have a reason to see this through. I'm trusting you. He paused. Li Yuna. That name froze her in place. She slowly turned back toward him, eyes wide with shock. How do you know that name? But when she looked again, Peter had vanished, disappeared as if the air had swallowed him whole. The cafeteria buzzed on like normal, oblivious to the intensity that had just passed between them. The scene transitions. Outside on the sunlit school field, excitement surged through Divine Honor High School. Banners fluttered. Students in colorful jerseys gathered, warming up for the highly anticipated athletic competition. All eyes were on one name, Jonathan. Nicknamed Divine Bolt by his classmates, Jonathan was the undefeated sprint king. He held the 400-meter record for 3 straight years and was regarded as the fastest student in school history. Today was supposed to be his victory lap, his final race before graduation, his moment to leave his legacy untouched. But there was one problem. A new challenger had entered the field. The moment the starting pistol fired, Jonathan took off like a lightning bolt, his legs pumping with practiced precision and explosive force. The crowd erupted with cheers. But in the blink of an eye, something unreal happened. Peter. He didn't just catch up. He glided past Jonathan like he was jogging in slow motion. His form was effortless, fluid, like he was barely touching the ground. Within seconds, Peter had already cleared the track. The stadium went silent for a beat, then exploded in screams and applause. Students rushed to the field, fangirls swarming Peter, showering him with praise. Meanwhile, Jonathan, chest heaving, stumbled off the track in disbelief and collapsed onto the bench. Next to him sat Jang Yasel, still holding a cold pack to his forehead from earlier. He glanced sideways at Jonathan with a sigh. So you lost too, huh? Jang muttered. Jonathan didn't respond. He simply stared ahead, haunted by the realization. There was a new king in Divine Honor High. From within the thick greenery bordering the school field, a faint glint flickered, 2 crimson eyes glowed beneath the shadow of leaves. One of the hidden killer students stood silently among the bushes, watching everything unfold with eerie focus. His gaze lingered on Peter, observing his every move like a predator studying its prey. Later that day, students lined up for a vision test in the nurse's office. One by one, they struggled to read the tiny numbers and faded symbols on the distant wall. Some squinted, others guessed. Then came Peter's turn. With a single eye, he read each line effortlessly, including the faintest, almost invisible print near the bottom. Gasps spread through the room as the nurse double-checked, stunned. Whispers floated behind him. Is this guy human? From the shadows nearby, someone continued to observe. Unseen. Waiting. Back in class, a different kind of lesson awaited, fruit carving. The teacher cheerfully announced the goal for the day, to slice and shape fruit creatively, with elegance. Some students groaned. Others looked at Peter with amusement. He probably doesn't even know how to hold a knife, someone chuckled. Be careful, Peter, the teacher added kindly. Don't hurt yourself. Let me know if you need help. Peter nodded, expression calm. I'll try my best. A few minutes passed. Then jaws dropped. In front of Peter sat a meticulously carved rabbit made from an apple, so lifelike it looked ready to hop off the plate. The ears stood upright, the eyes glistened with tiny blueberry seeds, and its form was impossibly detailed. Some students even leaned in to check if it was breathing. Again, in the distance, eyes hidden in the shadows were fixed on Peter. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the school, the same teacher who earlier had grabbed Peter's cheek was now facing a far more threatening encounter. A group of delinquent students cornered him in an empty hallway, faces cocky, arms crossed. The teacher, clearly rattled, tried to hold his ground by asking about their family backgrounds, trying to intimidate them. But instead of responding, the students began mocking his family. You think you've got authority here, one of them sneered. Then, without warning, a fist collided with the teacher's jaw. He collapsed to the floor. One of the ringleaders leaned over him, phone in hand. Try anything, and we'll post this online. Let's see how long your license lasts after we sue you for child abuse. Another recorded the whole thing, grinning. This'll go viral. Just then, Peter stepped into the hallway, eyes on the teacher slumped against the lockers. Did you do that to him? He asked calmly. The group turned toward him. The leader of the group, with bleached hair and a gold chain, laughed. You worried about him, punk? He stepped forward and spat directly on Peter's shirt. This ain't your business. Get lost if you want to stay breathing. Peter didn't move. His calm silence was unnerving. The leader took a swing, fast, but Peter was faster. He dodged effortlessly, his body flowing like water. Again, the thug tried to land a hit, but missed wildly. Peter's eyes remained cold. Then, with a swift movement, Peter kicked the guy's leg out from under him, sending him sprawling. Another tried to sneak up from behind with a brick, but Peter spun and punched the weapon mid-air. It shattered like a cookie. The gang froze. Their smirks vanished. They turned to the teacher on the ground. Sorry, sir, they stammered before running off, one of them shouting over his shoulder, he's a villain. He's not normal. Peter dusted off his shirt and looked down at the teacher. Justice wins, he said simply. That's why I won today. The teacher slowly sat up, coughing. You shouldn't be fighting in front of teachers, even if it's for justice. Peter spotted something, the student's phone lay abandoned on the ground. He bent down to grab it, but the teacher suddenly sprang up and aimed a sharp kick at him. Peter raised his arm and blocked it with ease. The teacher's eyes widened. His suspicion was now confirmed, Peter was no ordinary transfer student. You, the teacher muttered, stepping back. What are you? Peter tilted his head slightly. What are you talking about? The teacher held up his cup of tea, completely full. Even in the middle of that fight, you didn't spill a single drop. Peter looked down, then back up. Where did you learn to fight like that? The teacher asked, voice now serious. And more importantly, why did you learn it? Peter didn't hesitate when the teacher asked him why he fought so fiercely. His eyes darkened as he answered, because I want revenge. Revenge against the kind of people who destroyed everything I had, my home, my family, my future. They even stole every cent I had. The teacher watched him closely, as if trying to confirm something. After a pause, he asked, would you be interested in joining our volunteering club? Peter didn't look surprised. I've been waiting for you to say that, he replied smoothly, almost like he expected this moment. It was a mutual understanding between two people who had been silently sizing each other up. Unknown to most, the man who had been watching Peter from the shadows all along, the one with glowing red eyes, was none other than this very teacher. Peter agreed, and soon he was following the teacher down an unfamiliar hallway that led to an isolated part of the school building. The teacher unlocked a door at the end of the corridor and gestured for Peter to enter. Inside was nothing out of the ordinary. A typical classroom setup, neat desks, whiteboard, bulletin boards with motivational quotes. Everything appeared painfully average. This, the teacher said, stepping beside him, is where we groom killers. Peter blinked. His eyes scanned the room again, this time noting the subtle tension in the air, the stillness in the students' bodies, and the way none of them made unnecessary movements. He was introduced to the class as a new volunteer. The teacher's tone was calm, but there was an undertone of something far more dangerous. From the third row, a girl's eyes widened in disbelief. Li-Yuna. She stared at Peter in shock, her lips parting slightly. Why are you here? She mouthed. Don't say anything, she added aloud in a whisper only Peter could hear. Peter merely winked in response. She stiffened. That wink, was it playful, or was it a sign he had come to eliminate her? Peter turned back to the class, flashing a polite smile. "Thanks for the warm welcome," he said, but his thoughts ran elsewhere. What a perfect disguise, a killer nursery dressed up as a classroom. Not everyone shared the teacher's welcoming attitude. 2 students stood up, clearly unimpressed. The air shifted immediately. One of them had jagged scars where his ears used to be, Doc Go Hying. The other was bulkier, arms folded tight, Doc Go E, a man whose build screamed brute strength. "We don't care who you are," Hying sneered. "Only students from the honor orphanage belong here. What are you doing in our space?" Goey cracked his knuckles with a deep grunt. "I'm the 58th generation graduate of the orphanage. You don't look like you belong." Peter met their eyes without flinching. Before tension could spark into flame, the teacher stepped in, clapping once. "All right, that's enough. Why don't we give our new volunteer a proper welcome?" The class grinned. But their idea of proper was twisted. The phrase, welcome party, turned into whispers of blood trials and breaking in the newbie. Students started drawing their weapons, knives, chains, even blunt training tools. The mood had shifted from cold to feral. The 2 brothers stepped forward again. Hying grinned wickedly. "It's tradition. Don't take it personally." Liuna quickly moved between Peter and the class. "You idiots need to stop. He's not someone you can mess with." They shoved her aside without hesitation. "Back off, Yuna, unless you want to be part of the ceremony too," he warned. Yuna glared but didn't argue further. She stepped back, defeated. The 2 brothers approached Peter now, circling him like predators. "You like getting into fights, new guy?" Hying asked. "You a fan of neighborhood punks?" he added. Peter chuckled softly. "I don't mind a fight." "How many have you had?" Hying asked. "Over 500, Peter replied casually. The class burst into laughter, but the brothers didn't laugh. They just smiled. "Well then," Goey said, clenching his fist, "this might be your last." Without warning, Hying lunged forward, blade aimed at Peter's ribs, while he charged from the side with a massive punch. Peter sidestepped, deflecting both attacks. The knife missed its mark, and the fist grazed only air. But they didn't let up. The 2 kept attacking, forcing Peter to move back, dodging and blocking without retaliating, yet. As the fight raged on, Doc Go Hying smirked and shouted, "This volunteer club crap doesn't belong in our world." He circled Peter with his brother. "You've got no idea what it takes to become the top killer. We risk our necks every day to chase the title, the same title once held by that legend, Peter." Hearing his own name tossed around like that, Peter's eyes darkened with annoyance. "You done talking?" he asked coolly. "Then come at me. Both of you." Fueled by anger, the brothers lunged again, shouting insults as they moved. "Nepotism baby. You think you got in here, 'cause you're special?" But Peter weaved between their attacks effortlessly, not a single blow landing. The scene transitioned. Now drenched in sweat, Go Hying tried to catch his breath. "I wasn't even using half my strength," he mumbled, wiping his face. The teacher gave a short sigh from the corner. "Maybe you should have shown some restraint instead." Meanwhile, the rest of the class gathered around, laughing and cheering for the brothers. "He ran off. Can't handle the heat," one of them jeered. "Guess he's not so special after all." Cut to Peter, quietly walking alone down the dimly lit hallway, his expression unreadable. Liuna caught up to him, stepping into his path. "You think the volunteer club is just some joke?" she asked sharply. Peter raised a brow. "What are you talking about?" "Drop the act," Liuna snapped. "You can't fool me anymore." Peter blinked, puzzled by her intensity, but she wasn't letting him off the hook. "I saw your fight with those 2 earlier," she continued. "Why didn't you use any real force?" "I gave it my all," Peter replied with a calm shrug, playing it off. But she wasn't buying it. "Liar," she shot back. "You didn't even break a sweat. Those 2 were exhausted, and you looked like you just came out of the library." Peter said nothing, just stared at her quietly. With sudden force, she shoved him against the wall and leaned in close. "Why are you here, really? You don't belong in this school, and your story doesn't add up. What are you hiding?" Peter slid under her arms in a smooth motion and walked away. "I'm starving. Gotta get lunch." Lee narrowed her eyes. "It's dinner time," she growled, glaring at his back in exasperation. Meanwhile, somewhere far from the school, a middle-aged bus driver grinned ear to ear as he stared at the deposit on his phone. $1,000,001 just to rent my bus? I must be living right, he chuckled to himself. He glanced up as a man in tinted glasses approached, walking slowly, dragging several large suitcases behind him. The driver waved politely. "You expecting a group?" The man adjusted his glasses. "No. Just me." Taken aback, the driver blinked at the mountain of luggage. All this, just for you? The man gave a faint smile but said nothing. The driver sighed and moved to help, his earlier joy fading as he realized how many trips he'd have to make. Guess I'm not so lucky after all. Just then, the man turned and asked, do you enjoy betting? Depends, the driver muttered warily. Why don't you take a guess what's inside these bags? The driver raised a brow. Hard pass. That kind of bet feels cursed. The man smirked, taking a seat as the bus rolled out. The driver threw one last glance at the cargo. His eyes widened when he noticed one suitcase move. Back at the school the next day, inside the Glory Club's secret classroom, the teacher stood before the students, clapping his hands to get their attention. All right, he announced. Today, we have a new mission. He held up a photo for the class to see. Our client is Choi Yoon Chang. Ring any bells? He asked. He's the chairman of the DIHA group. This will be our next contract. A murmur rippled through the classroom. A new mission had begun. The classroom fell silent the moment the teacher revealed the name of their next client. Choi Yoon Chang, he said, chairman of DIHA group. A wave of recognition passed through the students. Whispers buzzed. Isn't he one of the Glory Club's biggest sponsors? Someone muttered. The teacher nodded. Exactly. And this time, he's personally requested our help. The students straightened in their seats, sensing the gravity behind those words. This isn't just a mission, the instructor continued. The team that completes this task will receive an official volunteer certificate and the chairman's recommendation letter. A hush fell over the room. In simple terms, whoever pulls this off becomes an official glory killer. Peter's eyes narrowed slightly. So, it finally begins, he thought, the corners of his lips twitching in a faint smile. The mission, the teacher said, pacing slowly in front of the whiteboard, is to retrieve a high-value target. There's been a string of recent abductions, young teens, mostly. But among the missing is the chairman's only son. A student raised their hand skeptically. Shouldn't this be handled by the authorities? The teacher shook his head. The chairman isn't looking for justice. He wants revenge. His voice dropped slightly, turning colder. Your only job is to bring the boy back alive. What happens to the kidnappers is up to you. He let that hang in the air before scanning the room. So, who's volunteering? Most of the students averted their gazes. Some shifted uncomfortably, others looked down at their desks. No one raised a hand. The teacher's lips curled into a strange, almost amused smile. No takers? Then perhaps you'll enjoy another 2 years of training while the Real killers handle the fieldwork. The students groaned but remained still. A few whispered nervously to each other. Then, Dak Go Hying and his brother Dak Go Yi raised their hands confidently, grinning at each other. Well, looks like it's just us then, Hying said, smirking. Nobody else got the guts. But just as they were basking in their superiority, Peter's hand shot up. Another brave soul? Hying said sarcastically, narrowing his eyes. Look at that. The newbie wants in. Lee Yuna raised her hand too, a calm defiance in her posture. Peter glared at her. Stop copying me. I had my hand up before you did, she said dryly. I'll chop it off if you lie again, Peter snapped. Keep spouting nonsense and I'll shut your mouth for you, she said, flicking his forehead with a sigh. The brothers burst out laughing. Well, this is going to be fun. They turned to the teacher. So, can we go now? Smash some skulls, bring the boy back? But the teacher held up a finger. There are conditions. You're not going in swinging just yet. You'll need to follow certain protocols. Peter clenched his fists in anticipation. This is it. The path to becoming a killer in this organization, finally open. Scene change. Peter stood at the entrance of a massive amusement park, his face blank with disappointment. Bright lights, carnival music, and laughter filled the air. There were spinning rides, game stalls, and costumed mascots dancing to upbeat tunes. Dancers in vibrant, eye-catching outfits twirled around in formation. This is where we're supposed to rescue a hostage? Peter muttered, deadpan. The brothers were equally confused, their jaws slack as they stared at the scene. Why are the dancers wearing bikinis in an amusement park? He asked, scratching his head. Is this supposed to be part of the mission? Or just a weird vacation? Hying added. A dancer in glittery pink waved at them cheerfully. The brothers froze like deer in headlights. Nearby, a group of girls spotted Peter and sauntered over, giggling and whispering among themselves. One of them leaned closer and asked with a coy smile, You here alone, handsome? Lee Yuna narrowed her eyes, surveying the overwhelming chaos of Palin World, a sprawling amusement park painted with neon signs, blaring music, and children running wild in every direction. Her thoughts drifted back to the teacher's serious tone during the mission briefing. This is your mission site, he had said, tapping the map behind him with a laser pointer. The chairman's only son, Bigelow, disappeared right here, inside this very park. On the screen, a school ID photo of a teenage boy flashed. His name and details followed, including a digital copy of his passport with Bigelow Choi printed clearly at the top. The teacher's instructions had been precise: secure the hostage. Eliminate any hostile presence. But that was easier said than done. Yuna muttered under her breath, glancing at the crumpled map in her hands. Palin World, that's where he vanished. But where is he now? Only heaven knows. She glanced over at Peter, who was standing silently while a few colorfully dressed girls approached him, giggling. Are you on TikTok? One asked, fluttering her lashes. Peter stared back, confused. What? Yuna rolled her eyes. He doesn't even know what they're talking about. Yet he acts like he already knows everything around here. She looked back at the map and bit her lip. Could he actually help us find the boy? Peter, sensing the rising impatience, turned toward the group. Let's go, he said simply. If we stay still, we won't find a single clue. They followed him as he led the team toward one of the rides, an enormous coaster with flashing lights and booming music. As they approached, a cheerful young man wearing a neon staff badge stepped in front of them with a polite bow. Apologies, he said with a bright smile, you'll need a reservation to join this ride. Haiying blinked. A reservation? Yes, the staff explained patiently. All rides are booked in advance through the app. If you don't have a reservation, I'm afraid you'll have to move on. He scratched his head. Wait, we need to make a booking, for a roller coaster? The staff member's smile never faltered. Exactly. If you have any complaints, feel free to DM us on our official page. From behind them, someone in the crowd chuckled. You guys new here or something? Peter turned around slowly, raising an eyebrow. Install the Palin World app, the stranger added, grinning. That's how everything works around here. Without missing a beat, Yuna pulled out her phone and began downloading the app. A few moments later, she scrolled through the reservation list, only to sigh in disappointment. Atlantis and the haunted house are already full. Jay, who had been quiet until now, leaned in with a smirk. What's the matter, Yuna? You come here to play rides or do your job? Yuna gave him a dirty look but ignored the jab. A loud clang of metal drew their attention. The two brothers had vanished from the group, and were now gleefully bouncing on mechanical horse rides meant for toddlers. They slapped the toy horses as if urging them to gallop faster. Yeehaw! Haiying yelled, earning several awkward stares. Seconds later, the scene shifted again. This time the brothers had commandeered bumper cars, crashing into one another with uncontainable laughter. Children watched them wide-eyed, unsure whether to be amused or scared. Peter sighed as he watched the ridiculous display unfold. This is the team I'm working with? Yuna crossed her arms beside him. The fate of a billionaire's son is in our hands, and our teammates are riding ponies. Yuna rubbed her temples, visibly irritated as the brothers' laughter echoed through the park. You two are being way too loud, she snapped, watching them bounce around like overgrown kids. Deciding to tune them out, she turned to Peter. Let's go somewhere quieter. They strolled through the vibrant plaza until a colorful game stall caught their attention. A plastic rifle shooting booth, decorated with dangling prizes and flashy lights. The man running the stall greeted them with an overly confident grin. Easiest game in the whole park, he boasted, arms wide. No loss, no gain, just here for the fun. Yuna narrowed her eyes. What kind of prizes are we talking about? She asked, scanning the wall full of cheap toys and plushies. Any snacks up there? Peter shrugged. Go ahead, you try first. The shopkeeper eyed them smugly. Amateurs, he thought. They'll waste their cash and still leave empty-handed. He'd secretly rigged the targets, weighing down the dolls so they'd barely budge even if hit directly. Under his breath, he chuckled. Let them spend all they want. I'll watch them leave with nothing but frustration. Yuna lifted one of the toy rifles. Never used one of these fake guns before, she muttered, raising it with a mischievous smile. Might as well learn now. What followed left the shopkeeper stunned. Peter and Yuna worked in sync, each shot swift and accurate. One by one, the weighted dolls dropped with clean precision. Within minutes, the shelves were nearly empty. Grinning, they gathered their prizes and walked away without a word. The shop owner dropped to the ground in disbelief, his jaw slack. What just happened? Back near the center of the park, the brothers, still riding a sugar rush of excitement, spotted Peter. Let's hit another ride. Haiyang shouted, elbowing his brother. And tell Yuna to stop hogging all the food. They waved Peter over, grinning like kids in a candy store. Peter smiled faintly. Despite their wild energy, there was something familiar in it. Maybe this is their first time in a place like this too, he thought. Maybe, like me, they didn't get a proper childhood either. He looked at them one more time and nodded to himself. Yeah, let them enjoy it. Who knows when we'll laugh like this again. Meanwhile, Yuna had slipped away from the chaos, quietly taking a seat behind a tree-covered bench. A small box of snacks rested in her lap, half-eaten as her mind returned to the mission. We're not here to play, she reminded herself, frustrated. We're here for that kidnapped boy. Just then, a sudden notification popped up on her phone screen. Connected to AirPods, Choi Yunjil. Her eyes widened. That name, she remembered it clearly. Choi Yunjil, that's the chairman's son. She stared at the screen, heart pounding. What are the chances? Could the boy still be nearby? The signal's strength flickered. She stood up abruptly and turned in circles, trying to trace the source. Then, it hit her. The signal was coming from the women's restroom nearby. What's going on? Did someone pick up his AirPods? Or, could it be someone with the same name? She hesitated for a second. Should I call for help or check this out alone? After a brief moment of doubt, she made up her mind and stepped inside the restroom. It was quiet, and for a moment, she saw nothing unusual, just a lone girl fixing her makeup in the mirror. The AirPods icon still pulsed on her screen. It's her. Yuna thought, approaching the girl calmly with a practiced smile. Hey, excuse me, she said, gesturing toward the earbuds. Those AirPods, where'd you get them? Before she could finish her sentence, the girl let out a startled scream, stumbling away from Yuna in panic. Her compact mirror clattered to the floor. Yuna flinched in surprise, wondering what just went wrong, and more importantly, what that girl was hiding. Just as Yuna tried to clear the confusion with the girl in the restroom, a tall and fat guy barged in. Hey! What's going on? Why are you screaming? He asked, eyes darting toward Yuna. The girl, trembling, clung to his arm. She came out of nowhere. She tried to hurt me. Yuna's brows furrowed. That's not true. I was just. She wanted to steal my AirPods, the girl cut in dramatically, stepping back as if Yuna might lunge at her. The boyfriend's eyes narrowed. You think you don't look like a thief, he said, stepping closer. But your face says it all. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Yuna tried to explain, but before she could say more, his hand struck her shoulder with a loud thud. Yuna staggered back. The girl, half in shock, grabbed her boyfriend's arm. That's enough. I just want her to say sorry. Oh, she will, the guy sneered. But not before I teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, back outside the restroom, the brothers were scanning the area. Where'd she run off to now? Jisoo muttered, arms folded. Maybe she found another food stall, Heijin chuckled. Peter, standing nearby, didn't seem too concerned. She'll be fine. If there was danger, we'd know it by now. Inside the restroom, however, Yuna had had enough. As the man moved in to grab her, she swiftly reached into her pocket and pulled out a lollipop, one of the prizes from the shooting game. With precise timing, she jabbed the stick straight into his ear. He yelped and stumbled back, clutching his face. Before he could recover, she followed up with a clean knee to his gut. Breathing heavily, Yuna turned to the stunned girl. I'll ask nicely just once, where did you get those AirPods? The girl, shaking, finally mumbled, I found them near the central fountain. They were just lying there. Yuna snatched the AirPods from her and walked out without another word. Later, she regrouped with the others, who were waiting near a food court. Look what I found, she said, showing them the AirPods and opening the connected device screen. These belong to Choi Yunjil, the chairman's son. I found them near the place where he went missing. Peter studied the screen for a moment, then looked up sharply. That confirms it. Confirms what? Yuna asked. Peter folded his arms, scanning the bustling amusement park. Think about it, this place is always full of noise. Screams, shouting, laughter. People jump around, act crazy. So if someone disappeared here, no one would even notice. He paused and pointed to a digital display showing reservations for park attractions. Look at this, haunted house, fully booked. But, no one's been entering it all day. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Peter continued, what better place to hide someone than somewhere meant to be scary? Where screaming is normal. Realization dawned on their faces. The boy might be in there, Peter said, voice low. Let's go. With the brothers leading the way, they headed toward the haunted house. The entrance loomed ahead like a black maw, with flickering lights and fake fog spilling from its doors. Inside, as they crept through a narrow corridor filled with eerie sound effects, Yuna whispered harshly, Heijin, let go of my shirt. I'm just making sure nothing grabs you from behind, he whispered back, eyes darting nervously. Peter stayed at the front, eyes sharp and movements precise. His instincts were on high alert. As they reached a particularly dark chamber, the ambient noises faded. It was quiet, too quiet. Peter suddenly stopped. Get ready, he said, his voice steady. The brothers stiffened. What do you mean? Jisoo asked, voice cracking slightly. Peter didn't respond right away. He just stared into the darkness ahead. Something was waiting for them. Peter turned to the others with a serious expression. This is it. Our real mission is about to begin, he said quietly, the tension in his voice palpable. Before anyone could respond, thick white smoke hissed into the hallway, curling around their feet and quickly filling the space. Peter squinted through the mist. We're already halfway in, he muttered, as if reminding himself. His mind replayed the objective: rescue the chairman's missing son and apprehend the kidnapper. But the moment the smoke enveloped them fully, a strange drowsiness took over. One by one, their knees buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. From the shadows at the end of the corridor, a man emerged. He was dressed immaculately in a crisp white suit, his steps calm and precise as he approached the slumped bodies. Elsewhere, in a monitoring room not far from the haunted house, a teacher sprinted in, panic written all over his face. Shut it down. Stop this right now, he barked at a man operating the surveillance system. They've already gone in, the operator replied with a slight shrug. They're on the mission. The teacher slammed his hand against the wall. Call them. Now. The man tried. He dialed their numbers one by one, but none of the students answered. A heavy silence followed. Realizing something was deeply wrong, the teacher's eyes darkened. Damn it. This is bigger than I thought. He muttered under his breath, but loud enough for the operator to hear, Park Sang-doo. The operator stiffened. You don't mean that Park Sang-doo, do you? The same, the teacher confirmed grimly. He was once considered a disciple candidate. But glory couldn't control him, and he got kicked out. The man glanced nervously at the screen. But the kids, they're smart. They've been trained. They'll be okay, right? No, the teacher growled. Park Sang-doo isn't just some rogue agent. He's a monster. He lifted his pant leg, revealing a cold metallic prosthetic. He's the one who took my leg. Meanwhile, back inside the haunted house, Park Sang-doo calmly tied up the unconscious teens with practiced efficiency. His movements were eerily relaxed, almost surgical. I used chloroform to knock them out, he murmured to himself. Regular folks usually start snoring or drooling. But this girl, he crouched beside Lee Yuna and studied her face. Her lips were tightly sealed. He muttered, eyes narrowing. Interesting. At that moment, Yuna's phone vibrated inside her pocket. Curious, Park reached in and pulled it out. It was a call from a name he remembered. Smiling, he answered. Hello, he said in a soft, mocking tone. On the other end, the teacher's voice came sharp and furious. Park, don't you dare lay a hand on those kids. If you do, I'll end this myself. I don't care what it takes. Park laughed. So dramatic. I figured you'd be the one calling. It's been a while, hasn't it? There was a long pause. Still angry about your leg? Park teased. You think I'm going to make these kids like me? Is that what's got you shaking? The teacher clenched his fists. His assistant stared at him wide-eyed. He had never seen the man look so shaken. Park's tone grew darker. Tell you what, let's make this fun. I'll play a game. What game? The teacher growled. A guessing game, Park said cheerfully. When you get here, tell me how many of these kids will still have both legs. Guess correctly, and maybe I'll let the chairman's son go. His voice dropped. But if you're wrong, well, you know me. The call disconnected. The assistant turned toward the teacher, his face pale. Sir? What do we do? The teacher didn't answer right away. His eyes were already searching the surveillance feed, desperate to find their location. We have to reach them. Now, he said grimly. Inside the haunted house, Lee Yuna stirred slightly. She had been awake for some time, staying still and trying to listen. She kept her breathing light and slow, just enough to avoid suspicion. Once the sound of Park's footsteps faded into the distance, she slowly opened one eye and scanned the dim room. He thinks we're still out cold, she thought. She glanced at Peter beside her. His mouth was open, and his face completely relaxed. She nudged him lightly. How can someone sleep like this at a time like this? She thought, a bit annoyed. Then again, Peter might still be under the chemicals' effects. Or he might just be acting. Either way, she needed to act fast. Still lying on the cold floor, Lee Yuna began thinking furiously. She needed a way to wake Peter without making any noise or drawing attention. Then, an idea struck her. She carefully loosened one of her sneakers, then slowly extended her leg toward Peter. With a soft tap of her toes, she nudged his face, hoping the unpleasant smell of her sock would rouse him. Peter scrunched his nose in his sleep and suddenly murmured, "What the heck are you doing?" Yuna froze in embarrassment. I was trying to wake you up with the smell. I thought it might work, she whispered quickly. Peter blinked a few times, still groggy. I was just about to slap you awake, he muttered with a straight face. Feeling awkward, Yuna turned her attention to her restraints. She began striking her wrists against the rough rope, rubbing them in swift, practiced motions. I learned this during training, she told Peter confidently. You should try it too. Peter gave her a weird look and casually lifted his hands, which were already untied. I'm good, he said coolly. Yuna stared at him in disbelief. When did you do that? While you were still trying to poison me with your socks, he teased, flashing a slight grin. Don't worry, I was keeping an eye on Park. If he tried anything funny, I would have stepped in. Yuna's face turned serious again. This isn't just a normal abduction. That man, he used to be with Glory. His name's Park Sang-doo. Peter nodded. I know. I recognized him the moment he showed up. He leaned over and untied her ropes, freeing her. Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, he asked, You like gambling? What are you talking about? She replied, confused. Meanwhile, in another section of the haunted house, the two brothers, Jae and Hyeon, were already on their feet, unbound and ready. Looking straight at Park Sang-doo, Hyeon spoke first. You've got the face of a salaryman, but you've got grit. Still, I'd suggest you stop playing this twisted game and just tell us where the chairman's son is. Park's smile twisted into something more sinister. Such dirty mouths for high schoolers. Did no one teach you manners? He took a few steps forward, then tilted his head. Let's make this more interesting. You boys like bets? Jay narrowed his eyes. We're listening. Back on the road, the teacher was speeding down the street, pushing his car to the limit. His hands gripped the wheel tightly as he muttered to himself, if they agree to his bet, it's going to be bad. Inside the haunted house, Park extended his arms theatrically. If you win, he said, I'll do whatever you ask. I'll let the chairman's kid go. No tricks. And if we lose? Hyeon asked, already suspecting the answer. Park's smile widened as he pulled out two large blades from under his white suit. Then one of you gives me a leg, he said casually, as though asking for a favor. Seems fair, no? The room went quiet for a second. Then Hyeon suddenly grinned. Damn. You're more than some boring ex-employee. This is getting fun. Jay rolled his eyes. You're way too excited for this. I mean, look at him, Hyeon said, eyeing the knives. Dude's got a sexy edge. Literally. Jay adjusted his stance and cracked his knuckles. Let's end this fast. The two brothers tore off their jackets and stepped into position. Park calmly offered one of his blades to them, keeping the second for himself. Wouldn't want to be unfair, he said. Hyeon snatched the blade first. You'll regret this. I'm the top knife specialist at Divine Honor High School. My specialty? Speed. With that, he lunged at Park, slashing with practiced precision. But as he moved, his focus briefly slipped, and he muttered under his breath. Hyung darted around Park with fluid precision, his eyes narrowing with focus. If this fight drags on, he muttered, I'll land a critical hit sooner or later. But just as he prepared for his next move, Park's body twisted unnaturally. In a flash, he unleashed a strange, unorthodox technique that caught Hyung off guard. His instincts kicked in just in time, and he barely managed to parry the blow, stumbling back with widened eyes. Hyung's thoughts raced. What the hell was that? The movement, the flow, it was impossible with a regular blade. His grip tightened around the knife Park had handed him, and that's when it clicked. The knife wasn't real, it had no edge. Park saw the realization dawn in Hyung's eyes and smiled wickedly. Feeling dizzy, kid, he mocked. How's that weapon treating you? Hyung clenched his teeth. He tricked me. Just then, Peter and Yuna burst onto the scene, ready to assist. But before either could jump in, the brothers held up their hands. Stay back, Jay said, his voice unwavering. This is our fight, Hyung added, wiping blood from his chin. If we can't take down Park Sang-doo, then none of you can. Peter hesitated but respected their resolve. The brothers stood firm, breathing hard but burning with determination. You don't understand our reason for being here, Jay said, glaring at Park. For us, this mission is more than a job. It's a reckoning. The final step, Hyung added, toward proving we've survived more than anyone else. They began recounting their past, voices steady despite the painful memories. Back in the orphanage, they had endured what was known as the month of hell, a test of pure survival. No food. No water. Only a gun, and a single bullet. The rules were simple and cruel: survive in a land overrun with thousands of ravenous beasts. Some children used the bullet to hunt. Others used it to turn on their friends. Some, in despair, used it on themselves. But the brothers chose a different path. They clung to life, refusing to break. They hid, fought, starved, and endured, saving their bullets until the final day. On that day, when a monstrous bear threatened their lives, they fired their bullets together, killing the beast with synchronized precision. Out of the 108 orphans from the 58th generation, only the 2 of them survived. And just when they thought they were alone in making history, they heard the tale of a boy named Peter. He was said to be the only survivor who didn't use his bullet at all, earning the name Disciple Peter for his unbreakable will. That story left an imprint on them. Ever since that day, Hyung said, we've spent 10 years trying to surpass that legend. To become someone greater than Peter, Jay finished. To become Peter. With those words, they charged together. Jay dashed forward first, grabbing Park by the waist in a surprise tackle. Now, he shouted. Hyung leapt into the air, blade aimed down like a falling star. You shouldn't have handed me a knife, he declared. That was your biggest mistake. But as he descended, Park's hand shot up, grabbing Hyung's arm in midair. If you want to cut something, Park said coldly, aim for my arm instead. I might even let you try. Hyung grunted in frustration. I can't slash you. This thing has no edge. Then stab, Park whispered in his ear. Hyung snarled and thrust the blunt knife at Park's throat, but in that instant, Park slammed his own blade into the ground, shattering the fake weapon in Hyung's hand like glass. He looked the brothers dead in the eyes. Do you really think you can be like him? Like Peter? From beneath his coat, Park slowly unsheathed a real weapon, an enormous, curved blade with a wicked glint. This, he said, raising it high, is kukri. I've trained with it my entire life. The weapon looked heavier than anything they'd seen before. It gleamed with an ominous edge. It's 10 times the weight of a normal knife, Park continued. Swifter than a blade, yet heavier than an axe. It's not made for sparring. He stepped forward, eyes alight with madness. It's made for killing. Before Park could finish flaunting his weapon, the brothers lunged at him again with fury blazing in their eyes. But this time, Park was ready. With a swift step forward and a blur of motion, his blade danced across their forearms, slicing through muscle with deadly precision. Both brothers cried out, blood splattering across the floor as they collapsed to their knees, clutching their wounds. Their expressions, once fierce and determined, were now contorted in pain and fear. Peter and Yuna stood frozen at the edge of the scene. The sight was horrifying. Get out of here, now! Hyung gasped, forcing the words through gritted teeth. Don't stay. Go! Jay shouted, glancing back at them with a desperate look. You need to live. Yuna's voice cracked as she screamed their names. No! Hyung! Jay! Park turned toward her with a surprisingly calm tone. Relax, sweetheart. They're not dead, he said, crouching beside the trembling brothers. I wouldn't kill kids. That's not my style. He pulled out a clean cloth and wiped the blood from his blade as if it were just another day at the office. Then he looked at the brothers again. But a bet is a bet, and I did say I'd collect 1 leg each. He raised the kukri high, the steel catching the light as it gleamed ominously. Just as he was about to bring it down on Hyung's leg. Stop! A furious voice rang from a car. The teacher driving the vehicle, panting and wild-eyed. Don't do it, Sang-do, he shouted. If you need a leg, take mine. Take both if you want. Yuna gripped Peter's arm tightly, eyes brimming with panic. He's really going to do it, he's going to cut them. Peter stepped forward, face unreadable, voice steady. What if I raise the stakes? Park tilted his head. Go on. You want 2 legs and 2 arms, right? Peter said, eyes locked onto his. Fine. I'll bet my neck on top of it. The air went still. Even Park's smile faltered for a moment before it twisted into something more amused. Your neck, huh? He let out a slow, deep chuckle. You really are something else. That's the kind of offer I can't say no to. He nodded in approval. All right then. A fair bet needs a fair weapon. He gestured to his collection of blades and pointed toward one. Take your pick. Yuna quickly called out, frantic, Peter, wait. The knives, he tampered with them. There. But Peter cut her off by walking past the weapons completely. Instead, he bent down and picked up a dented metal tray with faded flower prints. Everyone blinked. A tray? Park asked, genuinely stunned. That's your choice? Peter gave a half smile. It's enough. Park stared for a second, then broke into booming laughter. A flower tray? Oh, you're either the bravest bastard I've seen or completely insane. He cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders. It's been a while since I've torn someone apart properly. Let's dance. Without warning, Park charged. His blade came down with crushing power, but Peter swayed out of the way at the last second, the kukri embedding into the ground where he had stood. Park didn't stop. He slashed again and again with incredible speed, each strike aimed to maim or kill, but Peter, holding the tray like a makeshift shield, blocked every blow with graceful, calculated movements. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as metal met metal. Despite its battered appearance, the tray held firm, shielding Peter from every deadly slash. Park took a step back, breathing a little heavier, and chuckled. You're deflecting well. Smart using it like a shield. He grinned wider, eyes glowing with amusement. But how many strikes do you think that tin plate can handle? 10? 15? He tapped the kukri's tip on the ground. Let's be generous, 10 more. No, probably just one. He lunged in again, his blade spinning in a deadly arc. The momentum behind it could shatter bone. Just as the blade was about to connect. The scene cuts away. The teacher's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly earlier, now trembling as memories of the past flooded his mind. He whispered under his breath, they can't go through what I did. I won't let it happen. The car raced forward, tires screeching through the gravel, heading toward the storm. As the teacher sped toward the scene, his heart pounded, not just with fear, but fury. He couldn't let Park Sang-doo cripple his students, not again, not like before. The narrative shifted back in time. A smoky room lit by dim overhead lights. The tension was thick in the air. Park Sang-doo leaned casually on a table, his kukri resting against his thigh. Across from him stood Miss Dealer, trembling. Her hands fidgeted with the cards she didn't dare shuffle. Park's gaze was calm, even amused. You're shaking, he said, cocking his head. Relax. You think I'd hurt you? The woman didn't answer. Park smiled. Let's make this fun. A little bet, shall we? His tone was playful, but a certain darkness lingered beneath it. Do you think I'll leave this place alive, or dead? She didn't respond immediately. Her eyes darted to the 5 men behind him, veterans, each one wielding a roaring chainsaw. The kind of men who didn't hesitate. You're hesitating, Park said, noticing her silence. Then he gave a soft laugh. Smart girl. That's why you'll say I survive. Right? She nodded weakly. Just then, one of the killers stepped forward. Park, he said coldly, the company's had enough of your chaos. The higher-ups decided, this is where your story ends. Another added, you've been dismissed. Consider this your retirement party. Without waiting, they charged at him, chainsaws humming with death. 5 B-ranked hunters, seasoned killers who had seen too much, survived too long. Taking them on alone should have been impossible. But what they witnessed next left them shaken to their core. Park didn't flinch. He moved with unnatural speed, his kukri a blur in the air. Limbs flew. Blood splattered across the walls. One by one, the men fell, disarmed, dismembered, defeated. It wasn't the weapon that mattered, it was the man who wielded it. By the end of it, Park stood alone among corpses, both legs soaked in blood, but still intact. That day, he proved he wasn't merely a killer. He was a monster in human form. Back in the present, Peter faced him with only the dented metal tray, now split clean down the middle. Park casually lowered his blade and chuckled. You're lucky. My kukri should have split you, not just your shield. He stepped closer, voice taunting. Now that your precious tray's broken, what's next, boy? What'll you use to protect yourself now? Peter didn't flinch. His hands clenched tightly around the 2 halves of the tray. Then, to everyone's shock, including Park's, he began shaping them. With precise punches and subtle bends, Peter reforged the broken tray into 2 jagged weapons, one in each hand. Lee Yuna gasped. He turned a tray into blades. Peter raised them, the makeshift weapons catching the light. Thanks for the weapon, he told Park coolly. I never needed a knife to begin with. Park's smirk twitched. You're not just some student, he muttered. What the hell are you? Still trying to make sense of what he was seeing, Park narrowed his eyes. Those slashes should have hit you. I felt it. I know I cut through something. Peter stepped back with a faint smile. You did, he admitted. But it wasn't me. As realization struck, Park's eyes narrowed. He had sliced through Peter's jacket, not his flesh. Peter had let it take the brunt of the impact and slipped away in time. Park's grip tightened on his kukri. Fine, he said, voice low. Let's see how long your luck holds. With a sudden motion, he yanked off his own jacket and flung it toward Peter, blocking his sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Park dashed in, slashing furiously through the fabric cloud with devastating blows. Let's see if you dodge this. Slash after slash cut through the air with deadly intent. Park was sure, this time, Peter had to be hit. But when the coat finally fell away, Park saw what he had cut, a rolled-up cushion Peter had grabbed and used to absorb the slashes. The real Peter was already behind him. Without a word, Peter launched an attack aimed at Park's back, but Park twisted just in time, catching the blow with his kukri. Their weapons clashed, raw energy erupting between them. Park grinned through the tension. Not bad, he muttered. But let's see how long you can keep up. Park stumbled backward, collapsing onto one knee as he clutched his bleeding hand. His breathing grew ragged, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the wound. Blood trickled between his fingers, and a chill crawled down his spine. The strike Peter had landed wasn't just precise, it was surgical. Panic flickered in his gaze. How? Park thought, trying to make sense of what just happened. Peter had bypassed his guard, appeared behind him without warning, and went straight for his neck. Park had barely managed to deflect the blow at the last second, and he knew it. The attack was aimed at his carotid artery. A fraction of a second later, and he would have bled out on the floor. No student should have been able to move like that. And no student would go for such a vital spot without hesitation. This kid, he's not a student, Park muttered under his breath. Still gripping his injured hand, he stared at Peter, slowly putting the pieces together. The broken tray he was using couldn't cut fabric, nor could it stop the force of Park's cookery. Peter wasn't using it for defense. He was using it to cut, but only when it mattered. He wasn't trying to parry Park's blade. He was trying to disable him. As Park sat in stunned realization, Peter didn't stop. He advanced again, silent as a shadow, blades ready, eyes unreadable. Park struggled to follow his movements. Peter's speed was overwhelming. It felt like he was being hunted. What are you? Park thought, watching Peter come closer with every heartbeat. From the sidelines, Liuna watched the fight unfold with trembling hands. Her eyes flicked between them, tracking every movement. She noticed it, every time Park swung his kukri, the sheer weight of it tore through the air and left destruction in its wake. But that power came at a cost, speed. She held her breath, her heart pounding. If Park hits him once, Peter's done for, she thought grimly. But, she narrowed her eyes. He's too slow. It made sense now. The heavy kukri, almost 3 times the weight of a standard blade, was dragging Park down. And if this dragged on any longer, Peter would win purely by outlasting him. That was when a thin red streak appeared on Peter's cheek. Liuna's heart sank. He'd been hit. Her breath caught in her throat as Park smirked and began mumbling to himself. No, not enough. I need something faster. Something sharper. He reached behind his back, and to everyone's surprise, pulled out multiple slim knives hidden within the sheath of his kukri. Peter's expression darkened. Now that Park had dropped the heavier blade, he was free to move unburdened. And Peter knew, his advantage in speed might just have vanished. Park shot forward like lightning, his new knives gleaming. Every stab came faster, more precise, and more furious than before. Peter blocked, pivoted, deflected, barely keeping up. From the side, Liuna gasped. His speed. It's faster than Peter's now. She noticed something else too. That's a gimlet, a piercing blade, but he's swinging it around like a sword. Why? Park's movements were frantic now, driven by desperation. He wanted this over. He wanted Peter dead. He finally caught an opening, and his blade lunged for Peter's exposed neck. Just inches away. But right before the strike landed, Park's grip loosened. His wrist twitched. The knife slipped from his fingers and clattered to the ground. Silence. Park stared at his hand in horror, his breath shallow. No way, he whispered. Peter stood calmly in front of him, observing. Can't feel your hands? He asked coldly. Park didn't respond, eyes wide, head bowed. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. And then it hit him. His fingers twitched weakly as he stared down at his trembling palms. Blood dripped freely from countless small cuts decorating his arms and wrists. All this time, Peter hadn't been aiming to kill him. He'd been disabling him. Piece by piece. What did you do to my hands? Park asked, his voice hollow. Peter's expression didn't change. He simply said, I severed everything you need to hold a knife. He spoke calmly, like reciting a lecture, your flexors, extensors, abductors. The median nerve. The radial nerve. The ulnar nerve. Ligaments too. Park's legs buckled. Peter continued, you've lost the ability to grip anything. Let alone fight. Park looked down again, his hands were useless. He had lost. Not because Peter was stronger, but because Peter was smarter. And now, Park Sang-doo could only kneel, powerless, at the feet of a boy who shouldn't have been able to fight him at all. Peter stood before the trembling Park, his face calm and voice steady. I didn't use a blade to do this, he said, holding up one of the tray shards. Just this, the sharp edge of the tray you mocked. He slowly lowered the makeshift weapon. I never intended to kill you, Park, Peter continued, his voice carrying no hatred, only truth. If I wanted you dead, I would have gone for your throat from the start. But Park shook his head, eyes filled with disbelief and denial. You're lying. That precision, that composure, he trailed off, then clenched his teeth. You're not a student. You're no child. There's no way. Park's voice trembled, not from fear, but from something deeper, the recognition of something terrifying standing in front of him. Just how many people have you devoured to move like that? Peter didn't respond to that. Instead, he stepped forward and raised the tray shard again, not to attack, but to make a point. You said it yourself, Peter reminded him. that a silver tray could never beat a cast iron knife. He shifted into a combat stance, his muscles tightening, and stared directly into Park's wounded eyes. "Then let me show you," he said quietly, "how an egg can shatter a rock." And with that, the fight was over. The scene fades into memory, a time long buried in Park Sang-doo's past. A boy, barely in his teens, dangled upside down from a tree, his wrists bound, his face swollen and dirty. Around him stood a gang of older kids, laughing without restraint. They loomed over him, sneering, tossing food scraps and water at his face as if he were some caged animal. "Was it tasty, Sang-doo?" one of them mocked. "Want another drink?" The boy couldn't even answer. His eyes stared blankly at the dirt, his spirit crushed under their cruelty. The only thing he could do was endure. That was his life. Day after day, humiliation piled upon fear. Rage simmered in him, but he was too small, too weak, too scared to do anything. So he endured, until they grew bored and wandered off. That was Park Sang-doo's world, until something changed. One day, one of the bullies dragged him away from the others and locked him in a dark room. The stink of urine and sweat filled the air. Then, the barking started. A pair of aggressive dogs were released into the room. The boy froze in horror, his eyes darting around for an escape that didn't exist. He begged the boy to stop, pleaded for mercy, but the bully only grinned. "If you beat them," the guy said with a smirk, "I'll never touch you again." He didn't believe him. It was obviously a lie. But even then, some part of Park wished the dogs would just end it. Anything to escape the nightmare he lived in. But just when he gave up, the bully said one more thing. "Wanna make a bet?" Those words struck something deep in Park's chest. In the next instant, something inside him clicked. Even as the dogs lunged, even as terror gripped every part of his body, his legs moved, on their own. He lunged forward, slamming into the dogs, toppling them. His eyes burned with something unfamiliar, something primal. Before the bully could react, Park was charging straight at him, face twisted in mockery, as if daring him to stop what was coming. That day, Park discovered something powerful. It wasn't just the fight, it was the gamble. The thrill. The surge of strength when everything was on the line. That moment redefined him. From that day forward, he was no longer the helpless, crying kid tied to trees. He had become something else entirely. Park Sang-doo, once a trembling boy hanging from trees, had grown into a monstrous figure. His past shaped him into something terrifying, a man who thrived in chaos. Knife fighting wasn't just a skill for him, it was an addiction. Each time he risked his life, something inside him lit up. Dopamine flooded his brain. Serotonin soothed his nerves. Adrenaline turned him into a god of war. Fighting with his life on the line gave him a high stronger than any drug. For Park, gambles weren't just moments of risk, they were sacred rituals. And he had never lost. Until now. Peter tightened the metal tray around his fist like a makeshift gauntlet. Then, in one swift motion, he delivered a brutal uppercut. The blow connected perfectly with Park's chin, lifting him off the ground and sending him sprawling backward through the air. The force of the strike was so intense that the tray-turned glove clattered off his hand and fell beside Park's body. Park lay on the floor, dazed, blood pooling in his mouth. His world spun. For the first time in years, he didn't feel unstoppable. He felt small, cornered. Peter began to advance, preparing to finish the fight, but Park suddenly pulled something from his jacket, a grenade. "Don't come any closer." Park roared, his voice echoing with desperation. He raised the explosive high and glared at Peter. "You think you've won? Kneel. Now. Or everyone dies." Peter paused, eyes narrowing. Park's expression twisted into something cruel. "You want to know what's inside those suitcases," he said, nodding toward the metal containers. "They're not empty. They're filled with the children I kidnapped." Li-Yuna's breath caught in her throat. Park's smile deepened. "Even the chairman's son, the very boy you're here to save, is inside one of them. If this grenade goes off, not only will we all die, but so will the kids you're trying to rescue." Then Park pointed upward toward the rusted ceiling. "There's a gas pipeline right above us. If I pull the pin, no one walks away from this." Li-Yuna's heart pounded. This wasn't just about fists anymore. This was life and death. Park took a threatening step forward, shouting again. "Kneel, Peter. Do it or I swear I'll blow us all to hell." But Peter didn't flinch. In the next moment, he was already on the move. A blur of motion. He reached Park before the kidnapper could react, seized the grenade, and shoved it directly into Park's mouth. Park froze, eyes wide in horror. With a soft click, Peter pulled the pin. Then, gently but firmly, he pressed his palm against Park's face, forcing his jaw shut. "If you want to live," Peter whispered coldly, "you better keep your mouth closed." Then came the first punch. A powerful shot to Park's stomach, folding him in half. He wheezed, saliva and blood spilling down his chin, the grenade still clenched between his teeth. Peter struck again. And again. Each hit rocked Park's body like a drum being beaten, but he had no choice. He couldn't open his mouth, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe right. Liuna stared in disbelief. She'd never seen anything so brutal. So controlled. Park, the man who once reveled in violence, who hunted others like prey, was being dismantled before her eyes. Peter leaned in close after the final punch, his voice low and calm. "Keep that grenade right there. It's the only reason you're still breathing." Then, with deliberate care, Peter took the grenade back and reinserted the pin. He tossed it aside and stepped back, letting Park collapse in a heap of sweat, blood, and humiliation. "Get up," Peter said. "I'm not done with you yet." Park whimpered, barely able to lift his head. Peter cracked his knuckles, grenade in one hand, clenched fist in the other. "You're not allowed to cry, not yet." But then, to Peter's surprise, Park looked up with a twisted smile. "I haven't even shown you my real move," he rasped. "I was saving it, but now I've changed my mind." Liuna's eyes widened. She felt a chill run through her body. "What now?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The nightmare wasn't over yet. Just when the tension seemed ready to explode again, Park Sang-doo did something no one expected. He collapsed to his knees. Tears streamed down his face, carving trails through the dirt and blood. His arms hung limp by his side, and the proud, terrifying killer now looked like a broken man. "I give up," he whispered, then raised his voice to Peter. "Let's call it a draw, please. I'll let the kids go. I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Just end it." His words stunned everyone. The man who just moments ago was threatening to blow up the entire building with a grenade was now begging to be spared. And then, someone else entered the scene. The heavy footsteps of a man echoed across the hall. It was their teacher. The moment Park laid eyes on him, his face turned pale. The teacher, too, froze, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the man kneeling before Peter. It was him. The same Park Sang-doo. The one who once severed his leg in battle, the unstoppable, knife-wielding monster from the past. Now groveling like a coward. The teacher's gaze moved past him and swept across the room. All his students were alive. Safe. And Peter? Peter stood tall, calm, as if this whole encounter had been nothing more than a routine exercise. Peter pointed to a pile of unconscious men stacked in the corner, the infamous brothers who'd been helping Park. Their limp bodies confirmed the outcome of the battle. The teacher couldn't believe what he was seeing. The nightmare he thought would haunt him forever had ended. Soon, the cleanup team arrived. Park, still blubbering and begging for mercy, was zipped into a containment body bag, not because he was dead, but because they didn't want to hear his sobbing any longer. He continued to plead as they loaded him up for transport to the Glory's headquarters. The teacher watched silently. His past finally laid to rest. The monster that once stole his leg had been defeated, by a boy half his size. Nearby, the brothers slowly came to their senses. Still groggy, they began to argue about who deserved the credit. "Technically, we helped too," one of them mumbled. "Yeah, if not for us, he wouldn't have had that opening," another added. But none of them could truly believe what had happened. Peter, the quiet, mysterious student, had resolved a life-or-death situation with calm precision. Even the teacher found himself skeptical. How could one boy handle all this? Peter, meanwhile, gave no response. He didn't bask in the victory. He simply turned and said it wasn't him who did this. The scene cut to a later moment. The 4 students, having survived the ordeal, were officially acknowledged as killers in training. The Glory had recognized their efforts. However, when the ranking results came in, D rank. "Are you kidding me?" one of the brothers shouted, waving the evaluation report. "We took down an S-rank killer. We should be at least A rank. This is highway robbery," another grumbled. Did they even watch the footage? Peter and Liuna stood nearby, looking mildly embarrassed by their teammates' outburst. "Could you two stop whining?" Liuna said, rolling her eyes. "You're embarrassing yourselves." Peter didn't even look back. Suddenly, a metallic chime rang out. The elevator at the far end of the hallway opened with a soft ding. The group turned to face it. As the doors slid apart, the brothers whispered nervously. "How deep do you think this place goes? Is this where we die? Why would they even call us here?" With a tense breath, they stepped inside. The elevator began to descend rapidly, the digital floor numbers flickering by until it finally stopped at a floor marked B12. The doors slid open again. Waiting for them on the other side were 2 towering women, muscular, intimidating, and completely silent. Their presence alone sent a chill through the room. The brothers froze. Liuna took a step forward. Peter adjusted his collar and looked ahead, unfazed. As the elevator doors slid open, the brothers were immediately overwhelmed by the imposing presence of two muscular women standing silently like statues. Their instincts screamed danger. Panic hit instantly. Without wasting a second, one of the brothers frantically mashed the close button on the control panel. "We're on the wrong floor, we have to be." But before the doors could shut, a calm and charming voice cut through the tension. "Welcome," said a stunning young woman, dressed in the same uniform as the Glory staff. She stepped forward gracefully, completely unfazed by the commotion. "We've been expecting you." The brothers froze mid-panic. She smiled politely. "Please, follow me. I'll escort you to your destination." Still uncertain, they hesitantly followed her out of the elevator. She then explained that the president himself had taken a special interest in them for rescuing the chairman's son, and because of that, they were to be treated as honored guests. "As a gesture of appreciation," she added, "we've been instructed to outfit you with custom high-grade suits. Nothing but the best." The brothers nearly exploded with excitement. "The president knows who we are," one of them blurted, beaming with pride. "No way." Despite their enthusiasm, they didn't get to meet the man behind the praise. Still, the thought alone was enough to send them into a buzz of whispered bragging. The girl cleared her throat gently, reclaiming their attention. "Oh, and by the way," she said with a knowing smile, "the surprises aren't over yet." She led them to a massive reinforced door at the end of the corridor. With a dramatic sweep, she opened it to reveal a breathtaking armory. Walls lined with the most advanced firearms, explosives, and specialized melee weapons gleamed under soft lights. It was like walking into a private military vault. "This," she said, "is DIHA Group's personal arsenal. They're the top weapons manufacturer on the planet, and our primary combat sponsor. You're free to select anything you like." The brothers' jaws hit the floor. In an instant, they were scrambling around, stuffing guns, knives, grenades, anything they could grab, into their clothes, as if afraid it would all disappear in the next second. The girl chuckled lightly at the sight. "Relax," she said. "Everything you pick will be delivered to your quarters later. No need to carry them like street thieves." Meanwhile, Liuna stood still, eyes wandering over an exquisite collection of knives gleaming behind a glass case. The craftsmanship was flawless, each blade better than anything she had ever held. She reached out slowly to touch one, but then paused, hand hovering in the air. "What am I doing?" she thought. "I couldn't even help Peter when it mattered. I didn't earn this." Quietly, she pulled her hand back, stepping away from the display. At the same time, the girl guiding them turned to Peter with curiosity. "And you? Anything catch your eye?" Peter, who had remained quiet the whole time, walked past the racks of rifles and blade sets, and picked up a fountain pen. Everyone stared at him. "A pen?" she asked, clearly stunned. "That's it?" Peter gave a casual shrug. "I've used all the rest before. Thought I'd try something new." The girl blinked, then slowly smiled. "You're not like the others, are you?" Then, turning to the group, she added, "I've been given one last instruction. Only Peter is to be taken to the president. The rest of you will have to wait." The brothers groaned in unison. "What? Just him?" As Peter calmly followed her down another hall, the others watched with deflated expressions, the glory of their moment dulled by jealousy. And yet, deep down, they couldn't deny it. Peter had earned every bit of it. The elevator doors closed behind them as the young woman and Peter began their quiet descent. Wanting to lighten the mood, she initiated a bit of small talk, trying to get a feel for the mysterious boy beside her. Her curiosity grew when she noticed the fountain pen still in his hand. "You really chose that over everything else?" she asked with a teasing smile. "Is there a story behind it?" Peter nodded without hesitation. "It's not just any pen. It's an old model. The original version was released over 4 decades ago. My grandfather passed it down to me." The girl's eyes widened. "Seriously? You've used the vintage one?" Peter gave a faint smile, his tone nostalgic. "It was always my favorite. Lightweight, clean strokes, hard to find anything like it nowadays." She seemed eager to hear more, but just as she opened her mouth to ask another question, Peter smoothly shifted the subject. "So, why does President Choi Yun-chang want to see me personally?" Her playful expression disappeared instantly. "I'm not sure," she replied honestly. "He didn't tell me anything specific. You'll have to ask him yourself." The elevator came to a gentle stop. As the doors parted, they stepped into a sleek, high-security corridor. At the far end was a grand door, polished, reinforced, and guarded by 2 silent figures in black suits. She approached and spoke into the intercom. "President, I've brought the guest as you requested." "Send him in," came the reply, calm and authoritative. The girl turned to Peter and gave a small nod. "He's inside. Good luck." As Peter entered the room, the heavy door closed behind him. The space was elegant yet intimidating, high ceilings, dark walls lined with books, and a massive desk at the center where President Choi stood, facing the window with his hands behind his back. He turned around, smiling with calm authority. Kim Sung-gu, I hope the meal was to your liking. And the suit, does it fit well? Peter gave a respectful nod. Yes, thank you. I appreciate the hospitality. Without wasting time, he added, so, may I ask why you called for me? President Choi chuckled softly. Can I meet a young hero who rescued my son? He walked slowly toward Peter, gaze steady and unreadable. Though, he continued, maybe there is a deeper reason you're standing here today. Then, without blinking, the president locked eyes with him. I know who you truly are. Peter's expression froze for a moment. The president's next words hit like thunder. Your student, Kim Sung-gu, bears an uncanny resemblance to a name we haven't heard in a long time. Pietro. That single name shifted the atmosphere instantly. Peter's heart skipped a beat. President Choi smiled faintly, sensing his reaction. Let me tell you a story. One that changed everything. He turned away slightly, his tone dipping into something darker, personal, raw. It was December 24, 1978. The room seemed to sink into silence as he spoke, and the scene began to unfold in Peter's mind. Two men stood in a dimly lit room. Between them was a bloodied man tied to a chair, his body jerking from the electric shocks coursing through him. Where is the president's son? One of the interrogators demanded. Through broken teeth and a twisted grin, the tortured man answered, You want him back? Then hand over the joint missile research project, the one Korea developed with the Americans. His laughter was filled with menace. If not, you'll be retrieving a corpse. Standing silently in the corner of the room was a younger President Choi, then a powerful political figure. His face was pale with fury and desperation. His secretary stepped beside him, whispering urgently. Sir, please. Sit down. We've contacted the Americans. Delta Force has been mobilized. They'll find your son. The president's fingers curled into fists, his voice tight. They better. The story shifted to a cold, snow-covered night in Moscow. A sleek train raced through the countryside. On the roof, a lone figure crouched against the freezing wind, adjusting the scope on a rocket launcher. His eyes were locked onto a military helicopter flying nearby. Inside it, members of the elite Delta Force team tasked with retrieving the kidnapped child. The man's finger tightened on the trigger. The night sky lit up with fire. The rocket-propelled missile screamed through the air and struck the Delta Force helicopter with devastating precision. The explosion lit up the night sky as flames engulfed the craft, sending debris and bodies spiraling into the cold Russian wilderness. The elite American soldiers tasked with rescuing Choi Deha's son were wiped out in seconds. Back in Seoul, inside the Deha Group's secure crisis room, a solemn-faced officer delivered the grim report. Mr. President, the Delta Force unit has been eliminated. Choi Deha's knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the desk. His expression twisted in grief and fury. Without hesitation, he turned to his security chief. Come with me. There's one last option. Moments later, their black sedan screeched to a halt outside an old, stone-walled cathedral, the Glory Church. Choi Deha slammed his fists against the large wooden doors. Open up. Father, please. I need your help. From inside, a light flicked on. From window reveals a middle-aged man in robes, his eyes squinting in confusion. Mr. President? The priest asked, clearly surprised. What's going on? Why are you here in such a state? Choi Deha stepped forward, desperation thick in his voice. Please, I don't have time to explain. Name your price, anything from the Deha Group. Assets, contracts, favors. I'll support your work for the next 10 or even 100 years. Whatever you want. Just save my son, Choi Eun-chang. The priest furrowed his brow, struggling to grasp the situation. What are you talking about? My son. The president snapped. The Russians kidnapped him. Every soldier we sent has been killed. I came here because I know about your disciples, 12, right? I want you to send your best. Understanding finally dawned on the father's face. You came, for Peter. Yes, Choi Deha barked. You trained him, didn't you? The father stepped aside, gesturing for the president to come in. Calm yourself. We will pray for your son's safety. The president's temper flared. Pray? I'm not here for sermons, father. My son is being held at gunpoint in Russia, and you're telling me to kneel and pray. The priest remained unshaken. Your panic is understandable, Mr. President, but rest assured, my best disciple is already in Moscow. Choi Deha's eyes widened. Already? He left the moment I received the message, the father said. He's a one-man army. You sent in 3 special forces teams, and they failed. Peter won't. The president fell into a stunned silence. His lips moved, but no words came out. He could only hope the priest's confidence wasn't misplaced. Meanwhile, in the frozen outskirts of Moscow, a train thundered across steel tracks under the shadow of night. Clinging to the roof like a ghost, a lone figure in black moved swiftly between the cars. With surgical precision, he picked off guards one by one, each death silent and clean. His silencer whispered with deadly rhythm, and bodies dropped without a sound. Inside the train's cargo hold, converted into a mobile prison, the kidnappers began to panic. "Where are the external units?" one of them asked. Another peeked through the window. "They're not responding, wait. Someone's inside." Alone. Peter stepped into view, calm and silent, his boots clicking lightly on the metal floor. The kidnappers aimed their weapons at him in disbelief. "There's no way he's alone," one of them muttered. Peter answered coolly, "I am." "What the hell is this kid talking about?" another asked in disbelief. But before they could react, Peter moved. A blur of motion, then silence. In seconds, bullets whistled through the air, each one finding a target. The kidnappers dropped like dominoes, each shot precisely aimed at the head. The confined space echoed with muffled gunfire and collapsing bodies. When the smoke cleared, Peter stood alone, untouched. He casually reloaded and muttered, "I counted the bullets. One for each of your heads. I was right." Only one man remained now. A burly kidnapper emerged from the final compartment, gripping a pistol tightly against the head of a frightened boy, Choi Diha's son. His hands trembled as he yelled, "Drop your gun. You move, and I shoot." Peter calmly set his weapon down, hands raised. "So," the man sneered, "you're the infamous Peter? I've heard of you, but I expected someone older. You're just a kid." Peter's voice remained steady. "Watch my hands. I'm going to give a signal. When I reach 3, bow your head." The boy's eyes widened. "What?" "Just do it," Peter said. The kidnapper scowled. "What the hell are you planning?" Peter ignored him. 1. The gunman's fingers tensed. 2. The boy's breathing grew shaky. 3. Without hesitation, the boy ducked his head. And Peter moved. As Peter counted down, the tension in the train car spiked. The kidnapper's eyes flared with panic and rage. "Cut the crap," he barked, pressing the gun harder against the boy's head. "Kneel, now. If you move another muscle, I swear I'll blow his head off." Peter didn't flinch. He continued the countdown, calm and unshaken. 3. In that instant, Peter flicked his wrist. A glint of metal flashed through the dim light, a coin, flying with deadly precision, slicing through the air like a blade. The president's son, remembering Peter's instructions, instinctively ducked. The coin struck the kidnapper square in the forehead. There was no scream, no reaction, just a sickening crack as the coin pierced deep, tearing through bone. The man's body staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief, before collapsing to the floor with a thud, lifeless. Peter stepped forward and calmly retrieved his weapon. He glanced down at the dead man and spoke with cold finality, "Lieutenant Major Yevgeny Andreev, 1st Chief Directorate, KGB. Yes, I'm Peter. And that's your farewell." Choi Yun-chang, breathless and shaken, looked at his savior in awe. "Thank you, you really saved my life. Are you Korean?" Peter, lighting a cigarette, took a slow drag. "I came here for the future of Diha Group, not for you." The boy was taken aback but quickly realized Peter's meaning. Peter placed his black cap on the young boy's head and gave a small nod. "Get ready. We've got a long journey home," Peter added, walking ahead. The boy stared after him, admiration glowing in his eyes. "He's so cool." 40 years later. President Choi Yun-chang sat in a high-backed leather chair, looking out over Seoul's skyline from his office in Daya Tower. His voice was thoughtful, distant, as he turned to the man seated across from him. "I still remember the face of the man who saved my life. It's been 4 decades, but that moment is etched into my soul." He paused. "You must be Peter's grandson, aren't you? You look just like him when he was young." Peter, now known as Kim Sung-gu, stood silently. The words stirred something in him, a strange calm washing over his expression. "It's been a long time since anyone's made me feel like that boy again." The president chuckled. "They say you only picked a pen from our arsenal. Why didn't you take more?" Peter leaned back slightly. "A pen's all I need." Yun-chang smiled. "Whether it's a pen or a gun, I can't let Peter's grandson walk away empty-handed. This is for you." He gestured, and the door opened. An aide rolled in a sleek, obsidian-black motorcycle gleaming under the light, the St. Petrus V4. "This is Daya's latest creation," the president said with pride. "She clocks at 52,721 kilometers per hour. Unofficially, the fastest vehicle ever engineered. It's a tribute to your grandfather. He rode the prototype the day he saved me. It has complete stealth capability, no GPS, no camera, no signal can track you. Use it well. Peter stood and walked over to the bike, running a hand along its frame. He gave a low whistle. Now that is impressive. Liuna stood beside him, wide-eyed with excitement. This is insane. One of the brothers blurted out, he really is a kid. We've got to trade everything we own for this bike. No way, the girl snapped. Dream on. Peter swung his leg over the seat and looked over his shoulder. Yuna, grab your helmet. Let's go. The other brother stepped forward, eyes glinting. You sure you should be driving that thing? Before Peter could answer, his earpiece buzzed. A voice came through, it was their handler, the teacher. How was your dinner with the president? I hope it was pleasant. Anyway, Peter, the senior members of Glory want to meet you. They're very curious about all of you. It's been 4 years since anyone's been recruited directly like this. Go show them what youth looks like. Peter's lips curled into a faint smirk. Copy that. Yuna laughed and yelled, let's lose the boys and floor it. Scene shifts, Hapjeong District, west of the Han River. The Hapjeong Honor Church, a secret branch of the Glory Club, stood like a forgotten relic. Its ancient bell tower overlooked the modern city with quiet authority. Peter, Yuna, and the brothers arrived, stepping through the massive doors. Inside, it looked more like a place of reverence than battle. Candles flickered softly, casting golden halos. Dozens of people sat silently in prayer. At the altar, a priest distributed objects one by one, glory missions. The brothers grinned. They must be preparing for our S-rank promotion. Finally. But as they checked their coins, their grins faded. One word was engraved, fight. An elderly priest approached them. Are you newcomers? The brothers nodded. Yeah. You. The priest gave a small, condescending smile. We don't usually assign missions to rookies. The two brothers exchanged a smirk. He has no idea who we are, one whispered. The priest's tone shifted. In that case, let us baptize you properly. He lifted a goblet of crimson wine, Glory's ceremonial, holy blood, and poured it over their heads. You're nothing but D-rank killers, he said, laughing. What kind of welcome were you expecting? The congregation chuckled. The priest leaned forward with a knowing grin. But we have been expecting you. As the wine dripped from their faces, the brothers' smiles vanished. They stared in silence, until their teeth clenched and they bit down, snapping their coins in half. They rose with fury in their eyes. There's always someone running their mouth before knowing who they're up against, one growled. But when it's too late, the only thing they hold in their hands is regret. They cracked their knuckles, eyes scanning the room. Age won't save you. You wanted a fight? We'll give you one. The air grew thick with tension as the seniors of Glory stepped forward, battle-hardened, silent, and intrigued. The Doc-Go brothers stood face to face with their so-called superiors, their expressions burning with challenge. So this is the power of B ranks? The elder brother scoffed. Is this why you carry yourselves with such arrogance? The younger one grinned. You think that rank means everything? Let me remind you, this world is brutal. Titles mean nothing in a real fight. Their bold words earned a round of mocking laughter from the senior killers. One of them stepped forward, his expression dripping with contempt. D-rankers running their mouths? Do you even understand what your skill level is? Another chimed in, snickering. Ridiculous. You're like toddlers trying to wrestle giants. But the Doc-Go brothers weren't fazed. Without another word, they lunged forward. The older brother aimed a swift kick toward one of the seniors. The veteran raised his arm and blocked it with practiced ease. His face remained unreadable, yet the blow had weight, he couldn't ignore that. The brothers pressed on. We weren't born to crawl at the bottom, the older brother growled. We're the Doc-Go brothers, the younger added, weaving through the attack line. Soon to be S-rank disciples, remember the name. Their momentum surged. They moved as one, attacking with a fluid rhythm honed through countless hours of training together. Their strikes were coordinated and relentless, forcing the B-ranked senior on the defensive. This guy doesn't deserve to be B-ranked, the elder brother snapped mid-punch. We've fought stronger people. From the sidelines, a few of the watching seniors couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. The brothers were unrefined but gutsy, throwing themselves into a fight they knew they couldn't win, and still holding their ground. They've got fire, one of the seniors murmured. Most D-rankers would be on their knees. Liuna stood in stunned silence, watching the furious display. Compared to how the brothers had fought Park Sang-doo, this was something entirely different. They've gotten stronger, she realized. The fight with Park Sang-doo, it lit a spark in them. Gave them confidence. Still, skill wasn't something that could be replaced with courage. The B-ranked senior moved like a seasoned fighter, effortlessly evading most of the brothers' strikes. But then, an opening. The younger brother ducked low and disappeared from the senior's sight. Where'd he go? The senior muttered, eyes scanning. From behind, the younger brother laughed. Right here, old man. Before the senior could react, he felt his legs wrapped up. He was trapped. He glanced down to see the younger Doc-Go brother holding onto his ankles like a vice. Now, Jay. The older brother, Jay, launched himself into the air and brought both fists down in a brutal overhead slam aimed at the senior's head. But the senior didn't panic. With calm precision, he brought a staff up to block the blow. The impact was violent. Jay's fists met the staff with explosive force, but then, pain flashed across his face. Blood trickled from his knuckles. Jay! Hyan shouted, stunned. The senior lowered the staff slightly, his voice grave. You want to become like Pietro? His eyes were hard, yet not without understanding. I did too, he said softly. Once. Without warning, the senior's fist flew forward and smashed into Hyan's face with terrifying force. Hyan flew back, crashing to the floor and groaning in pain. Then came another voice, smooth and authoritative. A man stepped forward from the shadows and gently placed his hands on Peter and Lee Yuna's shoulders. Are you watching carefully? He asked, his tone casual but firm. This is reality. It was Director Jang, a B-rank assassin and the 33rd ranked member of Glory. His presence was commanding, but he didn't need to raise his voice to be heard. My trait is glide, he said calmly. And that man in the ring? He's not just some senior. He gestured toward the older fighter now standing calmly over the fallen Doc-Go brothers. He spent his entire life reaching that rank. He's what we call special. That means he's more than just a skilled killer. He's someone who survived this world's unforgiving ladder and came out on top. Director Jang looked back at them. D-rankers, he said with a faint smirk. They're given missions with civilian targets, low risk, low value. That's where the skills start. But most never leave that level. He folded his arms and watched as the Doc-Go brothers slowly pushed themselves back to their feet, bloodied but defiant. The fight's not just physical, Jang said. It's mental, spiritual. You want to rise? Then prove you can survive the fall first. Director Jang continued to speak, his tone heavy with the weight of reality. In Glory, he began, there are 336 killers at the D-rank level. Their missions? Targeting ordinary civilians. They're at the very bottom of the chain. He paused for a moment, letting the information settle. Above them are the C-rankers, around 200 of them. Their targets are tougher, gangsters, smugglers, members of armed groups. People who know how to fight back. Jang's voice turned sharper as he moved on. Next are the B-ranked killers, only 100 exist. Their missions are far deadlier, hunting other killers during active operations. The listeners stiffened as they realized the escalation. And beyond that, Jang continued, his voice dropping to a near whisper, are the A-ranked killers. Just 36 of them in the entire organization. They handle missions on a national scale, assassinations that could shake governments. He crossed his arms. As long as you wear the title of killer, he said coldly, you live by the blade, and die by it. That's the only guarantee. He leaned closer, his face twisted into a smirk. To reach the pinnacle, to even dream of standing among the elite, you'll have to give every drop of blood and soul you have. Dedication beyond reason. A lifetime spent with nothing else but killing. Jang's expression grew even darker. And remember this, effort alone isn't enough to reach the top. Hard work? Persistence? They mean nothing without talent. He turned toward the brothers still struggling to stay on their feet after the brutal beating. There are those who stand above even the A ranks, Jang said. The 12 disciples, Glory's untouchable legends. The senior who had been thrashing the brothers sneered and crouched beside them. You too want to be disciples? He mocked. Forget it. You'd have to be reborn first. You're nowhere near. Then he delivered a devastating punch straight into the elder brother's face, knocking him nearly unconscious. Standing over their battered bodies, the senior chuckled to himself. Maybe now they'll understand. Another senior laughed from the side. What else do you expect from the honor orphanage kids? No mothers, no brains, and no manners. Director Jang, amused, turned his attention to Lee Yuna. He casually reached out and flicked her forehead. You should be grateful, he said mockingly. You're lucky to even stand here as a D-ranked candidate. After all, weren't you once nothing but a lackey under some low-tier octopus? He laughed cruelly. But let's be honest, you don't have the skills or the qualifications to even be a D-rank killer. Before Jang could humiliate her further, Peter quietly stepped forward and placed his hand on Jang's wrist, stopping him. Please, Peter said politely but firmly. Stay within your limits. For a moment, the training ground fell silent. Jang's face twisted with fury. And who the hell are you to tell me what to do? He snapped. His voice rose, and he stepped aggressively toward Peter. You challenging me, boy? Tension crackled in the air. Peter clenched his fists, but before he could react recklessly, the blind girl, his silent ally since the beginning, gripped his sleeve. Her soft touch was a powerful reminder, stay calm. You're still on a mission. Peter's heart thudded in his chest. If I reveal my real skills now, everyone will know I'm not who they think I am. I'll blow my cover. He forced himself to take a step back mentally. I have to act like a D-ranker. Blend in. Understanding flashed between him and the girl. Peter nodded subtly at her. I know, he whispered back. I'll stay in character. However, Director Jang wasn't done. With a sneer, he slapped Peter across the face, hard. How dare a nobody like you interrupt me while I'm speaking, he barked. You look like some spoiled gigolo trying to play hero. Jang's voice dripped with mockery as he gestured toward Li Yuna. What's this? You trying to impress her? You think that'll make you look tough in front of us? Peter, swallowing the surge of anger rising within him, straightened his posture. Hit me as much as you want, Peter said steadily. The unexpected reply made Jang falter. He stared at Peter, slightly stunned. Peter continued, voice calm and even. But please, let me take care of the brothers. They're seriously injured. If we don't get them medical attention soon, their lives could be in real danger. Peter's words hung heavily in the air. Even Jang, for all his cruelty, hesitated, torn between his pride and the harsh reality Peter laid before him. Peter clenched his fists lightly, bowing his head slightly in respect. I won't forget the lesson you taught me today, he said calmly. Director Jang, sensing Peter's sincerity, or perhaps simply tired of the situation, nodded. Fine, Jang said. Take them to hospital. Why? We're done here. But before Peter could move, Jang raised a hand, halting him. However, he added with a cold smile, you'll have to surrender your volunteer licenses. They're worthless to us now. The words hit harder than any punch. You can come back and reclaim them, Jang said, but only after you've trained hard, grown stronger, and proven you're worth something. Peter accepted the terms without protest. He helped lift the battered brothers, and along with Li Yuna, they left the church. Stepping outside, a heavy silence hung between them. The brothers wore looks of shame and defeat. Their licenses, the very symbol of their progress, had been stripped away. Now, they faced the terrifying prospect of meeting their teacher empty-handed. Their faces twisted with anxiety. Our teacher's not going to forgive us for this, one brother muttered bitterly. The other brother shook his head, struggling to hide his embarrassment. We couldn't even protect ourselves, he said, glancing at Peter and Li Yuna. We're sorry you had to see that. But then, they gave Peter and Li Yuna a small, respectful bow. If you two had tried to step in, the elder brother said, you would have ended up like us. Maybe even worse. Thank you for staying back. After a moment of awkward silence, one of them asked hopefully, is it possible to reissue the license? Peter remained silent, knowing it wasn't that simple. The brothers continued, warning them with serious faces. If you get into a fight with seniors, one said, nobody will be there to save you. They won't show mercy just because you're young. Peter simply chuckled under his breath, gently placing a helmet on Jay's head. Let's go, Peter said. We need to get some food first. Without waiting for more conversation, they made their way toward the Glory Orphanage, shoulders slumped but walking together. Meanwhile, Peter and Li Yuna climbed onto the bike. As they rode, Li Yuna, deep in thought, suddenly asked Peter a question. Kim Song-gu, what should I do to become more assertive? Peter shot her a sideways glance and scoffed lightly. Stop asking dumb questions. Li Yuna pouted but explained her reasoning. If you're not strong in this world, people will just snatch everything from you. You have to be tough to survive. Peter didn't respond immediately. Instead, he simply accelerated the bike, making Li Yuna hold on to him tightly as the scenery blurred past them. But Peter's mind wasn't entirely on the road. His thoughts returned to the brothers, to their crushed spirits, and to the injustice they had suffered. Inside the church, the seniors who had just humiliated the brothers were lounging around, casually chatting. Man, what a pain, one of them grumbled. Fighting those kids was more annoying than expected. Another senior snorted. Still, you gotta admit they had guts, he said. Give 'em time. If they survive this, they might be worth sending on real missions. Someone else laughed. Yeah, but what about that kid? You know, the gigolo-looking one, he teased, referring to Peter. Nah, he's too clean. Looks like some pretty boy, not a killer, another said. But did you see his eyes? One senior pointed out. There's something violent hidden in there. He just doesn't show it. They nodded in agreement, remembering the way Peter had stood silently under pressure, choosing not to rebel despite clearly being capable. Suddenly, the mood shifted. The seniors felt a presence in front of them. Turning around, they saw Peter sitting there, quietly, his expression unreadable. The seniors immediately broke into laughter. "Oh, look who's back," one of them called out mockingly. "You here to get beaten up too? Or maybe you just missed us?" The seniors glared at Peter, their expressions hardening. One of them stepped forward and warned in a cold tone, "When a senior asks you something, you don't have the right to stay silent." The others snickered, eyeing Peter as if he were prey wandering back into the lion's den. "Looks like we didn't beat him hard enough earlier," one of the seniors said, cracking his knuckles. "Since you're so eager, maybe it's time we give you a lesson you'll never forget." Peter met their scornful gazes without flinching. "I'm not here to play your games," Peter said steadily. "I'm here to show you something you've never seen, and something you'll never witness again." He took a step closer, his voice cutting through the mocking laughter. "The skills of an S-rank disciple." For a second, silence hung in the air. Then one of the seniors burst out laughing, holding his stomach as he tried to catch his breath. "The skills of a disciple," he repeated mockingly between fits of laughter. This kid really thinks he's some kind of prodigy." He laughed so hard that tears welled up in his eyes. "Listen here," he sneered, wiping his face. "I've been in this organization for 14 years. I haven't seen a single disciple emerge, not one. And you think you're the first?" The senior nudged his companion, Jiang, still chuckling. "Go ahead," he said with a grin. "Teach the little brat a real lesson. Same way we taught those brothers earlier." Jiang, gripping a Bible in his hand, glanced at Peter with a mix of amusement and disdain. "Really? You want me to waste my time on this high school kid?" Jiang said lazily. "He's a D-ranked killer at best, not even worth naming." He looked Peter up and down, scoffing. "No weapon. No credentials. All he has is some rosary hanging from his hand. You call that fighting gear?" Jiang shook his head in disbelief. "He's full of openings. I could hit him wherever I want." Meanwhile, Peter stood firm. The first senior clicked his tongue impatiently. "What's wrong, Jiang? Why are you just standing there? Don't tell me you're scared of a kid with nothing but a death glare?" Jiang smirked, running a hand through his hair. "I'm not scared," he said casually. "I just think it's a shame. He's got spirit in his eyes, but that's about it." He toyed with the Bible in his hand, flipping it once before fixing Peter with a sharp look. "In this business, there's an unspoken rule," Jiang said. "If a junior dares to rebel against a senior, the senior has every right to punish him however they see fit." Without warning, Jiang hurled the Bible straight at Peter's face. Peter tensed immediately, instincts kicking in. "He's trying to bait me," Peter realized. "If I raise my arm to block the book, I'll expose my ribs, and then he'll strike there." Jiang's eyes gleamed with anticipation, already preparing the next move, a vicious punch aimed right at Peter's exposed side. Jiang smirked darkly, certain of his victory. He thought to himself, once his punch connected with Peter's ribs, Peter would double over in agony, defenseless. And that's when he would strike for real. His true target wasn't Peter's ribs, it was his eyes. Once Peter was bent over in pain, Jiang planned to gouge his eyes out, ending the lesson in brutal fashion. But just as Jiang launched his attack, something unexpected happened. Peter evaded the strike with swift, precise movement. In a blur, he twisted out of reach and, using only the rosary wrapped tightly around his hand, he sliced across Jiang's arm, leaving a sharp gash. Without giving him a moment to recover, Peter moved again, destroying the chairs around them with clean, effortless cuts, creating a wide space for combat. In his mind, Jiang experienced it all, the slicing pain, the suffocating fear. It wasn't reality yet. Jiang realized, to his horror, that Peter wasn't just fast, he could invade his opponent's mind. In that mental space, Jiang fought Peter 1,000 times, and every single time, he met a brutal, humiliating death. Again and again, countless images of his own corpses piled up, each ending messier than the last. Snapping back to the real world, Jiang clutched his neck, drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Panic overtook him. Facing the other seniors with terror in his eyes, Jiang cried out, "I can't fight him. I've already tried, countless times, and lost every single one." His voice broke as he spoke, recalling what decades of hard-learned experience had taught him. If you lose in your heart before the battle even begins, your opponent isn't someone you can defeat. They're on a completely different level. Jiang couldn't comprehend it. Peter wasn't someone who should even exist. Then, memories of what he'd done earlier that day came crashing down on him, how he had slapped Peter across the face in front of everyone, treating him like a nobody. What if Peter had come back to settle that score? Fear took over. Driven by desperation, Jiang stumbled toward Peter, fell to his knees, and grabbed Peter's hand. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'll never disrespect you again." Jiang cried shamelessly, his face swelling from the slaps. Peter leaned in quietly, whispering into Zhang's ear, his voice like ice. I heard that sensing death is a basic survival instinct for a killer. Straightening up, Peter added in a calm, cutting tone. Looks like you've learned that lesson well. Without another glance, Peter turned and walked out of the church, leaving Zhang trembling on the ground, too afraid to even lift his head. Outside, a young woman with her loyal dog was waiting for him, anxiously pacing beside her car. The moment Peter appeared, she rushed over and grabbed his arm. Are you insane? She shouted. What the hell are you doing, going back in there and picking a fight with seniors? Are you trying to blow your cover? What if they figure out who you really are? Peter, unfazed, just gave her a small, almost amused smile. Relax. They won't figure it out. Still furious, she demanded, how can you be so sure? Peter replied calmly, think about it. They're B-ranked killers, and they just lost to someone they believe is a D-rank rookie. You think they'll ever admit that? He glanced back at the church, a hint of coldness in his eyes. It's too humiliating for them, Peter said. Who would dare spread the word that a bunch of veterans were defeated by an 18-year-old freshman? He swung a leg over his bike, ready to leave, while his friend still looked at him half in fear, half in awe. After speaking, Peter casually lifted his bike upright, slipped on his helmet, and glanced back at the girl. Tell me, he asked, voice light, if something like this happened to you, would you be able to talk about it? The girl shook her head, her expression tightening with worry. I was so scared for you that I had to come looking, she admitted, sighing heavily. The next day, the atmosphere at school was heavy with tension. In a private classroom, the Dako brothers sat stiffly before their furious instructor. The teacher's face was dark with rage, his voice sharp as a whip. Those IDs were your lifelines, he barked. How could you be so careless as to lose them? Sweat poured down the brothers' faces. They trembled under the teacher's wrath, their shame and fear palpable. But they were just imagining that. The door to the classroom creaked open. Zhang stepped in casually, his presence making the Dako brothers flinch instantly. Their eyes widened in alarm. What brings you here? They stammered, their minds immediately jumping to the worst possibility. Are you here to fight us again? Zhang raised a hand, cutting them off with an exasperated sigh. Quit calling me, sir, every 2 seconds, he said, almost annoyed. We're not in the army. The brothers stiffened, unsure how to respond. Zhang then reached into his jacket and pulled out 2 items, tossing them lightly onto the desk. I'm just here to return your IDs. The Dako brothers blinked in shock before hurriedly snatching up their volunteer IDs, clutching them as though they were sacred treasures. Relief flooded their faces. Hyung grinned sheepishly and said, we really thought you were a bad guy. Guess we had you all wrong. You're actually a pretty decent dude. Zhang only shrugged, then turned to leave. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the classroom, Peter sat quietly at a desk, flipping through a file. It was Lee Yuna's admission record. His eyes scanned her information, studying her background carefully. At the same time, he watched from the corner of his eye as the Dako brothers stood and bowed respectfully to Zhang, showing their gratitude for returning their IDs. Peter smiled faintly at the scene. In his mind, he made a mental note. I should find Lee Yuna today and hand over her volunteer card. But scanning the room, he realized he hadn't seen her yet that day. Later, in another corner of the school, students crowded around the Dako brothers, eager to hear about their encounter with the infamous seniors. So what was it like facing real killers? One student asked, eyes wide with curiosity. The brothers puffed up their chests and answered proudly. Honestly? Seniors are weaker than we thought. Meanwhile, in the training room, Lee Yuna was unleashing her frustration. Sweat dripped from her brow as she slammed punches and kicks into the training dummies with a fierce intensity. Her voice echoed in the empty room as she berated herself. Pathetic, she muttered, hitting harder. In both battles? I couldn't do anything. I didn't help anyone. I was useless. Guilt gnawed at her, each strike fueled by self-loathing. If I stay like this, she whispered, almost choking on her words, how am I supposed to protect you, Jin? Tears stung her eyes, but she pushed herself harder. Just then, Peter stepped inside the training room, his footsteps quiet. He leaned casually against the doorway and called out, who's calling themselves pathetic in here? Lee Yuna froze for a moment before turning to him. Peter held out a volunteer ID toward her. But Yuna shook her head, refusing to accept it. I don't deserve that, she said firmly, her voice tight with emotion. Peter raised an eyebrow. Because of your brother? He asked, his tone softer now. You're trying to become a killer for his sake, even though that's not who you really are? Yuna bit her lip, turning her gaze away. She picked up her phone from a nearby bench. On the screen was a photo of her and her younger brother, smiling brightly together in better days. Peter watched silently, his expression unreadable. In a sudden burst of anger, Lee Yuna grabbed Peter tightly by the collar, her face only inches from his. "How do you know all this?" she demanded, her voice trembling with emotion. Peter met her furious gaze calmly. "I don't know everything," he said quietly. Before he could say more, Yuna cut him off sharply. "If you don't know, then don't speak so carelessly," she snapped. Peter didn't flinch. Instead, he gently placed his hand over hers, still gripping his collar, and spoke in a low voice. "I know about your brother, and that he isn't related to you by blood." Yuna's entire body froze at his words. Her eyes widened in shock, and she stared at him as if seeing him for the first time. How do you know that?" she whispered, her anger fading into confusion. Peter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he said, "Tell me what happened. Tell me the truth about you and your brother." Yuna's hand slowly slipped away from his collar. Her shoulders sagged as if an invisible weight pressed down on her, and after a long, painful silence, she began to speak. "When I was little," Yuna said quietly, my brother, asked me to ride the merry-go-round with him. He looked at me with so much hope, asking if we could ride together, because we were family." Her voice cracked as she remembered. "But I pushed him away. I refused. I told him he wasn't my brother. I left him standing there alone." Her mind drifted further back, to the day she came into the world. "I was abandoned by my parents, left inside a locker at a subway station on the day I was born," she continued. "If no one had found me, I would have died there without even knowing the world. Fortunately, someone had sent her to an orphanage. There, I had food. I had clothes. But I was never truly at home. I didn't trust anyone. I didn't want to make friends or build a family. I thought being alone was fine. Better than being hurt again." Her hands clenched into fists. "Sometimes, I wished I could just die and end it all." Yuna's memories grew darker. She remembered lying in a hospital bed, her body battered and broken. "I was shot during a mission," she said. "I was bleeding out, and there wasn't enough blood at the orphanage's medical center to save me." She remembered overhearing the adults' cold conversation, as if she was already dead. "They said there was no blood left for me. That sending me to a better hospital would be too costly. They talked about throwing me away, like garbage." Yuna's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "They said they had many kids like me. That the funding for the orphanage was shrinking, and I was just another burden." She recalled the moment her brother, Lee Yujin, stormed into the room. He told me to leave with him. He told the teachers to stay out of it and wait outside. He was just a kid too, but he stood up for me." Yuna swallowed hard. "I thought maybe I deserved to die back then. That I should have just let go." She closed her eyes, the memory overwhelming her. I knew that place would destroy me one day. I was just waiting for it. It took longer than I expected, but it finally came for me." In her mind, she saw herself lying back on the hospital bed again, the doctor leaning over her. "It's a miracle you're alive," he said with amazement. After waking up, however, Lee Yujin was nowhere to be found. "I searched for him everywhere," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I asked the other kids, but they told me he left. Disappeared. They said he was too stubborn. Even when the teachers tried to stop him, no one could." Her voice broke completely then, and a deep, aching silence filled the room. Peter stood there quietly, listening, understanding more than he let on. Her younger brother, Lee Yujin, had once said it so plainly. "I have to save my Nuna." He had called her by that affectionate title, Nuna, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, even though they weren't connected by blood. For Yujin, it didn't matter. If saving her meant putting his own life at risk, then so be it. After hearing those words, Yuna had run desperately from place to place, searching for her brother, but it was already too late. Meanwhile, Yujin was lying weakly on a hospital bed, pale and fragile, asking the doctors one simple question. "How is my sister?" It was clear now, Yujin had donated his blood to save her life. Yuna had raced to the hospital, her mind spinning with guilt and sorrow. She had once believed she was utterly alone in the world, but Yujin had always been by her side, silently, stubbornly, protecting her when she thought no one cared. He had given everything for her, even when she pushed him away. In another scene, the hospital's cold reality reared its head. A doctor spoke bluntly to a colleague about the costs. "Do you know how expensive blood coagulants are? One pack costs 170,000 won." Yujin had needed to be fed every 5 hours just to recover. The doctor grumbled that Yujin was like a ghost draining all their resources. In a callous voice, he suggested they should abandon the boy to save money. At that moment, Lee Yuna appeared, battered and wrapped in bandages, but standing strong. She slammed into the doctor, her eyes fierce with determination. "Please," she cried out, ignoring her own pain. "Don't throw him away. I'm fine, I can work." I'll pay whatever it costs for his treatment. For the first time in her life, Yuna had found someone, worth living for. It didn't matter that Eugen wasn't her real brother. It didn't matter if they didn't share the same blood. He was her family. I will do anything to save him, she declared, her voice trembling but steady. Peter quietly released his collar from her grip, sensing the heavy emotions hanging between them. I guess I stuck my nose into something I shouldn't have, he muttered, turning to leave. But I'm going to keep doing it anyway. Before he could walk away, Yuna grabbed his arm. You're the strongest person I've ever met, she said earnestly, almost pleading. Can you please help me get stronger too? At that moment, she wasn't thinking about pride or appearances. She just wanted the strength to protect those she loved. Realizing how emotional she had become, Yuna quickly tried to recover. She cleared her throat and said more formally, I'd like you to become my teacher. I want you to train me. Peter, surprised by her sudden shift, raised an eyebrow. So this is how you ask for favors? He teased. Yuna crossed her arms, trying to act composed. I'm doing fine even without a proper teacher like you, she said, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her bravado. Just as she was about to turn away, Peter called after her. I'll think about it. Yuna spun around excitedly, misunderstanding his casual tone. Really? Then, can I call you teacher now? Peter smirked. Having a student like you would be a nightmare, he muttered under his breath. Hearing him, Yuna pouted slightly and demanded instruction right then and there. Peter folded his arms and studied her for a moment. You should really think about this, he said seriously. You're weak. You don't have a strong build. You get scared easily. Your temper is a mess. Each word hit her like a blow, but she refused to back down. And honestly, all those are the worst traits for someone who wants to become a killer, Peter continued. Yuna's heart sank, until Peter added with a small, rare smile. But you have something more important than strength. Yuna blinked, confused. You have the eyes of a killer. She stared at him, stunned. Peter explained. That night at the octopus restaurant, I was watching you. While chaos erupted around you, you didn't look away. You didn't panic. You weren't distracted. He took a step closer, his voice steady and clear. You were absorbing everything. You were studying every technique, every move, like your life depended on it. You saw everything, and you remembered. He paused for a second, then spoke a quote as if summarizing her hidden strength. Peter, continuing his thought, gave an example to make his point clear. He spoke about baseball players and their rigorous training. When they're aiming for a home run, he said, their coaches drill into them that they must see the stitching on the ball as it comes flying toward them. It wasn't just about sharp eyes, it was about pure focus. Yuna, hearing this, couldn't help but think Peter was praising her. A small sense of pride began to bloom in her chest. But Peter immediately clarified, his tone unwavering. I'm not complimenting you. I'm just stating facts. As he said this, he reached into the pocket of his coat and began pulling something out. There's a weapon, Peter continued, that can turn all your weaknesses into strengths. A weapon perfectly suited for someone like you. He held the object for a moment longer before tossing it to her. Yuna caught it instinctively. If you learn to wield it properly, he added, you won't even need a teacher to become something incredible. This will make you a true killer. The scene then shifts. Elsewhere, the Dako brothers were in high spirits. They sniffed the crisp bills they'd just received, practically intoxicated by the smell of money. Hearing that they would now earn $1,000,000 every week for their official work as killers, they couldn't contain their excitement. Imagining even bigger rewards if they became full-fledged disciples, they laughed and fantasized about all the luxury they could afford. Peter observed them from a distance, half listening, half lost in thought. Disciples, he mused, don't care about money anymore. They live like kings, buying anything they want without hesitation. Interrupting their dreams of wealth, Peter asked casually. By the way, I don't see Yuna around. Where's she gone? The brothers quickly answered. She's probably at her part-time job. Same as always. For the past 2 weeks, she's been cleaning. Cleaning? Peter raised an eyebrow. Yeah, one of the brothers nodded. Cleaning up after killer missions. You know, getting rid of traces, blood, evidence. That kind of stuff. They explained further that Yuna seemed strangely unfazed by the grim work. It's like she was born for it, they said. She can handle the bad stuff without even flinching. Peter fell silent, piecing it together. Now that Yuna was an official killer, she was entitled to her weekly $1,000,000 without lifting a finger. She didn't need to scrape by anymore. So why was she still working? Deep down, Peter realized the answer. She wasn't doing it for herself. She was desperately trying to earn more, for her brother's sake. Every extra one she earned could go toward saving his life. Besides that, the brothers added with a laugh, She's been saving money on meals too. Overeats during lunch because it's free. Skips out on spending afterward. They snickered among themselves, teasing Peter. Kim Sung-gu, you should take a page out of her book if you want to get rich too. Hyun chimed in with a dramatic sigh. No, he needs to listen to me if he ever wants to be wealthy. But then they all laughed, admitting that Peter's aloof attitude was part of his charm. He's so cool when he completely ignores us. Peter, meanwhile, thought silently to himself. There's no way Lee Yuna would ever waste such a large sum of money on herself. Everything she did, every choice she made, was for someone else. It was clear now, Lee Yuna was hiding something important about her brother. Shortly after, she sent a text message to the Dako brothers, asking them to bring her a scarf. They stared at their phones in disbelief. A scarf, they muttered. In this heat? The weather outside was hot and heavy, typical of springtime, making her request even more puzzling. Shrugging, the brothers decided to follow her instructions anyway. Their destination was soon revealed, the ice plant. As they entered, a wave of freezing air blasted into them, making them shiver uncontrollably. Their teeth chattered, and they hugged themselves tightly, wondering why Lee Yuna had dragged them into such a place. Hey, Lee Yuna, one of them called out, teeth still chattering. Don't forget, we're officially earning $1,000,001 every week now. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Hearing those words, Lee Yuna froze, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. $1,000,001 every week? Not long ago, she couldn't even afford a simple meal at the cafeteria, and now she was making more than she had ever dreamed of. Still stunned, she pulled herself together when the brothers asked her why she was hanging around this icy warehouse. I'm here for training, she answered firmly. The brothers burst out laughing, teasing her. Training? You sure it's not another part-time job? Gritting her teeth, Yuna insisted. It's training, not a job. Curious, they pressed her for more details. What exactly are you learning in a giant freezer? They joked. Breaking ice blocks with your bare hands? Not exactly, Yuna replied, pulling out the item Peter had given her earlier. It was a rope dart, a traditional weapon from Wushu martial arts. She explained that the rope dart worked by wrapping the rope around the body and then throwing the dart at high speeds toward the enemy. The faster the spin, the more forceful the strike. Its beauty lay in its unpredictability, the enemy would never know from where the attack would come, and its speed and strength were devastating. The brothers weren't impressed. Wouldn't it be easier to just use a gun? One of them scoffed. Yuna smirked. Guns are powerful, sure, she said. But with this weapon, I can shatter an entire ice block in one clean shot, and this is just a practice tool. Still not convinced, the brothers grumbled. A gun's better. One shot, one kill. But she remembered Peter's words. True, he said, 1 bullet equals 1 kill. But what if you have to kill 5 enemies at once? Would you fire 5 separate shots? With that toy in her hands, she could wipe out 5, maybe more, in a single swing. As if to demonstrate, Yuna swung her rope dart with precision and force. It whirled through the air, striking multiple blocks of ice and shattering them effortlessly. The brothers stood there, stunned into silence. Almost immediately, they whipped out their phones and began searching online, trying to find a rope dart to buy for themselves. Later, as Yuna was about to leave the ice plant, the owner called out to her. How was your first day? He asked warmly. Yuna smiled. It was great, she said. I'll be back after my part-time cleaning shift. The owner, Park Bingsu, a D-rank killer ranked 113th, confirmed her name. You're Lee Yuna, right? He then chuckled and added. I've seen plenty of people come here to train, but none of them have destroyed the ice like you did today. Before she could go, Yuna hesitated and asked about the payment for using the facility. But Park Bingsu waved her off. No need, he said. Your friend already paid 3 hours ago. Yuna blinked, confused. Friend? Yeah, Bingsu nodded. That guy, Shungu, I think he said his name was. Paid $1,000,001 in advance. Once again, Yuna was left speechless. Peter had covered everything without saying a word. Lee Yuna stood frozen in place, still reeling from the shocking revelation about the payment. As if that weren't enough, the owner, Park Bingsu, handed her a small package. Your friend left this for you too, he said with a warm smile. He asked me to give it to you after your training session. Curious, Yuna unwrapped it to find a medical ointment, a special cream meant to prevent scars from forming on her hands during practice. She clutched the cream tightly, feeling a strange mix of gratitude and embarrassment. As she exited the ice plant, Yuna pulled out her phone, intending to send Peter a quick thank you message. Her thumbs hovered over the screen for a moment, but then she hesitated and tucked the phone away without typing anything. Before she could move on, her phone suddenly rang. It was Peter. How are you doing? He asked casually. Caught off guard, Yuna replied without thinking. I'm trying to decide what to eat for lunch. Peter chuckled on the other end. Today's menu, he said. The pork is spicy marinated, and the strawberries are too. Yuna quickly tried to end the call, but before she could, Peter added. Congratulations on finally getting your real weapon. With that, he hung up, leaving her staring at the phone with a bewildered expression. Meanwhile, the Dako brothers were busy attempting to practice with their newly acquired rope darts. However, no matter how hard they tried, their throws were awkward and clumsy, a far cry from the fluid, powerful moves Yuna had demonstrated earlier. Frustrated, one brother muttered to the other. If you don't even understand the fundamentals, it doesn't matter how long you train. Even after 10 years, you won't be able to use this in actual combat. Somewhere else, Peter reflected silently. The weapon Yuna sought, and the strength she longed for, had already been within her reach for a long time. She just hadn't realized it yet. The scene shifts. A brutal fight was unfolding. Park Sang-doo, a fierce combatant, faced off against a group of attackers. Unbothered by their numbers, he roared, challenging them all at once. Come on! Bring every B-rank and C-rank killer you have, he shouted. It won't make a difference. His confidence was overwhelming as he mocked his enemies. If a A-rank can't kill me, what hope does an B or C-rank have? Suddenly, a new figure entered the fray, a man clad in a doctor's overcoat. With a calm voice, he asked, should I take care of your so-called A-rank Park Sang-doo for you? At his arrival, all the B and C-rank killers bowed respectfully, a sign of his higher status. Park Sang-doo's arrogance vanished instantly. His eyes widened in fear, and he even dropped his knife to the ground. The man in the doctor's coat stooped down, picked up the knife, and smiled coldly. You like making bets, don't you? He said. Let's make one. He continued, explaining that while Park Sang-doo was close to advancing to S rank, he was still no match for a true disciple. The threat was clear. In fear, Sang-doo muttered the name, Disciple Nathaniel. The story shifts again. Inside the Divine Honor Hospital, a young girl lay on the floor, sobbing loudly. Terrified of getting an injection, she refused to let the doctor approach her with the needle. Nearby, the Dako brothers stood in line, laughing at the sight. They were there to submit their blood and fingerprint samples for record-keeping at the Glory Club. Look at her, one of them joked. Scared of just a tiny needle? She must be really weak. They chuckled, feeling smug about their own bravery. Peter was also at the hospital, waiting for his turn, but his nerves were frayed for a very different reason. He wasn't afraid of needles. He was terrified that the blood test would uncover his real identity. The receptionist at the front desk explained the process in a matter-of-fact tone. When a new killer joins the Glory Club, they must undergo a thorough physical examination, including blood and fingerprint collection, to register their biological data. Once recorded, this information was used to track them, permanently. The real purpose was sinister. The organization could use this data to enforce loyalty. If anyone ever tried to defect or betray the Glory Club, their caller could locate them instantly, and seal their fate. The receptionist then asked Peter for his date of birth. He almost answered truthfully, but caught himself just in time. He quickly lied, giving the birth date of the false identity he had assumed, Kim Song-gu, born in 2005. Sweat trickled down his neck as he waited, anxiety gnawing at him. When the nurse finally called his name, Peter stood up stiffly and walked toward the blood collection room. He knew the truth. Peter's DNA, his real DNA, was already somewhere in Glory's databases. And now, with Kim Song-gu's sample about to be taken, the match would be inevitable. After the blood draw, Peter didn't stick around. He immediately went to visit his secret ally, the blind girl who had been helping him in the shadows. He confessed what had happened. I gave the blood sample, he admitted. They'll know it's me. The girl's face twisted in disbelief. Then, without warning, she began hitting him in frustration. You idiot, she yelled. First, you go pick a fight with B-rank killers, and now this? Giving them your blood? You might as well be shouting from the rooftops that you're Peter. Peter simply stood there, letting her vent, the weight of his choices heavy on his shoulders. The blind girl couldn't believe what Peter was suggesting. To her, it was as if he was practically inviting the Glory Club to come and kill him. You're asking for death, she yelled, furious. Peter, however, seemed oddly thoughtful. Instead of reacting, he latched onto something she said, advertising himself. It was as if a light bulb went off in his head. The girl narrowed her eyes, sensing he was plotting something but unable to read his mind. Are you seriously planning your own funeral now? She demanded. Peter smiled faintly and shook his head. No, he said calmly. I'm not planning to let them find me. I'm planning to make them chase something else entirely. He then revealed his reckless plan. His idea? To blow up the hospital itself. The girl stood there, frozen for a moment, too stunned to even speak. Then she snapped out of it and began hitting Peter with her fists in exasperation. "Are you insane?" she cried. "Have you finally lost it because you're getting old?" She went on to explain the gravity of his crazy idea. "That hospital, Seoul Divine Honor General Hospital, isn't just any hospital," she said, her voice serious now. "It's one of Korea's biggest facilities. On the outside, it looks like a normal, reputable hospital. But you and I both know what it really is." She lowered her voice, almost whispering. "It's where the Glory Club hides all their dirty secrets. Masking assassinations as accidents, eliminating injured killers, covering up corpses. It's a hospital built by killers for killers." Peter listened intently but didn't back down. He calmly pointed out that their real goal wasn't to destroy Glory's infrastructure, it was to wipe out the DNA and fingerprint database stored inside. As long as that information existed, he would always be one step away from being exposed. "I have no choice," he said firmly. "If I want to survive, I need to take down their data center." After a long, tense pause, the blind girl finally gave a resigned sigh. "Fine," she muttered. "I'll help you." But she had one final warning. "Do you know who's running that hospital now?" she asked. Peter's expression hardened as she continued. "A disciple," she said. "One of Glory's strongest. His code name is Nathaniel." Peter's mind flashed back. Nathaniel wasn't even considered human by most. In the past, he had been celebrated as a prodigy, a doctor so talented that people said God himself must have sent him to Earth. But after a catastrophic medical accident, he disappeared from the public eye, and re-emerged under Glory's shadow. The girl reminded Peter of a particular incident, one that left an unforgettable mark on everyone who heard about it. The Rio de Janeiro massacre, 4 years ago. She painted the picture for him. In Rio, a police officer returning to his station noticed something bizarre. Lines of clothes drying on ropes, but the clothes looked strange. Curious, he stepped closer and nearly vomited from shock. Hanging on the ropes weren't clothes, they were human corpses. The bodies swayed gently in the breeze, a grotesque mockery of a laundry line. After identifying the dead, the authorities realized they were all infamous gang members. Apparently, several rival gangs had gathered in one spot and clashed violently. The Brazilian military police had been dispatched to seize the area, ordered to take down anyone who resisted. A full-scale operation named Guerra OW, War on Crime. As the police approached the scene, tension was high. One wrong move could mean death. The captain cautiously cracked open a door, and a wave of gunpowder smell hit him. Inside, there were no living people, only blood-splattered walls and countless twisted firearms littering the ground. What caught the captain's attention most was that the guns weren't just broken, they were bent, as if someone had twisted the metal by hand. Fear gripped him. He immediately ordered a halt to their advance, feeling instinctively that this wasn't a normal gang shootout. He called headquarters for reinforcements. While a staff sergeant, Fernando, relayed the message, a shadow snatched him from the doorway with inhuman speed. The police operator on the other end of the line heard Fernando's chilling screams before the call cut off. When backup stormed inside moments later, Fernando was gone. Only a blood-stained shoe remained, and his mutilated body now hung grotesquely from the ceiling. And then, in the darkness, Nathaniel appeared, holding Fernando's severed head like a trophy. In horror, the officers opened fire, but it made no difference. Nathaniel slaughtered them all. By the end of the night, Rio's 6 untouchable gang bosses, the feared crime lords who had ruled the city for 30 years, were dead. So were the elite Brazilian military police forces. It was a massacre unlike anything seen before. The blind girl finished recounting the chilling story, her voice low and grave. "It wasn't easy getting the details about that," she said. "Those files were buried deep inside the most confidential government archives." Peter stared into space, processing what he just heard. Finally, he muttered, almost to himself, "Is it even possible for a human to bend guns like that?" The girl didn't answer directly. But her silence spoke volumes. "Remember, Peter and Pietro are same name." Peter nodded slowly, a faint smile touching his lips. "What you just told me, it's valuable. Really valuable." His mind was already racing, mapping out the next steps. He looked at the girl. "I think I have a way to get inside," he said. "But I'll need your help." With her assistance, Peter launched a clever ruse. They published an online announcement claiming that Pietro, his old identity, would be visiting Dr. Nathaniel at Seoul Divine Honor General Hospital on August 24th. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a hacker working with them was finishing up his part of the plan. He leaned back from his monitor, speaking to the girl through a secure channel. "Per your request, I've breached the Glory Club's internal server," he said. "I uploaded the advertisement that Kim Sung-gu made. But honestly, I have no clue if it'll even work. He sounded skeptical. If the Glory Club catches wind of who really posted this, you're screwed, he added grimly. You're risking everything for that 19-year-old freak. Are you sure he's worth it? The girl responded without hesitation. I've never seen anyone like him before, she said. In 50 years, he hasn't failed a single mission he personally planned. Not one. Cut to the hospital. Inside Seoul Divine Honor General Hospital, the staff and hidden killers were buzzing with conversation. The name Pietro spread through the halls like wildfire. Could it really be him? Pietro's alive, one of them whispered, eyes wide. Some were skeptical, others thrilled, but all were intrigued. Soon, Glory Club issued orders, deploy forces to capture Pietro. Most of those sent were D-rank killers, the kind used for low-risk jobs. Even they were confused. How the hell are we supposed to handle a disciple like Pietro, one muttered. He may be old and sick, but come on, Pietro? Another responded cynically. We're not really here to fight him. We're just the gatekeepers. The real muscle is already here. They turned their attention to a different group, foreign killers brought in for backup. Some of them were recognizable, notorious Brazilian mercenaries, known for their brutality and track records in underworld killings. Their leader? A violent figure operating under the codename Agents Funerarios, the Undertaker Agents, Nathaniel's personal death squad. Excitement ran high among the lower-ranked killers. Seeing both Pietro and Nathaniel, two disciples, in the same location felt like witnessing a legend unfold. This is going to be huge, one said. A clash of titans. My bet's on Nathaniel though. Pietro's old. He's sick. He's not the monster he once was. But even so, they felt conflicted. No one really wanted to see Pietro die. He was still a legend, a symbol of strength and rebellion, a hero in their eyes. Yet they all knew, with his face plastered all over the hospital now, there was no walking out alive. Meanwhile, someone, likely a handler from within the operation, stood before the other killers, giving orders. If any of you spot Pietro, do not engage directly, he instructed. Treat him with respect. Let him come closer, drop his guard. Then, hit him with this. He held up a special tranquilizer gun. This thing could knock out an elephant in under 3 seconds. He emphasized one final point. If you see him, ring the emergency bell immediately. Report his exact location. The ranked killers will handle it from there. From a distance, Peter watched it all unfold. A smirk played across his lips. How ironic, he mused. Pietro is coming to capture Pietro. Kim Sung-gu, now in position, gave the signal. All operatives began moving, slipping into their assigned roles. The trap was set. Elsewhere, the scene shifted. Inside a private and opulent spa facility deep within Glory Club's main headquarters, several high-ranking executives lounged in steaming hot water. Among them was the DIHA Group's chairman, Choi Yoon-chong. Steam swirled through the room as they discussed the recent developments. One of the executives, resting his arms on the tub's edge, voiced his concern. I'm uneasy, he admitted. The new boss is bold, sure, but picking a fight with Pietro? That's reckless. Another nodded. We don't even know where Pietro is. If he does show up, what then? What if he's still the monster everyone fears? All eyes turned to new boss of Glory as he sat silently, the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders. Back at the spa facility, the mood had shifted. One of the Glory Club executives leaned in toward the boss, his tone low but urgent. Everyone here knows what Pietro is capable of, he warned. We shouldn't make this more complicated than it needs to be. If you're going to take him down, then do it quickly. And if capturing him fails, let it go. Don't risk everything on this. The room fell silent for a moment before the boss casually leaned back and replied. I've already considered that, he said with a smirk. But I'll proceed as planned. He glanced over at one of the older officers seated nearby, then suddenly grabbed the man's head and shoved it beneath the surface of the hot water. Still, Glory Boss said coldly, you seem to have forgotten where you are, and with whom you're sitting. The old man's body thrashed briefly in the steaming tub. If you're the so-called army chief of staff, maybe you should have been better at reading the room, the boss continued with a sneer. Should have retired with some grace. He kept the man underwater a few more seconds for effect before finally letting go. The gasping officer emerged, coughing violently. I'm not some fool playing war games, the boss said to the others in the room. I've made all the preparations. And I want to see it myself, whether that legend, Pietro, can survive the monster I've created. Elsewhere in the hospital's human resource department, Peter, still using his alias Kim Sung-gu, was playfully gripping the head of a tired staff member. He rotated the man's neck, causing a series of sharp cracks. The HR staffer groaned, then let out a surprised sigh of relief. That actually felt amazing, he admitted. Where did a young doctor like you learn that trick? Peter gave a light smile. It's not a technique really. Just something I've picked up. Comes with the job. Then his tone shifted. Tell me, have you ever heard of a doctor named Nahyan working here? The man furrowed his brow, puzzled. Nahyan? No. That name doesn't ring any bells. Peter stepped away, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. So, he doesn't exist here. Did he change his name? Or, go underground? He murmured to himself as he walked out. Either way, I'm certain about one thing, disciple Nathaniel is in this hospital. Somewhere. It had now become a race. A silent competition. Who would find the other first, Peter or Nathaniel? Just then, two brothers, Glory Club operatives, spotted Peter and approached. Hey, what are you doing here? One asked. Peter brushed off their question and instead asked, Where's Liuna? She's not assigned to this mission, the other replied. She's too low in rank to be part of the Pietro operation. They reported that they'd scoured the entire hospital lobby but found no signs of Pietro. Peter nodded in approval. Good work. If you notice anything odd or suspicious, let me know. You got it, they replied. Suddenly, an elderly man wandered past them in the hallway. The brothers' eyes widened. Wait, isn't that him? That's gotta be Pietro. Peter stepped in quickly. That's not him, he said calmly. That old man just looks like him. But the brothers had already rushed over and grabbed the elderly man. Are you really Pietro? They asked, their voices filled with awe. The man stared at them in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? I'm just here for a checkup. They ignored him and started pulling him away. Let's get you out of here, quietly, one of them whispered. The old man protested. I'm here for treatment. Please, let me go. A nearby nurse turned to Peter. Do you need a syringe? For a blood sample? Peter glanced at her. No. That won't be necessary. I've already handled it. The old man tried again to reason with the brothers, but they hushed him, attempting to avoid drawing attention. Then, by pure chance, Liuna collided with one of the brothers, Hyun. Hey, are you blind or something? He began irritably, before freezing. Wait, Liuna? What are you doing here? She didn't stop. I'm here to visit my younger brother, she said quickly, brushing past them. Peter watched her go and silently noted the real reason for her presence. A familiar voice reached his ear. It was the blind girl, his secret partner. Isn't it time you thought about your junior? She asked softly. Peter sighed. You really do know me. Have you figured out how to recognize Nathaniel yet? Peter frowned. No. HR didn't have anything. Still working on it. He's not revealing himself, and I can't blow my cover. It's a battle of patience. While contemplating his next move, Peter crossed paths with a new threat, Rodrigo, a former Agents Funerarios mercenary and now a B-rank killer sent to catch Pietro. Rodrigo spotted Peter and smirked mockingly. Well, if it isn't one of Glory's D-rank clowns. What are you doing here? Peter, keeping his calm, introduced himself. Just passing through, he said smoothly. But internally, his mind raced. This might be my chance. Nathaniel won't reveal himself, so I'll make him come to me. Peter turned to his blind partner. Time to use that technique? She nodded. Whenever you're ready. Moments later, Rodrigo sat resting in a private room. Suddenly, a man dressed in surgical scrubs and a mask entered. Rodrigo squinted. Who the hell are you? Peter replied coolly. Your operating surgeon. D-rank killer Kim Sung-gu. Recognition dawned on Rodrigo. Get lost. Go hunt down Pietro, idiot. But Peter stepped closer. I'm not here for Pietro. I'm here to find disciple Nathaniel. Now, tell me where he is. Rodrigo growled, slamming his bat on the bed frame. You're a D-rank. Who do you think you are asking about Nathaniel? Peter remained composed. If a killer is asking about someone, it's only because he intends to kill him. You know that. Without warning, Peter struck first. Rodrigo grinned as he deflected. Finally. I was getting bored. Let's make this interesting. Elsewhere, in the hospital's control center, a panicked technician burst into his supervisor's office, gasping for breath. Professor. Sir. There's something you need to see, right now. The professor, noticing the panic on the control room technician's face, sternly asks why he's yelling. Without saying a word, the man hands over a tablet showing surveillance footage. The video is from the orthopedic surgical suite located on the third floor of the eastern building. In it, Peter dispatches Rodrigo, a B-rank killer, with terrifying efficiency, completing the kill in under 10 seconds. Staring at the footage, the professor's eyes widen with realization. There's no doubt in his mind anymore, this mysterious doctor is Pietro himself. He immediately demands to know Pietro's current whereabouts. The technician responds nervously, explaining that the security team is actively tracking him, but there's a bigger problem: all surveillance data across the hospital is being erased in real time. Their IT team lacks the expertise to halt it. Despite the alarming news, the professor is visibly thrilled. The elusive Pietro is finally here, and he's closer than ever. Nearby, the room contains several large cylindrical glass containers, each one housing the preserved corpses of Nathaniel's former victims. Among them stands one special container, empty, yet clearly intended for Pietro. Meanwhile, Peter, still in disguise, reflects on his plan. He had used advanced tech to age his appearance, making himself resemble an older version of Pietro. From facial expressions to the details in the wrinkles, everything was meticulously replicated. Secretary Kim confirms the illusion worked flawlessly. Their goal? To lure Nathaniel into revealing himself. Both Peter and Jaiwan are confident that it's only a matter of time before their trap draws him out. Jaiwan wonders aloud what Peter's next move will be. Calmly, Peter says he'll remain patient, waiting for Nathaniel to make the first visible move. The scene shifts to a different setting. Li-Yuna sits alone at a cafeteria table, munching on a burger while glancing down at her phone. She just received a message from the hospital's front desk. Assuming it's a reminder about her overdue payment for her younger brother's treatment, she brushes it off, until she reads further. It turns out the professor himself has requested to meet her personally. A car has even been dispatched to Divine Honor High School to pick her up. Startled, Li-Yuna wonders what the professor could possibly want with her. Could he have discovered what happened at the octopus restaurant? The thought worries her. If he knows, then not only is she at risk, but Kim Sung-gu might be in danger as well. She considers avoiding the meeting altogether. Despite the anxiety swirling inside her, she continues eating her burger. Suddenly, Peter approaches from behind and taps her shoulder gently. The contact startles her. She reacts as though she's just seen a ghost. Nervously, she stammers that her mother is waiting and she needs to leave. But Peter gently presses her back into her seat and, with a smile, reassures her. "I'm Kim Sung-gu. I came here to eat too," he says casually. Flustered, Li-Yuna replies that she'd rather go eat somewhere else. Peter, pretending to be friendly, claims he accidentally ordered 2 meals and insists she take one. She hesitates. After all, this place requires a minimum order of 2 chickens, so his excuse sounds plausible. He continues, "I'm actually waiting for someone. I just came early." Curious, Li-Yuna asks who he's meeting. Peter's expression turns serious as he declines to share, stating that revealing the identity could cause unnecessary complications. Then, casually offering her a piece of chicken, he urges her again. She initially tries to decline, but he nudges the meal box toward her. "Accepting the food is enough," he says softly. Eventually, she gives in, agreeing to eat just a single piece before leaving. However, as time passes, she ends up finishing the entire meal. Peter raises an eyebrow, teasing, "So you were going to leave after just one piece, huh?" After finishing her meal, Li-Yuna wiped her hands and looked at Peter with curiosity and caution. She asked him once again who exactly he was here to meet. Then, narrowing her eyes slightly, she added a more direct question: why he was really at Divine Honor General Hospital. She admitted that Peter probably wouldn't trust her, especially after their first encounter where she had been with Octopus. But she wanted to be honest. She mentioned something she had observed, his connection with his grandfather. Then, with a somber tone, she revealed a painful truth. "I may not be of much help since we don't know where he is, but I can tell you one thing. Your grandfather was shot while shielding me. I don't know if he made it out alive." Peter's expression tightened. He didn't want her getting involved any further, but he couldn't ignore the opportunity. He told her straight, he was looking for disciple Nathaniel. Peter believed that at some point, Li-Yuna might have crossed paths with him in this very hospital. To jog her memory, he pulled out his phone and showed her a photo. "This is the man I'm looking for," Peter said. "You aren't part of the drafted group that's hunting Pietro. I think you were called here separately, to meet this man." Li-Yuna studied the image and shook her head slowly. "He's not a Nathaniel. The real Nathaniel. Honest, careful, and dangerous." Before Peter could respond, their conversation was interrupted. A group of hospital staff approached quickly, speaking sternly to Li-Yuna. "Why are you walking around alone? You know it's not safe. Pietro is confirmed to be inside the building." Peter smirked internally. His trap had worked. Pietro's presence had stirred panic. One of the men, Nathaniel himself, stepped forward and told Li-Yuna to remain in her ward until further notice. He promised to send someone to escort her to his office after his rounds. As he turned to leave, Nathaniel noticed Peter sitting across from her. He paused and asked, "Who is this man?" Everyone turned to Peter. Tension crackled in the air. Li-Yuna feared that if these two clashed, it would erupt into a disaster. But Peter calmly stood up, surprising everyone with a deep bow. With a respectful tone, he extended his hand. "It's an honor, Professor Nathaniel. My name is Kim Sung-gu. I'm a D-rank killer, and I've come to assist in capturing Pietro." Nathaniel eyed him for a moment, unmoved. Peter continued, "It's a rare privilege for someone of my rank to meet a disciple like you. If you'll allow me, I will personally bring Pietro's head to you." Nathaniel gave no reply but motioned for Liuna to return to her room. He promised someone would be sent to fetch her after his rounds. Then he turned and walked away without another word. Peter watched him leave, his mind buzzing. This wasn't just any disciple. Nathaniel was sharp, calculating, and far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Nathaniel resumed his rounds in the hospital. One of his colleagues approached him with an update. About the man who captured Park Sang-doo. According to the school instructor, it was a fluke. Just luck on the kid's part. Nathaniel nodded absently and asked about the personnel profiles he had requested. The colleague handed over a folder, but it slipped from Nathaniel's grip and fell to the floor. As the doctor bent to pick it up and apologize, Nathaniel's mind wandered back to the cafeteria. He replayed the moment Kim Sung-gu had bowed and shaken his hand. Turning to his assistant, Nathaniel asked, "That guy from earlier, what was his name?" "Kim Sung-gu, sir." "Keep an eye on him," Nathaniel instructed. "I want him nearby. He could be a valuable specimen." Elsewhere, Peter was on a call with Jaiwan. She, being blind, was still sharp as ever in reading situations. He informed her that Nathaniel was now actively searching for Pietro. Jaiwan was alarmed. "Then you need to get out of there now. If he finds out who you are." But Peter cut her off with a chuckle. "I'm thinking of joining his escort." "You're insane," she shouted. "If he catches you, we're all dead." Peter remained unfazed. "That's why it's fun. This way, I'll get a better view of the hospital's layout." The next scene shows Peter, still under the alias Kim Sung-gu, accepting Nathaniel's invitation. A hospital staff member hands him a keycard, explaining that it grants unrestricted access to all areas of Divine Honor General Hospital. "You've officially moved above D rank now," the staffer said, handing over the access badge. "The professor rarely handpicks escorts himself. Consider yourself lucky." He then outlined 3 crucial rules for escorting the professor. 1. Remain silent unless spoken to. 2. Never question or investigate the professor's activities. 3. And most importantly, never reject his generosity. Ever. As the subordinate doctor explained the escort rules, Peter couldn't help but notice the man's nervous demeanor. Beads of sweat clung to his temple, and his voice trembled slightly as he laid out each rule. When he finished, he gave Peter a quick nod and said, "The professor expects punctuality. Go meet him now." Moments later, Peter was led down the polished halls to a private office. The doctor knocked once before stepping inside. "Professor," he announced, "I brought Kim Sung-gu, just as you requested." Professor Nathaniel looked up from his desk, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Good. At least we're not late." Without wasting a moment, he stood up and motioned for Peter to accompany him. "We're doing rounds," he said simply. As they exited the room, Peter caught sight of the professor's official escort team assembled nearby. At the center of the group stood a figure known as Agent Funerario, whose defining trait was that of a seasoned Brazilian martial artist. His movements were quiet but lethal, his posture radiating discipline. Peter quickly assessed the situation. This team wasn't part of the glory system. They operated differently. Their philosophy was absolute loyalty to the monarch, living solely to serve and obey their ruler. He knew right away, integrating with them wouldn't be easy. As they walked, Nathaniel asked one of his aides about Pietro's status. "All entrances to the hospital are sealed off, just as you instructed," the aide reported. "We announced a containment protocol. Claimed that a virus sample had leaked from storage. No one's leaving until sterilization is complete." "Good. What about the DNA scan?" the professor asked next. "We collected blood samples from all the elderly male patients who match Pietro's general profile. The results will come back in about 48 hours. The professor nodded, muttering, "He's excellent at disguise. But DNA? That's hard to fake unless he's got an exit plan already prepared." Trailing silently behind, Peter noted how calculated and patient Nathaniel was. This was not a man who could be easily deceived. During the rounds, the professor stopped by a young patient's room. He bent slightly to speak with the boy. "If you complete the treatment, we'll play soccer together. But skip it, and we won't get that chance, all right?" The nurse beside him explained the boy's medical issue. His ulnar nerve was too damaged for the second surgery. "We're thinking of switching to the radial nerve. Consult Professor Yam," Nathaniel instructed. "He's had success with similar nerve grafts." Peter watched from just behind, glancing at his wristwatch. Despite the professor's cold aura, he appeared deeply engaged in even minor patient cases. It made Peter wonder, why had someone like him been selected to escort a man who seemed more focused on ward visits than military operations? Almost as if reading his thoughts, Nathaniel suddenly turned around. "You seem underwhelmed," he said quietly, catching Peter by surprise. "Is it because I haven't given you a task yet?" Peter quickly straightened. "Not at all, Professor. I'm simply observing." "Liar," Nathaniel replied coolly. "Your expression tells a different story. Come. There's something I want to show you." Without another word, he started walking briskly toward the stairwell. Peter followed, and the descent began. They passed floor after floor, more than Peter had ever seen on any hospital map. He checked his key card but quickly realized something strange: this place wasn't listed. The corridor they were entering didn't exist in the official floor plans. Where are we going, he wondered, a flicker of tension growing in his chest. Whatever Nathaniel wanted to reveal, Peter was certain, it wouldn't be ordinary. After descending the stairwell into the lower levels of the hospital, Professor Nathaniel stopped in front of a reinforced door. Without a word, he pulled out a sleek access card and tapped it against the scanner. A soft click echoed, and the door slid open with a hydraulic hiss, revealing a sterile, dimly lit chamber lined with containment units. Within them, eerie silhouettes of biological specimens floated in preservation tanks, each labeled and tagged. "This," the professor said calmly, "is where I keep samples from every notable species I've encountered." Peter stepped in cautiously, glancing around at the bizarre and almost unnatural collection. The air felt cold, heavy with sterilization chemicals and something else, something ancient and raw. "Do you know much about biology?" Nathaniel asked, gesturing at the preserved organisms. "I've only studied the basics," Peter admitted. "Good," the professor replied, folding his arms behind his back. "That makes it easier for you to understand." He turned toward one of the tanks, watching the slow ripple of movement within. Charles Darwin once claimed that all living things evolve through natural selection. That evolution is shaped by random chance, by environmental pressure, by the need to adapt. But he was mistaken. Nathaniel's tone shifted, colder, firmer. "There is no such thing as fairness in evolution. No God. No nature. No luck. Evolution doesn't chosen by nature, but by me. It doesn't wait for the weak to catch up. It perfects the strong." He looked Peter in the eyes. "Do you know why I chose you? Because you aren't soft. You don't waste time trying to save the broken. True medicine isn't about healing the weak, it's about refining power. Strength should be preserved, honed, and advanced. That's what I believe." Just as the weight of Nathaniel's philosophy began to sink in, the facility's emergency alarms erupted. Red lights bathed the room, and a robotic voice echoed through the speakers. "Specimen containment breach. Lock all sub-level corridors immediately. Do not engage unless authorized." Nathaniel sighed and turned his head slightly, clearly annoyed. How inconvenient. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the lower levels. The escaped specimen, a hulking humanoid creature, charged through the corridors, its muscles bulging unnaturally. Security forces swarmed, attempting to intercept it. 2 guards opened fire, but the bullets barely slowed it down. It plowed through them like paper, leaving destruction in its wake as it sought escape to the ground floor. All exits were sealed. The specimen spotted what it believed was a final door, an escape route. With a burst of speed, it lunged toward it. But just as it reached out to open it, a hand shot out from the nearby wall, seamlessly and without warning. A sickening crack echoed as the hand gripped the creature's skull and crushed it with monstrous precision. The body slumped to the floor, lifeless. As the lights flickered, Nathaniel emerged from the broken panel in the wall, brushing dust from his coat. "I was in the middle of explaining something important," he muttered. "How irritating." Turning back to Peter, he stepped over the corpse without a glance. "Now, where were we?" He raised his blood-stained hand and stared at it with admiration. "I love the strong. I love to test them, dissect them, study what makes them powerful at the cellular level. Their ligaments, their muscle fibers, even their instincts. It's beautiful." His gaze drifted back to Peter. "And you're interesting. You have potential. Strength like yours, especially at your age, is rare. Through you, I want to observe a new stage of evolution." He stepped closer and extended his hand. "Accept my grace, Kim Sung-gu. Let me evolve you. I can help you become something greater, something closer to a disciple." Peter stood frozen, his mind reeling, not just from the offer, but from what he'd just witnessed. Nathaniel had precisely shattered the wall with surgical accuracy, reaching out and neutralizing the escapee instantly, without harming Peter, who had been standing right beside him. The control, the power, the perfection, it was terrifying. His mind buzzed with thoughts. What was this man? How could he do that? The force, the timing, the precision, it wasn't human. Just then, Peter's phone buzzed. It was his blind friend, G1, panicking. "Peter! Get out of there! You don't understand what kind of monster you're dealing with. If you stay, he'll destroy you." But Peter didn't move. He couldn't. His fear was outweighed by something deeper. Curiosity. What is the true source of Nathaniel's power? And more importantly, could he unlock it too? After some time passes, the woman, nervous but alert, turns to Peter and asks what his next move will be. She reminds him that the hospital staff are about to receive the results of the blood analyses, and once they're compared with Pietro's DNA, his identity will be uncovered. Peter doesn't seem rattled. "There's a way to prevent that," he says calmly. He explains that he plans to alter the test results before they're reviewed. Since the results are due within 48 hours, they should already be stored in Nathaniel's office by now, ready for tampering. The woman, unconvinced, presses further, asking how Peter intends to gain access to a restricted area like that. Holding up a sleek security keycard, Peter replies, "With this." She narrows her eyes and questions what happens if he gets caught, especially by Nathaniel or one of his close subordinates. But Peter shakes his head, confident. "It won't happen. I've been watching his routine. Every time he goes on his rounds, it takes him exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I've calculated it down to the second. That's all the time I need." The scene cuts to a quiet corridor as Nathaniel walks through the hospital with his usual air of authority, continuing his regular inspection. At the same time, Kim Sung-gu slips quietly into Nathaniel's personal office using the keycard. The moment he's inside, he begins searching swiftly through drawers and files, looking for the blood test data. Back on the professor's side, Nathaniel asks one of his assistants if the DNA analysis results from the older male patients have been finalized. "Yes," the subordinate confirms. "The full report is in your office. We compared Pietro's DNA with all collected samples, but not a single one matched." Nathaniel pauses, intrigued. "Curious," he murmurs. "That means we tested every elderly male patient in the hospital, and yet Pietro's DNA is still unaccounted for?" The assistant suggests a theory, that perhaps Pietro is hiding somewhere obscure, like beneath the floors or inside the walls. But Nathaniel dismisses it with a wave. "Think broader," he instructs. "What if Pietro doesn't appear the way you remember him?" Meanwhile, in his office, Kim Sung-gu has finally located the file he's been looking for and begins preparing to make the switch. He glances at the clock. 2.5 minutes remain before Nathaniel is expected back, plenty of time by his calculations. Or so he thinks. Suddenly, the air changes. Kim's eyes widen as he senses a presence, and then the voice of Nathaniel cuts through the silence, calm but deadly. "What is a D-rank assassin doing inside a disciple's private quarters without permission?" Caught off guard, Kim quickly composes himself, remembering Nathaniel's recent behavior, the repeated patrols at identical times, the basement reveal, the suspicious offer of grace. A chilling realization hits him: Nathaniel might have been baiting him all along. Everything had been staged to provoke this moment. Still holding the file, Kim turns and smiles as naturally as he can. "I was just delivering this," he says casually. "Dr. Hong handed it to me and told me to bring it to you immediately. I don't know what's inside, but I was told it was urgent." He begins to step past Nathaniel, hoping to defuse the situation. But before he can leave, Nathaniel's hand clamps firmly on his shoulder, halting him. He leans in slightly, his tone quiet but razor-sharp. "Do you have any idea what would have happened if that file had been opened?" The moment hangs heavy in the air, tense, suffocating. Kim Sung-gu keeps his expression neutral, but inside, his mind is racing. Nathaniel stared at Kim Sung-gu with piercing eyes and asked calmly, yet with a threatening undertone, "Were you perhaps investigating the blood samples of the elderly patients? What compelled you to sneak into my office in my absence? I wonder what answer you'll give me, and whether it will be enough to keep you from a very unfortunate outcome." Kim Sung-gu's confidence wavered for a moment as he felt the weight of Nathaniel's suspicion pressing down on him. But after a moment of tense silence, he took a breath and composed himself. He spoke slowly, deliberately. "Professor," he began, "a person can change many things, how they speak, how they move, even their face with surgery. But the one thing they can never change is their DNA." He explained that he had been thinking deeply about Pietro's ability to remain hidden. Perhaps the reason the tests yielded nothing was because Pietro no longer looked like the man they remembered. He might have altered his appearance, even his identity, but his genetic code would remain untouched. That thought led Kim Sung-gu to analyze the recent files, searching through those who had undergone reconstructive procedures or transitions, but he found no likely match. "I was only reviewing the data," he added sincerely. "I crossed the line, and for that, I apologize." My desire to find Pietro clouded my judgment. I should have come to you first. Please, Professor, if you suspect me, I ask for your mercy. There was a moment of silence. Nathaniel narrowed his eyes, studying the boy. Then, without a word, he gestured for Kim Sung-gu to raise his head. Reaching out, he gently tapped his forehead with one finger and gave a faint smile. You're sharp. Too sharp, perhaps, Nathaniel said. And I respect your drive. Just remember, while intelligence is admirable, it must walk hand in hand with discipline and respect. Never forget your place as a member of Glory. With that, he dismissed him. Kim Sung-gu bowed slightly, offered a polite thank you, and exited the room. As Nathaniel watched him leave, something odd tugged at his thoughts. When he touched Kim's skin, it had felt entirely authentic, youthful, natural. The skin of a real teenager. That brief contact erased the last shred of doubt that Kim Sung-gu might have been hiding something greater. Turning back to his tablet, Nathaniel pulled up the last image of Pietro, captured via a grainy surveillance camera. He stared at the screen with fascination. Pietro still eluded him. And that fact alone gnawed at him more than any other failure. He remembered the place where Pietro had once been praised most, an underground arena where power ruled and anything was permitted. No laws, no limits. Only combat. The champion of that brutal realm had been Carter Pogman, a monstrous man known for his infamous killer kick. His legs were said to be the strongest in the world. But even Carter had fallen. Nathaniel had crushed him, tearing off his legs to make a point. Then there had been the man with the world's strongest fists. Nathaniel had killed him too. He eliminated the mightiest gang on Earth, wiping them out entirely. One by one, he hunted the strongest humanity had to offer, and triumphed over all of them. But despite all that, there was still one title he couldn't claim, the best in the world. Because Pietro was still out there. Nathaniel clenched his jaw in frustration. What irked him more than anything was the reverence others still had for Pietro. His name was spoken with admiration, even fear. And Nathaniel, despite all his victories, hadn't met him once. Why am I the only one who hasn't encountered him yet? He muttered to himself. Then a thought struck him, perhaps the last person Pietro made contact with held the key to his whereabouts. Without hesitation, he turned to his assistant and ordered, "Bring Lee Yuna to me." Immediately. Outside the towering hospital building, Lee Yuna stood beside the brothers, who eyed her with open curiosity. One of them tilted his head and asked, "Why are you here, Lee? You're not even part of the team assigned to track down Pietro." Lee Yuna glanced at them, clearly annoyed by the question. "I'm here for personal reasons," she said coldly. But their stares didn't waver. "You sure?" the other brother asked. "We saw you heading toward Nathaniel's office earlier. Did he give you some sort of secret mission?" Lee scoffed, rolling her eyes. "You guys don't know anything," she muttered under her breath, dismissing their suspicion as baseless. Just then, a suited man with a cold aura approached them. It was Santos, a ranked undertaker and Nathaniel's trusted aide. He stepped directly in front of Lee Yuna. "Lee Yuna," he said in a flat tone. "Nathaniel wants to see you. Now." Her eyes widened in surprise. "Why? Did he say what it's about?" Santos shook his head. "I wasn't told. My job is only to bring you." The brothers exchanged startled glances. Even they were taken aback by the fact that a high-ranking operative like Santos had been sent for her. Lee Yuna hesitated, clearly anxious, but eventually nodded and followed him. Moments later, Lee Yuna sat stiffly in a chair beside Nathaniel in his private office. The atmosphere was cold and heavy. He turned his head slowly and asked, "How did you manage to survive that night? Others, disciples far stronger than you, couldn't hold out against Pietro. And yet, you came back alive." She didn't respond immediately, unsure where the conversation was heading. Nathaniel continued. "Initially, I thought Pietro might have spared you," he mused. "But then I remembered Park Sang-doo and the ranked killer, sir. You're not special, Yuna. Your only ability is wielding a knife. There's nothing extraordinary about you." Lee Yuna knew he had no hard evidence. So, she chose silence, hoping to maintain the illusion of ignorance. "But here's what I think," Nathaniel said, leaning closer. "All of us disciples have come to the same theory. You survived because Pietro helped you. Maybe at the octopus's hideout. Maybe when Park Sang-doo was there. And if that's true..." He stood abruptly, placing both hands firmly on the table, leaning in so close she could feel his breath. "Then you must have made a deal with him. But what do you have that Pietro would want? You're from an orphanage. You've got nothing to bargain with." Lee Yuna remained frozen. Nathaniel then struck her where it hurt most, her family. "You can't afford to die or disappear," he said. "Because your brother, Eugen, is in the hospital with severe hemophilia. I know he's been suffering for years. The doctors say he likely won't make it another 3." He paused. "But there's a cure," he said slowly. A single dose of the blood serum developed by Divine Honor Hospital, worth 4.5 billion won. If I give him that injection, he'll survive. He'll be normal again. Lee Yuna's voice trembled. What do you want in return? Nathaniel smiled faintly. Simple. The next time Pietro contacts you, and I know he will, you'll tell him you're ready to talk. You'll say you'll reveal everything. But tell him to meet you on the 4th of August at 2 p.m. at the clock tower in the hospital lobby. His eyes locked onto hers. That's all you have to do. Then his voice hardened. You and I both know you can't earn 4.5 billion won in 3 years. But this way, you get to save Eugen. I get Pietro. We both win. Before she could respond, Nathaniel pulled out a hospital admission form. You'll be staying in the hospital from now on. For medical observation, he said coldly. I'm not even sick, Lee Yuna protested. Without hesitation, Nathaniel stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and snapped the bone with his bare hand. The crack echoed through the room, followed by her scream as she collapsed in agony. Healthy people don't get hospital beds, he said coldly. Then, pressing his foot onto her broken arm, he leaned down and whispered, if you refuse this deal, you die. And so does your brother. Lee Yuna sobbed silently, clutching her broken limb. Later, inside Ward 604, Lee Yuna sat motionless on the hospital bed, her arm wrapped in a cast. She was lost in thought, panic rising in her chest. If Nathaniel finds out that it was Kim Sung-gu who helped me, he'll kill all 3 of us, me, Eugen, and Sung-gu. But if she went through with the plan and succeeded, she could save Eugen. It was the only hope she had left. While she pondered what to do next, a knock at the door startled her. A doctor peeked in and asked, is the patient for Ward 604 here? Lee Yuna nodded, still dazed. Yes, that's me. To her surprise, Kim Sung-gu entered right after. Her eyes widened. Why are you here? She asked. With a calm smile, he replied, it's time for your injection. Before she could question him further, he turned on the television. Look, it's the national singing contest. She looked at him in disbelief. You came here, to watch the competition? Inside the hospital room, the tension between Lee Yuna and Kim Sung-gu rose sharply as they fought over the TV remote. I want to watch the Dano Wrestling Festival, she insisted, yanking the remote. You're in my ward now, Kim countered. Hand it over and get out. But instead of leaving, Kim Sung-gu narrowed his eyes, his voice turning serious. Are you acting like this because of Nathaniel? Lee Yuna froze for a second but didn't reply. Kim didn't let up. I'm your teacher, remember? I don't recall ever snapping my student's arm in half. So tell me, who did this to you? The room went quiet for a moment before Lee Yuna quietly whispered his name with a trembling voice. Sung-gu, her expression was a mix of pain and fear. Then, mustering her courage, she asked, are you free on August 4th? He looked confused. Why? What do you need? I'll explain later, she said. Just come to the hospital lobby at 2 p.m. near the clock tower. Please, don't ask me anything, and just do what I say. Kim Sung-gu studied her carefully, sensing the desperation in her voice. Finally, he nodded. All right, if that's what you want. Without saying another word, he turned and left the room. Outside, the rain had begun to fall, soft at first, then heavier, drumming against the hospital windows. Lee Yuna sat alone, staring at a photo of her younger brother on her phone screen. Her voice trembled as she murmured, I have no other option, this is the only way. August 4th arrived. In another room, Nathaniel was pacing impatiently. His eyes were locked on the clock, every tick feeding his anticipation. This was the day Pietro had supposedly promised to meet him. The culmination of months of planning hinged on what happened in the next hour. Elsewhere in the hospital, Lee Yuna sat with her headphones on, when her phone rang. It was Nathaniel. Where is he? He asked sharply. Lee responded calmly, he's on his way. Meanwhile, Lee Yuna had just ended another call, this one with her brother, Eugen. Their conversation was lighter, a rare moment of warmth in the midst of chaos. So, do you have a boyfriend now? Eugen teased. Lee Yuna blinked. What makes you say that? I saw your profile picture. That group photo with 3 guys. That one in the middle looks cool. Is he your type? She chuckled. They're just friends. Well, he's the most handsome, Eugen said playfully. I bet you like him. Lee Yuna rolled her eyes. You're imagining things. Changing the topic, Eugen said excitedly, I want to play soccer with your friends sometime. You know it's my favorite. Maybe we can all go watch the World Cup together and cheer for Korea. She smiled softly at his enthusiasm. Of course. I'll get us tickets. Eugen suddenly paused, his tone faltering. Actually, maybe don't. Airfare is expensive, Anne. Stop it, Lee Yuna interrupted firmly. That's not your concern. I'll take care of everything. She softened her voice. I'm your sister. Let me handle it. There was a brief pause before she added, also, the doctor said there's a new medicine available. Just one injection, and you could be completely healed. Eugen's voice lit up. Really? She nodded, even though he couldn't see it. Yes. So don't stress about anything else. Just focus on getting better. As the conversation with her brother came to a close, Eugen let out a gentle sigh, his voice softening. I'm really lucky, you know, he said. To have you as my sister. I don't think I could ever ask for more. Liuna blinked rapidly, caught off guard by the sudden affection. Ugh, don't get all cheesy on me now, she muttered, trying to hide the warmth that crept into her voice. That's seriously cringe. Eugen chuckled, but his voice was already growing faint. I'm getting sleepy. I think I'll take a nap. Okay, Liuna said gently. Rest well. I'll call you later. With that, she ended the call. The scene shifted. Beneath the tall clock tower in the hospital lobby, Liuna stood alone, her eyes constantly flicking between the reception area and the entrance. Time felt like it had slowed. Nathaniel's voice echoed in her ears. Where's Pietro? He asked, his tone sharp with suspicion. He should be here by now. Liuna forced a smile, her nerves cracking beneath the surface. He's probably on the way. Nathaniel narrowed his eyes. You said that 10 minutes ago. Where is he? In that moment, panic surged through her. She had mistakenly told Nathaniel to meet at the lobby clock tower, when she had actually instructed Kim Song-gu to meet her under the old tower in the hospital's courtyard. Outside, under a different sky, Kim Song-gu stood in the courtyard, glancing down at his wristwatch. The wind stirred the leaves, and he looked around with growing unease. He was on time. So where was she? Back inside, Liuna's heart pounded. Her eyes darted around the lobby. Men in plain clothes, nurses who weren't really nurses, guards who stood too still, Nathaniel's enforcers were stationed everywhere. Reception desk. Waiting area. Elevator halls. She recognized their subtle movements, the way they communicated with brief nods. They weren't here for her. They were waiting for Pietro. She clutched her trembling hands together. If they find out it's Kim Song-gu, they'll kill him instantly. Octopus was dead because of him. And Nathaniel, if he learned that truth, would have Kim Song-gu executed without a second thought. No matter how skilled Song-gu was, he couldn't take on those two assassins alone. Not when they moved like shadows and killed without mercy. Liuna bit her lip, her thoughts swirling. At first, she had doubted Kim Song-gu, his sudden appearance, his strange interest in her life. But slowly, something had changed. For the first time in forever, she felt human again. Sharing a meal. Talking without fear. Being seen for her strengths rather than her mistakes. He wasn't perfect, but he had treated her like she mattered. Genuinely. Sincerely. And she couldn't hand over someone like that to die. Nathaniel's voice broke through her thoughts. I asked you a question. Her mouth went dry. I haven't seen Pietro since that day. He never called me again. A lie. A desperate one. But necessary, for her brother's life, and Kim Song-gu's. Nathaniel studied her. His expression darkened. If the old man knew I was coming, he probably ran. Liuna dropped to her knees, eyes brimming with tears. Please, she begged. Tell me what to do instead. Anything. I can do chores, I'm good at cleaning now. I've been training. Just, please don't hurt my brother. I'll work harder than anyone. Her voice cracked. I'm begging you. Nathaniel sneered. You had one job. One. Bring Pietro to me. He took a slow step back. You failed. And failures are of no use to me. He turned to his assassins. Kill her. The moment the order left his mouth, the air shifted. The killers began to move, silent, lethal, precise. But just then, a deafening wail split the air. The fire alarm. Red lights began flashing across the hospital, and a calm but firm voice echoed through the speakers. Attention all personnel, please evacuate the premises immediately. This is not a drill. Proceed to the nearest exit in an orderly fashion. Chaos erupted. Staff rushed to guide patients out. The killers paused, scanning their surroundings. Liuna looked up, her eyes wide in disbelief as the distraction gave her a flicker of hope. As panic gripped the hospital, staff and patients rushed toward the emergency exits, heeding the blaring fire alarm and automated announcements. Chaos swept through the halls, footsteps echoing, stretchers rolling, and urgent voices guiding the evacuation. In the midst of this turmoil, Nathaniel stood still, eyes narrowed. Something was off. There's no smoke, he muttered. No heat. No smell of fire. Suspicion flickered in his gaze. He turned to one of his men. Check what's really going on. Just as his assistant moved away, a calm yet familiar voice rang out over the hospital's intercom, this time not robotic, but human. Attention, it said confidently, when there's a fire, normal people run. They don't wait around. So if you're still standing here, not moving a muscle, you're clearly not a patient or a doctor. You're here to kill someone. Nathaniel's eyes snapped toward the source. Stepping boldly into the lobby, holding a hospital microphone in one hand and a pen in the other, was Kim Sung-gu. Lee Yuna gasped in disbelief. What are you doing here? I told you I'd meet you under the clock tower, he replied, a small smile tugging at his lips. So here I am. Her breath caught in her throat. He'd tricked everyone, using the alarm as a diversion. And now he stood there, facing a dozen deadly stares without flinching. Nathaniel scowled. So all this was your doing? This little act? A fake alarm to delay me? Kim Sung-gu raised an eyebrow. You seem to be in a hurry to kill someone. I thought I'd slow things down. Nathaniel laughed coldly. And here I thought you were just tagging along. But you really are a thorn, aren't you? His tone turned sinister as he waved a hand. You know who those men are, don't you? The ones still standing calm while the world runs. His voice deepened. They're not amateurs. They're members of Agencia Funeraria, the deadliest crime syndicate born from the slums of Rio de Janeiro. He took a step closer, his presence towering. Where life expectancy is barely 16. Where kids either die young or survive by becoming predators. Kidnapping. Smuggling. Prostitution. Murder. The ones who lived? The 100 strongest? They're all here, with me. As if on cue, the killers started closing in, surrounding Kim Sung-gu with practiced precision. Every exit was blocked. You think you can stop them? Nathaniel asked, his voice low and mocking. You're like a tiger cub, sure. Maybe you've got potential. But if you keep protecting her, you'll be torn apart. He offered a final warning. Join me, and I'll raise you right. I'll turn you into the apex predator you were meant to be. But Kim Sung-gu only smiled. And shook his head. I already chose my side. Nathaniel's expression soured. So be it. Suddenly, two figures launched themselves from the upper balcony, twin blurs of death hurtling toward Kim Sung-gu. They were elite assassins known as Sao Paulo and Rafaelo, infamous even among killers, each marked with the rank of B. D-rank tiger, they roared as they descended. You think you can stand against us? In a blink, they closed the gap. But Kim Sung-gu didn't move. He didn't even look up. With an effortless flick of his wrist, the tip of the pen in his hand glinted, and a fraction of a second later, a crimson spray filled the air. The assassins landed hard, but not on their feet. They collapsed at his feet, throats slashed open, breathless and stunned. The entire lobby fell silent. Gasps rippled across the room. Even Nathaniel's eyes widened, just slightly. Kim Sung-gu casually twirled the bloodied pen between his fingers. I may be rank D, he said coolly, but numbers don't decide who walks out alive. Nathaniel couldn't help but acknowledge the precision behind Kim Sung-gu's strike. Taking down two elite assassins mid-air without sparing them a glance, and hitting exactly where it would end their lives instantly, was no simple feat. Even he, with all his years of leading trained killers, was briefly taken aback. With a measured grin, Sung-gu asked coolly, so, still think I'm just a tiger cub? Nathaniel's expression sharpened. Instead of answering directly, he tilted his head slightly and said, do you know how long it takes for a person to die? He didn't wait for a reply. If you slash an artery, they bleed out in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Cut a vein, and they're gone in 40. But if you hit the carotid artery, he tapped the side of his neck, they drop in just 12 seconds. His eyes locked with Sung-gu's. Now, there are 100 of my best surrounding you. Let's say you take a full minute to kill one. Can you survive for 100 minutes? As if on cue, a large portion of his men, faces hardened and unflinching, stepped forward. They weren't hesitating. They were furious. For Sao Paulo. For Rafaelo, they shouted as they closed in. We don't let our brothers die in vain. Their numbers increased, slowly pressing forward, herding Sung-gu like wolves to the edge of the lobby. The air thickened with intent. From the side, Lee Yuna looked on, anxiety clawing at her chest. Even if Sung-gu was strong, this was too many. She couldn't help but fear the worst. Meanwhile, among the killers, two exchanged words. One of them chuckled as he noticed his companion's grim look. What's with the expression? We've seen worse. The other shook his head. That's not it. It's just, even after watching them die like that, none of us flinched. It's like it didn't matter. Of course it didn't, the first one replied. For people like us, dying is just like eating. It's part of the routine. You grew up different, huh? Before more could be said, they all surged forward at once. The first wave came fast, blades flashing, fists flying, but Sung-gu slipped between them like wind through trees. His reflexes were sharp, reactions even sharper. He dodged, countered, and struck, though not enough to finish them all. But he was clearly biding time. Forced into a corner of the ward, Kim Sung-gu was pressed against the wall, with dozens of killers forming a wall of death around him. From the other side of the room, Nathaniel leaned forward slightly, amused. So? Trapped. Surrounded. What's your plan now, cub? But Sung-gu only smiled. Plan, he said, feigning innocence. I've got plenty. Then, to everyone's surprise, he pulled a fire hose from the nearby wall. With a swift twist of the valve, a high-pressure jet of water blasted into the crowd of assassins. The killers reeled in shock as the strong stream drenched them, soaking their clothes, forcing them to retreat and regain footing. Still holding the hose, Sung-gu tilted his head playfully. Why so surprised? I told you. I hadn't even started. But then, the water sputtered. The stream faltered, and stopped. He glanced down at the pipe in slight disappointment. Guess that's enough warm up. A mocking voice rang out from the killers. What, you planning to drown us now? That won't work. But Sung-gu didn't respond. Instead, he calmly reached for something nearby, an emergency defibrillator. He tore the paddles from their holder, activated them, and pressed them together until sparks leapt from the nodes. Holding them over the pool of water beneath his enemies, he looked up. I said, he repeated firmly, I hadn't started. And with that, he dropped the paddles into the puddle. A violent jolt of electricity tore through the soaked floor. One after another, the killers convulsed and collapsed, screaming, their bodies writhing from the voltage. The sound of crackling electricity drowned out their cries. When the chaos settled, nearly all of them lay unconscious, or dead, on the ground. Nathaniel stood still for a moment, stunned. Then slowly, he began to clap. A soft, deliberate applause echoed through the scorched silence. Well, he said, eyes gleaming, how many more times are you going to surprise me, Sung-gu? He chuckled. Let me guess, now you'll tell me this wasn't even your real move? Kim Sung-gu had lured the killers, known as the agents funerarios, into surrounding him deliberately. It wasn't recklessness, it was part of a trap. Once they were drenched by the fire hose he'd wielded moments ago, he activated the defibrillator, turning the soaked ground into a death zone of high-voltage electricity. Watching them collapse, Nathaniel's eyes lit up with amusement. The more I see of you, he mused aloud, the more intriguing you become. He laughed and corrected himself. I said it'd take you 100 minutes to wipe them out, but I was wrong. That number's been halved. Guess I should revise my estimate, an hour will be more than enough. Sung-gu, still focused, calmly replied, that sounds about right. Without wasting time, he picked up a medical file lying nearby and started jotting something inside. The killers, now regrouping and visibly wary, glanced at him, puzzled. What's he doing now? One muttered. Finishing his writing, Sung-gu tossed the file toward them. As the folder opened midair and landed, its contents flipped to a human diagram marked with a cross, right over the carotid artery. With a flick of his pen, Sung-gu asked coldly, are any of you doctors? No? Then let me help. He held up the pen as if it were a scalpel. That mark, he said, pointing to the file, is where all of you are going to bleed out. Death by exsanguination through a clean slice to the carotid artery. The killers stiffened, and one of them finally spoke in a grim tone. We can't take him. Not like this. And just like that, Sung-gu was in motion. He moved like a ghost, almost impossible to follow, as he slashed precise lines across the necks of his enemies using nothing but his pen. In a matter of seconds, bodies started to fall. Every cut was surgical. Efficient. Fatal. Half of the killers were down before they could even raise their weapons. The remaining half, in desperation, swarmed him all at once. But Sung-gu didn't back down. Instead, he drove his foot into the floor and exploded outward, sending the attackers flying with a single massive kick. His strength was staggering, unnatural even. They were tossed away like dolls. Lee Yuna's breath caught. Her wide eyes followed Sung-gu's movements in stunned silence. Her thoughts wandered to a conversation she'd had in the past, an old memory with Pietro. Back then, someone had once told her about a man. A legend. They say he was the strongest man alive, he'd said. I've read every book I could find, except the ones they never wrote about him. He had always spoken about that man like a myth, not someone real. And yet, watching Sung-gu now, Yuna thought, he looks just like how that man was described. Ordinary on the outside, but inside, a storm. Even Pietro, strong as he was, couldn't possibly fight against 1,000 enemies, right? But if those rumors were even half true, then maybe Sung-gu wasn't just a good fighter. Maybe he was that kind of monster. Within a few minutes, it was over. All 100 killers lay motionless on the ground. Not even 15 minutes had passed. Standing tall, Sung-gu wiped a speck of blood from his cheek. Nathaniel let out a loud, amused laugh. 13 minutes, he said. You took 13 minutes to kill 100 men. But Sungu stared at him calmly and replied, I'm not finished yet. He pointed directly at Nathaniel. You're still alive. He then asked with a slight smirk, so what'll it be? Are you coming down, or do I come up to get you? Nathaniel's grin widened as he jumped down from the upper level, landing just feet away from Sungu. I underestimated you, he said, his tone half amused, half curious. How are you this strong as a D rank? Are you from another nation's assassin unit or something? Before Sungu could respond, he returned the curiosity. You know, he said, eyes narrowing slightly, the ones who talk the most often do it to mask their fear. Nathaniel chuckled at that. You should learn to tell the difference between confidence and arrogance. And then, without warning, he lunged forward and punched. Sungu raised his arm just in time to block the blow, but the sheer force behind it sent him flying backward, airborne like a missile. He crashed through the air and landed heavily. Li Yuna gasped. Even though he had blocked the strike, he was still hurled like a rag doll. The sheer physical power Nathaniel wielded was on a completely different level. Still groaning, Sungu looked up from where he landed, visibly shaken. What the hell? Is he even human? Nathaniel wasted no time in pressing the attack again. This time, his strikes were even faster and more forceful, but Sungu could feel the toll of his previous battle. His body was drained from the effort of slaughtering 100 killers, and now he was struggling to keep up. Li Yuna watched in growing anxiety, convinced that at this rate, Sungu wouldn't be able to keep going much longer. Nathaniel, relentless, threw a flurry of punches. Then, to Sungu's shock, he began tossing the dead bodies of the fallen killers in his direction. Despite the onslaught, Sungu managed to deflect each blow, blocking and dodging with the same calculated precision he'd used earlier. Is this all you've got? Nathaniel taunted, a smirk curling on his lips. You're tired, aren't you? You can barely keep up, and now you're struggling to defend yourself. But I won't accept that as an excuse. With a roar of frustration, Nathaniel landed a crushing blow to Sungu, sending him flying. Sungu crashed into the elevator doors with such force that they shattered upon impact, and he tumbled inside the elevator shaft. His mind raced as the pain from the blow surged through his body. This is the kind of power I've never encountered before. Li Yuna, watching from the sidelines, was horrified. Nathaniel's strength was overwhelming, and she feared that Sungu might not survive. The two of them were now trapped in the elevator together, the metal doors locked tight by Nathaniel. You can't run now, Nathaniel said with a chilling smile. We'll finish this in here. No escaping. The confined space of the elevator became their battleground. They collided with each other, their fists pounding into flesh and metal as the elevator descended, floor after floor. With every impact, the walls seemed to shudder. Nathaniel, unfazed by the close quarters, mocked Sungu. He was impressed by the challenge Sungu presented, but in the end, Nathaniel was convinced that his power would win out. Sungu fought back with every ounce of strength he had left, but he was clearly exhausted. Nathaniel's jeering words echoed in his ears, reminding him of the imbalance in their fight. As the elevator continued its downward journey, Li Yuna, helpless, called out to Sungu, but her voice was swallowed by the chaos. She frantically searched for a way to get to him, but the descent seemed endless. The elevator finally came to a stop at a lower level, where Nathaniel had his secret room, his hidden sanctuary where he kept his collection of specimens. Inside, Nathaniel, still grinning, finally spoke up. You're a curious one, aren't you? So many questions. I was supposed to meet Pietro today, but instead, here you are, fighting me. What's your connection to him? Sungu, battered and bruised, was slumped against the elevator wall, barely conscious. Nathaniel smiled, thinking him defeated. He'd broken his opponent, or so he believed. Just like all the others, Nathaniel mused, you'll be like the rest. A pile of meat. But as he peered at Sungu's face, something caught his attention. Despite the beating he'd taken, there was no visible injury. No blood smeared across his features. Nathaniel had poured everything into his attacks, yet somehow, Sungu had dodged it all, just barely, but still alive. Sungu suddenly stirred, pushing himself upright. My apologies, he said with a dry chuckle, I was just getting a little rest. It's not easy, you know, staying entertained. Nathaniel's eyes flashed with fury. Rest? Now you're mocking me. Sungu leaned forward slightly, still weak but grinning. You said you were sincere, right? Well, this time, I'm going to be honest with you. This fight isn't over yet. Enraged, Nathaniel lunged at him with an even fiercer barrage of strikes. His strength and speed seemed to have no limits, but Sungu, despite his weariness, stood firm, preparing for the next round. Meanwhile, in a nearby control room, Pietro's friend, along with her assistant Dong and a subordinate, were monitoring the fight. They had been keeping track of Sunggu's progress, making sure he wasn't overwhelmed. When Sunggu was pushed back, Dong turned to her, concerned. "Are you not worried about your friend?" She simply shook her head, her face unreadable. "No. I'm not worried. I've heard stories about him, fascinating ones. If those stories are true, then this fight won't end so easily." Her calmness in the face of the battle seemed odd, but there was a quiet confidence in her words. She knew something about Sunggu that no one else did, and she was willing to wait and watch. Hearing this, Jiwon calmly replied without hesitation. "Don't worry. The person who dared to challenge that disciple isn't someone ordinary either. He'll handle it just fine." Just as she finished speaking, the scene transitioned to one of Peter's memories from the past. In this flashback, we see Peter and his fellow trainees standing in front of a large boulder under the watchful eyes of their instructor. The instructor announces, "Today, I'm giving you all a serious challenge. This stone in front of you, your task is to break it using nothing but your fists. So, tell me, do you think you can do it?" The kids stood there in disbelief, stunned. "Sir, are you serious? This boulder is massive. There's no way we can break it with just our fists." But while the others hesitated and doubted, Peter quietly stepped forward and began wrapping cloth tightly around his hands. The others turned toward him in shock. "Peter, have you lost your mind? You're the weakest among us. You can't even throw a proper punch, how are you going to break that rock?" Peter ignored their ridicule. Without saying a word, he walked up to the boulder and began striking it with all his might. Punch after punch landed, but the rock didn't show a single crack. The others laughed at him, mocking his futile efforts, but Peter didn't stop. Evening fell, and Peter was still at it. Sweat-soaked, bruised, and battered, he continued to punch that same rock with unwavering determination. The scene faded to black and then opened up a month later. The same group of students returned to that spot, casually chatting. "Just like I thought. It's been 2 months, and that idiot Peter still hasn't managed to break the rock. What a hopeless fool." But suddenly, one of the girls gasped. "Guys, look over there." Everyone turned to where she was pointing, and what they saw left them speechless. The enormous boulder was shattered into several pieces, and the remains had been thrown aside. Peter had already destroyed multiple boulders, without anyone noticing. The scene snapped back to the present. Peter and Nathaniel clashed again. Their fists moved at blinding speed. But this time, something unexpected happened. Peter didn't strike with a punch. Instead, he grabbed Nathaniel's fist mid-air, stopping it completely. Nathaniel's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not normal, are you? How in the world did you stop my punch?" Peter calmly replied. "Nathaniel was the one who charged in, not me." Confused, Nathaniel asked, "What are you even talking about?" But before he could react, Peter struck Nathaniel's neck with a powerful blow, sending him flying backward through the air. Nathaniel crashed violently, and Peter didn't give him a moment to recover. He rushed forward, launching a relentless barrage of punches. As he attacked, Peter spoke through clenched teeth. "I asked about the car earlier because after this, you'll feel pain worse than getting hit by one." Then, with a final thunderous strike, Peter sent Nathaniel crashing into a large cube-like structure. The force was so intense that the water stored inside splashed all over Nathaniel's body. But even after all that, Nathaniel stood back up. He laughed as he looked at Peter and said, "Is that all you've got, Kim? You've only landed a few attacks, but both your arms already seem badly injured." Nathaniel removed his upper garment, revealing something that made Peter freeze. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell has he done to his body? Is that even human anymore? The camera slowly panned over Nathaniel's body, revealing a terrifying and refined muscular structure, something not achievable by ordinary means. It looked almost artificial, perfected. Nathaniel grinned, his expression filled with excitement. "You know, Kim Sunggu, I'm really starting to enjoy this fight. So please, don't disappoint me now. Let's keep going." We see Peter staring at Nathaniel in complete shock. Nathaniel, grinning confidently, says, "I bet you've never seen a body like this before. Let me explain, my body is evolutionary." Hearing this, Kim is visibly stunned. He struggles to understand what Nathaniel actually means. So Nathaniel elaborates. "My body is anti-fragile. Which means, even if you want to hurt me, you won't be able to. The more pain I experience during battle, the stronger my body becomes. I've performed countless experiments on myself, altering my physiology, reshaping my entire body. Now, my body is a weapon." As he says this, Nathaniel dashes toward Kim with immense speed and shouts, "And do you know what that means? It means you're going to die." In a blink, Nathaniel grabs Peter by the neck and slams him into the ground with brutal force. The impact causes a cloud of dust to explode into the air. Laughing, Nathaniel declares, "No one's ever broken free from my grip, not after I've gotten a hold of them." But to his shock, he sees Kim sitting far away, completely unharmed. Nathaniel's expression turns serious as he mutters, "I grabbed him with my full speed. How did he escape?" He recalls how Kim had pulled his head back and wedged his arms between Nathaniel's grip just in time to break free. No way. How can someone have such lightning-fast reflexes? Is he really just a D-rank killer? Meanwhile, Peter is thinking to himself, "For a moment, even I thought he had me. But I detected his move just in time. Still, it feels like someone shoved needles into my hands. His strength is unreal. I remember. He crushed an experiment subject's skull with just his grip. If he ever manages to hold me properly, escaping would be impossible." As Peter strategizes, Nathaniel grins again and says, "Kim Sung-gu, you really are extraordinary. Fighting you is actually fun." He continues, "Even though you're just a D-rank killer, you've got real talent. I saw your medical reports, and based on that, I believe you have the potential to become an A-rank killer someday. But even then, you can't defeat me. My body grows stronger during battle, while you only get weaker." He pauses, then smirks. "Still, I'll give you a chance. If you kneel in front of me and beg for your life like a dog, I might consider sparing you." Peter, pretending to consider it, replies, "Seems like I don't have much of a choice." Hearing that, Nathaniel's eyes light up with wicked joy. "So you finally see reason. Don't worry. I won't let your body go to waste. I'll use it well for my next set of experiments." At the same time, we shift to the blind girl and her subordinate, who are watching the entire fight from afar. The subordinate says, "Master, what is Kim doing? If he gives up now, Nathaniel will extract all our information. We'll all be in danger." Back in the arena, Peter slowly lifts his sleeve, exposing his forearm. Seeing this, Nathaniel frowns. "What are you doing?" Peter calmly replies, "You know, when kids make mistakes, their parents, or someone, has to discipline them. Not out of hate, but to teach them a lesson so they don't repeat it. That's why I've decided to discipline you." He clenches his fist. "I'll beat the arrogance out of you. I'll make you a better person." This provokes Nathaniel. His face twists with anger and excitement at the same time. He growls, "You dare talk down to me?" Fueled by rage and thrill, Nathaniel launches toward Peter with blazing speed. Peter, equally determined, charges forward to meet him head-on. The fight erupts. Blows are exchanged at breakneck speed. The entire area echoes with thunderous impacts. We see Peter now dominating the fight, pummeling Nathaniel mercilessly, not even giving him a chance to counterattack. The sounds of their violent clash are so intense that, from a distance, the blind girl turns toward her subordinate and says something, her expression unreadable. The blind woman, startled by the deafening noise, asks, "What in the world is going on? Where is all this noise coming from?" Her subordinate, watching the scene unfold, replies with uncertainty, "Madam, I honestly don't know what's happening here. But one thing I can say for sure, those two out there, they aren't humans. No, they're monsters. Two monsters fighting one another." The scene cuts back to the battle, where Nathaniel is locked in a fierce fight with Peter. As the blows intensify, Nathaniel begins to think to himself, "Kim Sung-gu, he's stronger than I expected. I never thought a mere D-rank killer would be able to push me this far." Despite the surprising resistance, he reminds himself, "But that doesn't change the truth. The truth is, no one can defeat me." Suddenly, Nathaniel becomes more serious. His demeanor shifts as he launches into a barrage of high-speed attacks. Laughing madly during the fight, he thinks, "I've fought countless battles in my life, but I've never enjoyed a fight this much." As his fists clash with Kim's, he continues, "I've seen Kim's medical records. Every stat was completely normal. By all accounts, he shouldn't be able to fight me. So why won't he give up? Why does he keep pushing back with everything he's got?" Nathaniel then narrows his eyes. "Maybe it's time I end this." At that moment, Peter attempts a kick, but Nathaniel catches his leg midair. With a twisted grin, he spins Peter around and hurls him violently into a wall of reinforced tubes. Peter crashes through several of them, smashing everything in his path before slamming into the ground at a distance. Without a second's delay, Nathaniel leaps high and descends rapidly to deliver a finishing blow, shouting, "After all that effort, how pathetic it is that you still died." He lands a devastating punch, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. The blind woman's subordinate gasps in horror, "Madam, I think Kim is dead." But the woman, clearly distressed, refuses to believe it. "No, that's not possible." Just then, Peter's voice echoes from the smoke-filled battlefield. "You said your body becomes stronger the more pain it experiences, right? That no matter how much someone tries to hurt you, your body just keeps evolving? As the dust settles, Peter emerges, completely unharmed. He continues, and you believe that every fight makes you stronger. But have you ever wondered if this so-called blessing of yours might actually become your curse? Nathaniel's eyes widen in shock. Peter adds, I've been waiting all this time for the side effects of your ability to kick in. And just then, it becomes clear, Nathaniel's muscles are overly hardened, so much so that they've become rigid and stiff. Realization dawns on him as he mutters to himself. Shit. I didn't even notice it. I got so caught up in fighting him. I ignored what was happening to my own body. He grits his teeth, this shouldn't be happening. Someone like Stefan? I could beat him with ease. But I haven't even landed a clean hit on this bastard. He's dodged everything. Peter steps forward and says calmly. Give up, Nathaniel. But Nathaniel refuses to believe it. No. This can't be. I've fought some of the world's strongest fighters. I tortured myself with years of cruel experiments to strengthen this body. There's no way I'm being beaten by some D-rank killer. Suddenly, Nathaniel starts laughing. Then, with a crazed look in his eyes, he peels off a sticker from his shoe and swallows it. He laughs harder and says, Kim, did you think I'd come unprepared? I always carry antidotes tailored for my body's conditions. And now that I've taken it, a horrifying transformation follows. His muscles start healing, regenerating instantly, but his eyes turn blood red. Blood drips from his mouth as he growls. Because of you, my body has hit its limit. I only have 3 minutes to fight at full power before something terrible happens to me, but 3 minutes is all I need to kill you. Fueled by rage and adrenaline, Nathaniel charges forward with terrifying speed, launching a full-power assault. But Peter stands his ground. The final battle begins. Both fighters clash with full force, each blow sending shockwaves across the area. Their speed, power, and precision are beyond human capabilities. It's a collision of two monsters. Even as the blind woman and her subordinate watch from afar, Nathaniel narrates in his head. I've fought the strongest martial artists this world has to offer, but I've never, not even once, encountered someone like him. The stage is now set for the final showdown. I don't understand how this is happening, but somehow, I'm not even able to land a single hit on him, and that's despite the fact that my speed is clearly far greater than his, and my strength is in no way inferior either. As this thought lingers, we see Kim skillfully dodging all of Nathaniel's attacks at an incredible speed. Suddenly, Kim spins and lands a sharp, powerful kick to Nathaniel's head. Nathaniel, reeling from the blow, starts to reflect. I've been wondering all this time. Kim's medical report shows that all his body stats are completely normal. So how is he this extraordinary in combat? But now, I think I finally understand. I've come to the conclusion that while medical reports may be able to quantify a person's physical attributes, they can't measure how strong someone truly is. Realization dawns on him. Kim is far stronger than me. And I can't beat him. His condition worsens. He's exhausted, injured, and stunned by Kim's resilience and speed. Kim may be young, but his experience surpasses mine. Fighting him feels like he's already clashed with opponents far more powerful than me. And just then, Kim appears again, this time right in front of him, and delivers a crushing, full-force punch that sends shockwaves across the battlefield. Watching all this unfold, Peter mutters to himself. He's a monster, an actual monster. At this point, the scene transitions into a flashback. We're taken to a medical college, a memory from the past. A young boy is standing there, solemnly taking an oath. I swear, one day, I will become a great doctor. I will help every patient who comes to me. I will save lives. I will not let anyone die under my watch. I will carry out my duty with complete dedication. We learn that this boy is none other than Nathaniel, whose real name is Nahyun. At just 13 years old, he had been accepted into the country's most prestigious hospital due to his unparalleled intellect. He was hailed as a child genius. However, Nathaniel narrates his own hidden struggles. Even though I was a genius, I was incredibly weak. My body was frail. I couldn't run or play like the other kids. Most of my time was spent lying in bed. And I hated it. Then one day, while watching TV, something changed. He saw a program explaining how insects and bugs could be evolved to become much stronger. That day, an idea struck me. What if I could evolve my own body too? What if I could gain the things I lack through science, through my own efforts? That was the turning point in his life. He became obsessed with the thought. The scene shifts to a moment in the hospital, years later. A patient with severe injuries is rushed in. He's been in a brutal accident. The hospital staff murmurs about his identity. This guy is a serial killer. He was trying to escape after murdering someone, but got into an accident. After knowing this, everyone hesitates to treat him. One doctor, in particular, stands out for his professionalism, treating this man with the same care as any normal patient. That doctor is none other than Nathaniel, now known as Nathaniel. That day, after many years, I witnessed something I'd never seen before. A human body, so powerful, so well-developed, so resilient, it shocked me. He was stunned. The killer's body, despite the injuries, was built like a fortress. I couldn't understand, how could a person have a body this strong? And from that day on, Nathaniel became obsessed, not just with saving lives, but also with creating the strongest possible version of himself. I was incredibly curious. I wanted to know, what exactly was inside that person's body. At first, I tried convincing myself that it was wrong, that what I was thinking shouldn't be done. But the curiosity kept growing, overwhelming me, until I lost all self-control. And that day, I did the unthinkable. I completely opened up that person's body, dissecting it piece by piece. I examined every organ individually, checking every internal structure to uncover its secrets. But, because of that, the person died. I panicked. I was horrified by what I had done. Terrified, I abandoned the hospital that very day, and vanished. For several years, I disappeared from the world. I hid in a small city in South America. But even during that time, I never stopped experimenting. Because that city was overflowing with dead bodies, bringing them to my lab, and continued my research on them. And eventually, I found a way. A way to make my own body stronger. So I began experimenting on myself. Day after day, operation after operation, I enhanced, evolved, and restructured my body. And finally, I created a body that was unbelievably powerful. A body far stronger than that of any normal human. After that, I started challenging the strongest martial artists in the world, one by one. And I defeated them all. I thought I had reached the pinnacle. I thought I was unmatched. But now, looking at the present moment, I can't believe it. 30 years of research, 30 years of pain, struggle, and sacrifice, have all gone to waste. Just then, we see Peter land a devastating kick on Nathaniel, sending him flying across the lab. The lab is now completely destroyed, debris and shattered equipment lying everywhere. We see Nathaniel, barely conscious, looking down at his body. His mind races with disbelief. Kim destroyed my body completely. His attacks weren't just powerful, they were surgical. Every single one of my internal organs has been shattered. My body is no longer functioning. He realizes. This is the end for me. At that moment, Peter walks up to him and says, "Don't move your body. If you try to move even a little, you'll die faster." Nathaniel replies with a weak smile. "I know. But Kim, there's one thing I still don't understand. Why are you so strong? I'm older than you by decades. I spent 30 entire years researching, experimenting, turning my body into a living weapon. So how are you still stronger than me?" Peter hears this and responds calmly. "Well, even if I told you, you probably wouldn't understand." He turns around and begins to walk away. "You thought experience made you superior. But you've misunderstood what experience really means. The things I've endured over the last 70 years, that's real experience." Nathaniel's eyes widen in shock. 70 years? A memory hits him. He recalls hearing that when Peter was first brought into the orphanage, he was just 10 years old. And ever since then, for 70 years, he has been walking the path of a killer. Nathaniel's thoughts spiral. 70 years as a killer? No, that's impossible. But even as he tries to reject the truth, he chuckles weakly. "Peter, fighting you was one hell of an experience." And with that final breath, Nathaniel dies. The narration shifts to the aftermath. We're told that when the people from Glory Hospital arrived and saw the horrific condition of the facility, they were shocked beyond belief. But they immediately took control of the situation. They cleaned the entire hospital thoroughly and made sure no information leaked to the outside world. Despite the chaos, no trace or evidence could be found that revealed what truly happened inside that lab. After investigating the situation thoroughly, the officials finally reach a conclusion: it was Peter who killed all those people. In the next scene, we see a vehicle traveling along a road. Inside, Jay speaks up and says, "Teacher, now that we've returned from the hospital, I wanted to ask, is there any way we can quickly raise our ranks?" Hearing this, their teacher snaps back. "Idiots! Do you seriously think it's that easy to raise a killer's rank? Fools like you couldn't raise your rank even if you spent your entire life trying." Hyung responds indignantly. "Teacher, you're being too harsh. We're not that useless. We've been training hard for quite some time now, and I really believe we're finally ready to raise our ranks." Jay nods and turns to another member of the group. "What do you think, Yuna? Am I wrong?" Yuna, sitting quietly next to Peter, answers softly, No, you're right. Peter, sitting silently beside her, watches her closely. At that moment, Yuna is lost in thought. Everything seems to have ended well, then why do I still feel so sad? Is it because I still can't save my brother? A flashback plays. Nathaniel had once said to her, "Don't worry. I have a medicine that can heal your brother, but a single injection costs $4.5 billion. If we inject it into your brother's body, I'm sure he'll recover quickly. But for that, you'll have to do exactly as I say." Back in the present, Peter notices Yuna's somber expression and asks, "Yuna, are you thinking about your brother again?" She quickly responds, "No, it's nothing. It's just that, everything was destroyed with Nathaniel anyway. So what's the point?" Peter reassures her. "Yuna, you don't need to worry so much. I'm sure you'll find a way to save your brother. I believe in you." Yuna smiles faintly. "Maybe you're right. I shouldn't think too much about it now." We then see the group returning to their school. One by one, they head to their respective hostels. As Yuna starts walking away, Peter calls out, "Yuna, where are you going? Don't you think that box is for you? Aren't you taking it?" She looks at the box and says, "This? It's not mine. I think it belongs to the teacher. He must have forgotten it here." Peter replies, "Maybe, but why don't you take it anyway? Who knows, maybe Eugene will like it." Yuna freezes for a moment and looks at Peter in surprise. How do you know my little brother's name is Eugene? You're really strange sometimes." She bends down, picks up the box, and slowly opens it. "I wonder what's inside. Is it some kind of gift?" As she opens it, her expression changes. Her eyes widen. Her emotions surge. Tears start streaming down her face. Inside the box are the very same expensive injections Nathaniel had once mentioned, the medicine that could save her brother's life. Peter, walking away, says gently, "When we were fighting, I made sure nothing happened to those injections." Yuna, overwhelmed with joy and relief, hugs the box tightly to her chest and starts crying. She had finally found hope, something she had almost given up on. The scene then transitions to Glory Hospital, where the head of the Glory organization is present. One of his subordinates reports, "Sir, all the patients from this hospital have been safely transferred to our other facilities. But, it's honestly unbelievable that such a massive fight happened among humans." The boss asks in a serious tone, "Are you absolutely sure that the person involved was Peter?" "Yes, sir," the subordinate replies. The CCTV footage clearly captured one person, and it was Peter. No one else was seen. But, sir, what's strange is, Peter vanished without a trace. It was as if he wasn't human, but a ghost. Just then, another person in the room exclaims, "A ghost? What did you just say?" The first subordinate hesitates and stammers, "No, I didn't mean ghost. I misspoke." But the other person cuts in, "No, I heard you clearly. You said Peter is like a ghost." Panic sets in. The first man trembles and backs away. "No, I didn't say that. I swear." Suddenly, deep gashes start appearing all over his body. Within moments, his entire body explodes violently, leaving everyone in the room horrified. We are shown that the person who killed the subordinate is actually a girl. As she appears on the scene, she casually says, "Boss, I killed one of your subordinates. You're not mad at me for that, right?" To this, the boss calmly replies, "Of course not. After all, how could anyone dare steal your name?" Hearing this, the girl responds with a smirk. "It really is such a shame. Nathaniel died at the hands of a 65-year-old man. I guess I'll have to handle that old geezer myself now." We're then introduced to her title. She is known as the Sword Ghost. Rank, Disciple. We shift to a scene featuring the instructor, who appears quite serious. He announces to her team, "A new mission has come in. You all are being sent to a school for volunteer duty." Upon hearing this, Hung looks disappointed. "Seriously? Is this how much the Glory organization values me? We just completed a mission recently, and they're already throwing another one at us." Jay chimes in jokingly, "That's because we've become too popular. This is the downside of fame." Watching the two, Yuna thinks to herself, "These two are complete idiots." Meanwhile, their instructor warns them sternly, "Listen carefully, you cannot afford to fail this mission. It's extremely important for our school." We now move to a new location, an island. Jay and Hung arrive, looking around confused. What kind of volunteer mission is this? Did our instructor send us on the wrong mission? They find themselves at a school for young children, assigned as volunteers. Volunteer duty involves members from major schools visiting smaller schools to help with chores like cleaning, maintenance, etc. Seeing this, Yuna remarks sharply, "You both really are idiots. The teacher told us what this was about, but you two were too excited to pay attention." After hearing this, Jae and Hung dramatically collapse to the ground in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? We thought it was a serious mission from the Glory Organization, and instead, we've been given cleaning duty? We're not doing this. Just then, they hear a woman's voice. A young woman appears, asking, "Are you the volunteer sent here?" We find out she's a teacher at the school, and her name is Yeejin. Upon seeing her, both Jae and Hung instantly perk up and reply enthusiastically. "Yes, ma'am. We're the volunteers. Please tell us everything you need help with, we're ready to assist." They immediately begin pulling weeds, cleaning flowers, and helping out around the school. The teacher tries to stop them, but they're already in full work mode. Watching this, Yuna mutters, "These two are hopeless idiots." Yuna turns to Kim, saying, "I honestly don't understand why we were sent here. This place is 500 kilometers from our school. Why would the Glory Organization assign us something so trivial?" Peter, who's been quiet, suddenly speaks up as he walks away. "I don't know the reason either, but if we've been assigned the mission, we have to complete it." This makes Yuna suspicious. What's gotten into him today? Later, Jae and Hung ask the teacher, "Ma'am, you look so young. Are you a student here too?" The teacher replies, "Why do you keep complimenting me? I already told you, I'm a teacher." Just then, Yuna arrives and scolds them. "Idiots! If our instructor finds out you were flirting with a teacher, he'll beat you senseless. Go focus on your work." Soon, a strange man arrives, the gatekeeper of the school. He cheerfully says, "Welcome to UIL school." He bursts out laughing uncontrollably, and begins talking to Peter and Yuna, saying, "You'll be surprised to know, there's only one school on this whole island." He laughs again loudly, to which Yuna says, "Sir, can you stop laughing? You're being really weird." Ignoring her, the gatekeeper adds, "There's a lot of cleaning work left behind the school. I'll show you the way." Yuna watches him and thinks, "This guy is strange. I can't tell if he's an idiot or just pretending to be one." Suddenly, a group of people arrives. One of them demands, "How long are you going to delay paying rent?" The gatekeeper replies, "Sir, look around you. We can't even afford to run the fans here, let alone pay for electricity. And now you're demanding rent?" The man snaps, "Why don't you just leave then? If you can't pay, move out." Trying to appease him, the gatekeeper hands him a large basket. "Please don't worry, sir. We prepared a gift for you, here, take this." Curious, the men open it, only to find it filled with potatoes. "I grew these myself. They're delicious, I promise you'll like them." Furious, the man throws the basket back at the gatekeeper. "You idiot! Are you mocking us?" The teacher steps in, scolding him. "Sir, how can you treat someone like this? You have no right to hurt people." Seeing this, Yuna tells Kim, "Stay out of this. There's no need for you to get involved." Kim replies, "But I didn't even say anything." Yuna adds, "I know, but you're the kind who'd jump into things anyway. Remember, our instructor told us not to cause trouble." Meanwhile, the teacher pleads, "We already told you we'll pay the rent soon. Why do you keep coming here and causing trouble?" The man sneers, "You're a beautiful woman. What are you even doing in a place like this?" At that moment, Hung steps forward, snatches the cigarette from the man's mouth, and says, "Hey, idiot! Don't you know this is a school? Smoking here is prohibited. Get lost, that's your best option." The man glares at Hung and punches him square in the face, knocking him down. He yells, "Who the hell do you think you are? Interfering in our business? If you don't want more of that, stay out of it." Hung, now angry, growls, "Do you think I'm scared of a single punch? You must not know who I am, I'm strong." Right after this, we hear the sounds of a brutal beating. In the next scene, both Hung and Jae are shown lying in hospital beds, battered and bruised. The teacher is tending to them, treating their injuries. As Yejin speaks, she says, "Mister, you didn't have to fight them for our sake. Look at the condition you're in now." Hearing this, Jae replies with a bit of pain in his voice, "Ma'am, you don't need to worry about that. We're both really strong. This wasn't such a big problem for us." Just then, we see the gatekeeper arrive, and he looks upset. He says, "You two are students. You shouldn't have fought those gangsters. Look at the shape you're in because of it." Then the teacher adds, "Still, you both were really brave. Thank you so much. And don't worry about the school's cleaning duties. Just take some rest, we'll handle the rest." At that moment, Peter also arrives and says with a smirk, "Captain, how are you feeling? You don't look too bad." Hearing that, Hung jokes, yeah, laugh it off, brother." Peter thinks to himself, they've both improved a lot from before. They used to attack anyone they saw, thinking they could defeat them. But now, they've definitely changed. Peter says out loud, "Captain, you've really grown." A real man is someone who can control his anger. Hung responds, nah, it's not that. I just can't stand seeing someone in trouble and doing nothing about it. Hearing this, the teacher says warmly, Mr. Hung, you really are a kind person. Hung smiles, clearly happy from the compliment. In the next scene, we see Yuna sitting alone in the park, thinking about Kim. A memory flashes in her mind, the time Kim handed her a box and told her about the medicine for Eugene. She remembers how he fought Nathaniel for her sake and even brought the medicine to save Eugene. She thinks to herself, Kim did so much for me, and I didn't even thank him properly. The next time I see him, I'll definitely say thank you. Just then, Kim appears and sits next to her. He says, are you thinking about your brother? Yuna is startled and lets out a small scream upon seeing him so suddenly. Kim sits down calmly and asks, why do you always get so scared whenever you see me? Do I look like a ghost or something? Yuna replies, no, it's not like that. You just always appear out of nowhere. She thinks to herself, this is a good chance. I should thank him now. Yuna starts, Kim, I wanted to say something to you, actually. But before she can finish, Peter walks up and says, Yuna, I should be the one thanking you. Yuna looks surprised. What? Why are you thanking me? Peter remembers something from the past, a time when Yuna had told him to meet her near the clock tower. He had asked her, the one inside the hospital, and she had clarified, no, the one inside the park. He also remembers the moment when Nathaniel threatened to kill both her and her brother. Yuna had been terrified, but she still never revealed Peter's name. Peter says, you were really scared that day, but even then, you protected me. You're amazing, Yuna. Yuna shakes her head, flustered. No, it's not like that. Even if someone else had been in your place, I would have done the same thing. Then she adds, I'm really curious about you, Kim. I want to know who you really are. I know you know Peter, but it's strange that someone with your skills joined the Glory organization and is still just a D-rank killer. You even defeated Nathaniel by yourself. Kim replies, Yuna, I know you want to know more about me. Don't worry, when the time is right, I'll tell you everything. Yuna goes quiet for a moment, then says, Kim, thank you. Kim asks, huh? What did you just say? Yuna gets annoyed. Didn't you hear me? I just thanked you. Kim chuckles, oh, so you said thank you? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Yuna, now red with frustration, yells, fine. Then I'll say it again, thank you. Peter, surprised, laughs a little. Okay, but why are you yelling it like that? Yuna storms off, clearly embarrassed, and mutters to herself, you're such an idiot. I know you did that on purpose. Blushing, she runs away. Watching her leave, Kim smiles and says to himself, looks like her mood's much better now. She doesn't seem sad anymore. Maybe it's time for me to leave too. In the next scene, we see Kim back inside the school building. He's walking through the hallways and eventually stops in front of the gatekeeper's room. He knocks and says, Sir, I had some free time, so I came here. Kim enters the gatekeeper's room and says, if you have any work that I can help with, I'd be happy to assist. Hearing this, the gatekeeper laughs and says, Kid, what are you doing here? You're still so young. You shouldn't be working so hard already. You should be out enjoying your life. He starts laughing heartily, clearly amused, but Kim doesn't say a word. He simply stands there quietly. Seeing that Kim doesn't respond, the gatekeeper says, well then, if there's nothing you can help with, I suppose you should go. As Kim begins walking away, the gatekeeper suddenly stands up and says in a serious tone, you may be young, but the scent of blood coming from your body is strong. That means, you've already become an extremely powerful killer at such a young age. At that moment, the gatekeeper takes off his cap. His expression sharpens as he asks, so tell me, what's the real reason you came here? Hearing this, Peter, who had just entered, speaks up, if you already know that much, then I'm sure you also know I didn't come here to meet some ordinary gatekeeper. I came to meet Disciple Simon. Right then, the man who had been posing as a gatekeeper takes off his shirt and draws a massive sword from beside him. Seeing this, Peter says with a smirk, so, should I call you Simon? Or should I address you as Glory's best swordsman? Simon laughs loudly and says, so, you came here after doing your homework. In that case, I'm sure you also know, you won't be leaving this place alive. Then the narrator adds, when two swordmasters clash, a real swordsman only needs one opening. And once he finds it, the fight ends in a single move. But as Simon begins fighting Peter, he's taken aback. He can't understand how Peter is dodging all of his attacks so effortlessly. We see Simon unleashing a barrage of incredibly fast and deadly sword strikes toward Peter, but Peter doesn't strike back. He simply dodges, again and again. Simon speeds up his attacks, thinking it'll catch Peter off guard, but to his surprise, Peter dodges every single blow with ease. Even when Simon uses a special fast strike, One of his most powerful and quickest moves, Peter evades it like it's nothing. Is this guy really the legendary, unbelievable strongest sword master? He mutters, that's why your title is the Swirling Sword Saint. Then Simon raises his sword high into the air and says, you'll be happy to hear this, until now, no one I've ever fought has been able to dodge 10 of my attacks in a row. But you're the second person to do it. Right after, Simon sends another extremely fast attack at Peter, but again, Peter dodges it effortlessly. Simon says, I don't know much about creatures, but I do know this, humans have certain habits they never forget. The way we're fighting and talking at the same time. I've never fought like this before. There's only one person I've ever fought like this with. At this moment, Simon suddenly slams his sword into the ground and kneels before Peter. I, disciple Simon, offer my respect to disciple Peter. Peter just stares at him in silence. Simon continues, brother. I've missed you so much. In the next scene, Simon is speaking again. Is it true? Have you really reincarnated? Peter answers calmly, yes, it's true. And I hope you'll believe me. Simon responds emotionally, of course I believe you, brother. You've never lied to me. I'm genuinely so happy to see you alive. When I first heard that the organization had killed you, I didn't want to believe it. Then Simon adds with a smile, but brother, have you noticed something? You look really cool in this younger form. You've become more handsome than ever. Peter grins, I've always been handsome. It's just that I got older, so people didn't notice anymore. But looking at you, I'm glad to see you're still doing well. Your swordsmanship is as sharp as ever. Honestly, if I hadn't dodged your attacks, you might have actually killed me. Simon bursts out laughing. Brother, what are you saying? There's no way I'd ever harm you. You're like an elder brother to me. You're the one who taught me how to wield a sword. Simon becomes more serious and asks, but tell me, why have you come here now? Peter replies, do you know about the Divine Hospital and a doctor named Nathaniel? Simon answers, yes, I know of him. But a few days ago, someone killed him. I've been wondering who the crazy person was that managed to kill someone like Nathaniel. He pauses, then stares at Peter in shock. Brother, don't tell me, you were the one who killed him? Peter looks him in the eyes and says, yes. I killed him. Simon is stunned. But brother, why? Why are you doing all this? Don't tell me your goal is. Peter nods. Yes. My goal is to destroy the entire Glory organization. Hearing this, Simon speaks with concern, brother, even if you're incredibly strong, don't you think destroying the whole organization is too dangerous? There are killers in Glory that are beyond powerful. Then he adds earnestly, but still, I want to stand by your side. Let me help you. Whoever you want me to take out, I'll do it. But Peter shakes his head. No, you don't need to do anything. Just stay here at the school and live peacefully. Enjoy your life. Simon, nearly begging, says, brother, please, let me come with you. Even though I haven't used my abilities in a long time, I'm still the same old Simon, one of the top 12 disciples. As Simon speaks, he turns to Peter and says, brother, have you forgotten that I'm only alive today because of you? I still haven't been able to forget that night. We are shown a flashback where Simon is about to attack the new leader of the Glory organization. But just as he's about to strike, Peter stops him and says, no, you're not going to do anything like that. As Simon speaks, Peter also starts recalling a memory from the past. Peter begins narrating. 60 years ago, there was a church priest who adopted a large number of children. Out of them, he selected 12. These 12 children were then subjected to brutal training. They were raised in an environment where death was a daily lesson, and over the years, they were transformed into highly lethal killers. Simon and we were 2 of those children. We killed countless people for our Father and carried out all sorts of illegal operations in his name. Peter continues. Then one day, that father brought in another child. This new kid was trained with us. But unlike the rest of us, he was obsessed with the father's crown, the symbol of leadership. Eventually, he found an opportunity and murdered our father, claiming the crown for himself. The scene cuts to Simon, filled with rage, shouting, I swear I'll kill you. How dare you kill our father? Peter holds him back and says, calm down, Simon. There's no need for you to do anything. But Simon yells, we need to kill that bastard right now. If we don't, he'll destroy all our lives. To this, Peter replies firmly, no, Simon. This is not the right time. We need to wait for the right moment. Then we return to the present, where Peter speaks. Back then, I was powerless. I had grown too old. But now, I've acquired the strongest weapon in the world, my youth. So don't worry. This time, your brother alone is enough to bring down this entire organization. With that, Peter walks away. In the next scene, we see everyone getting ready to leave the place. We see a bunch of children clinging to Peter, saying, "This brother is the coolest and most handsome. He's our favorite." Hearing this, Hung gets irritated and says, "Seriously? We've been feeding you since the moment we arrived, and now that we're leaving, you won't even say goodbye to us? You kids are so two-faced." Then, the teacher arrives. She thanks Jae and Hung, saying, "You've helped us so much. I'm extremely grateful." But she also looks confused and worried, adding, "The gangsters, they never came back after that day. Isn't that strange?" Hung replies confidently, "Ma'am, you don't need to worry. They won't be bothering you ever again." The teacher is visibly puzzled by his statement. We're then shown another flashback, where a man is asking, "Do you still want rent? If you do, you can take it from us." But the other men reply, panicked, "No, no. We don't want any rent. Please just let us go." It turns out those men are the same gangsters, now trembling in fear. We see that Jae and Hung have tied them up near a ship. Jae threatens them, "If you ever come back, I swear, next time you'll be facing S-rank killers. And you'll both be dead." The gangsters, terrified, beg, "Please let us go. We'll never return to collect rent from that school again." Back in the present, the group arrives at their ship, ready to depart. Hung says, "It was really nice spending time with you all." The gatekeeper, smiling warmly, adds, "I really like you students. You helped us a lot with cleaning the school." Laughing, he continues, "If you ever have the time, do come back again and help us clean the school." Hearing this, Yuna becomes extremely annoyed. But Kim manages to catch her, and meanwhile, we see Jae and Hung speaking to their teacher. "Teacher, if you ever face any kind of problem, please don't hesitate to contact us. We'll come to help you immediately." Hearing this, the teacher smiles warmly, visibly touched by their concern. Right after that, Simon walks up to Peter and says, "Brother, if you ever need me, don't hesitate to call. I'll come running to you right away. And don't forget, I'm a disciple too. I'll help you with anything that I can." Peter, hearing that, also smiles. "Of course. I appreciate it. I think it's time for us to get going now." The scene then transitions to evening. Heavy rain is pouring over the island. The next scene takes us back to the school, where we see Simon reading a newspaper. He removes his cap and says to himself, "Today really is a special day. I didn't expect I'd be getting some guests here." Just then, two individuals arrive. One of them is a girl who looks clearly bored. "So this is where you've been hiding," she says. "Now tell me, what should I call you? Disciple Simon? The Swirling Sword? Or Korea's Best Swordsman? Which name suits you best?" Simon calmly replies, "A woman who wields a sword, and a powerful bodyguard whose identity is hidden. That can only mean one thing. You must be the new fake Simon from Glory. Japan's strongest sword wielder, the Sword Ghost." Hearing that, the girl smiles. "Impressive, Simon. You know quite a bit about me. So, are you excited to fight me?" Simon responds cautiously, "Why are you here? Is it to challenge me and take my title?" The Sword Ghost answers bluntly, "No, I'm here because I've been promised a lot of money if I capture you." Simon chuckles darkly. "Then I suppose you've made a huge mistake by coming here. Or, do you really believe that you've become strong enough to defeat me?" Without hesitation, Simon draws his sword. His stance changes, signaling that he's ready for battle. The girl observes his style and smirks. "Just as I expected, coming here wasn't a waste at all." Simon calmly says, "Don't worry. I always treat my guests well. I'll make sure you're not bored." He rushes toward her at lightning speed, initiating the fight. The girl swiftly counters his attack, and the intense battle begins. The scene cuts to outside the school, where the rain continues to pour heavily. Suddenly, bright flashes of light erupt from one of the schoolrooms, caused by the intense clashing of Simon and the Sword Ghost swords. Both fighters unleash powerful energy with each strike. After a fierce exchange, both combatants leap back. The Sword Ghost taunts him, "Mister, I think you've grown old. Looks like you can't handle your sword as well as before." She lands a deep cut on Simon's arm. Shocked for a moment, Simon then laughs. "You might be right. I haven't used my sword properly in a long time. Otherwise, you'd be lying on the ground already." He then counters with a flurry of slashes, landing multiple cuts on her body. But then, the girl sprays perfume over herself. "Old man," she sneers, "don't get too happy yet. This is just the beginning." She charges at Simon again, faster and fiercer. Simon thinks to himself, "This area is too small. I can't fully utilize my sword style here. I need to get to an open space." They continue fighting as Simon speaks aloud. "Hey lady, this is a public place. I hope you're not planning to damage this school." The Sword Ghost replies, "Why would I care? I'm here to kill you." She attacks again with her sword. Simon, not wanting to damage the school, breaks through the window and escapes. Furious, the sword ghost yells, "Why are you running? Stand and fight me." The man accompanying her calmly says, "It's raining heavily outside. Are you really going to fight him in this weather?" She responds, "Why not? Let's go hunt him down." The scene shifts to Simon sprinting through the rain. In his mind, he reflects, for a real swordsman, sharpening the blade is about connecting with the essence of the sword. But her style is different, she sharpens her sword only to cut human flesh. Simon keeps running, thinking, "She's a swordswoman, I can fight her. But I know nothing about her, who she really is, or what her fighting style truly entails. And I get the feeling she's hiding something dangerous." Eventually, Simon arrives at a mountain peak. The sword ghost and her companion catch up to him. "So, old man," she says mockingly, "I thought you were just a frail geezer, but you've got a romantic side. You even picked a beautiful place to die." Simon replies with a calm grin, "Do you know why people call me the swirling sword saint?" She shrugs, "Why should I care? You're about to die anyway." But the man beside her says seriously, "He's called the swirling sword because he's incredibly dangerous. You shouldn't underestimate him." Simon looks at them and speaks firmly, "It's been a long time since I've used my true sword style. But today, I'll show you what it really means." He declares, "They call me the swirling sword because I've learned to feel the very essence of my sword. I can even cut the water in the air itself." At that moment, Simon's speed suddenly increases dramatically. Simon charges forward at lightning speed, slashing through the raindrops with his sword. He launches a swift upward strike aiming straight for the girl's neck. But the girl, incredibly quick herself, dodges the attack at the last moment, leaping far back to create distance. However, Simon doesn't give her time to recover. Without pause, he dashes toward her again and begins slicing her body with rapid, precise cuts. The damage is so severe that her body collapses to the ground, writhing in pain. She lets out a scream, and then falls silent. Her body goes limp, she dies right there. Simon, unfazed, points his sword toward the other person and says coldly, "That girl is dead. Now it's your turn." Hearing this, the young man responds, "I think your drug is finally starting to take effect on you." Simon, surprised by this comment, frowns and demands, "What are you talking about?" Just then, Simon feels something unusual. He looks down and is shocked to see a large, deep cut on his abdomen. His eyes widen in disbelief. "How did I get injured? I never even gave that girl a chance to fight back." At that moment, the girl appears right in front of him, standing alive and well. She smirks and says, "Old man, where are you looking? I'm standing right here." Simon is stunned. "What? I just killed her with my own hands. How is she still alive?" But then, hallucinations begin to overtake Simon. His vision distorts, he can no longer tell if the girl in front of him is real or a ghost. He starts to remember something. Earlier, he had smelled a strange scent on the girl, some kind of perfume. He realizes the truth and mutters, "So that perfume you wore, it wasn't just a fragrance. It was a dangerous drug. It's messing with my mind." Simon clenches his teeth and growls, "But do you really think a cheap trick like this is enough to beat me?" With that, Simon closes his eyes tightly and thinks to himself, "If I rely only on my hearing, if I focus solely on the sound of her voice, I can fight without being fooled by illusions." Determined, Simon once again launches a fierce attack, swinging his sword with blinding speed toward the direction of her voice. The girl, observing this, thinks to herself, "This man, he really is powerful. No wonder he was once known as Korea's strongest sword master. But seeing him like this now, I almost feel sorry for him." Then the truth is revealed. Simon is wildly swinging his sword at empty air, not realizing he's been completely disoriented. He has no idea where she really is. Frustrated and confused, Simon thinks, "What's happening to me? None of my senses are working properly. I can't see, I can't feel anything accurately. Where is she?" The girl laughs mockingly and says, "Have you forgotten who I am? Everyone calls me the Sword Ghost. I didn't earn that name for nothing." With a grin, she draws her sword once more. Then, without hesitation, she launches a devastating attack directly at Simon. The scene shifts. We're now at Glory School, where we see Hung, looking sad and lost in thought. He speaks quietly. "Guys, can you tell me something? When we love someone, do we only get endless waiting in return?" Yuna, hearing this, looks at him puzzled and asks, "What are you trying to say? Why don't you just tell us properly?" Hung pulls out his phone and shows it to them, saying, "I've been messaging our teacher for a long time, but she hasn't replied to even one of my texts." Yuna immediately scolds him. "Idiot! Why would you keep messaging the teacher like that? If you keep bombarding her with messages, of course she won't reply. But Hung shakes his head and replies, "No, Yuna. You're wrong. Look here, she used to respond to me. We had conversations. But suddenly, she stopped replying completely. That's why I'm so worried about her." Then he adds, "Oh, and she also sent me a picture. But after that, she didn't say anything at all." He shows them the photo. Kim also sees it and is visibly shocked by what he sees in the picture. The scene shifts back to Hung, who is speaking to Yuna. "Yuna, can you tell me things girls usually likes?" he asks curiously. But right after saying that, he suddenly reacts in surprise and blurts out, "Oh, damn. I just asked this one. But wait, this isn't even a girl, this is actually a boy." Hearing that, Yuna becomes furious and yells at him, "Do you want to die by my hands?" Seeing her reaction, Jay shouts out, "Bro, hurry up and help us. This girl's gone completely insane." But instead of responding, Kim seems to be busy making a phone call to someone. The scene cuts again, this time to the same cold, remote island we saw earlier. Now, Jivan has arrived there as well. She walks up and asks, "Senior, what was so urgent that you had to call us all the way here? It's freezing out here. Why have you brought us here? Is there some kind of problem?" But Peter doesn't reply. Instead, he's seen checking a box, completely silent. Concerned, Jivan steps closer and asks again, "Senior? What happened? Why aren't you saying anything? Is everything okay?" We see that Peter is burning with rage. His mind flashes back to a recent memory, Simon's words echo in his head. "Brother, take me with you. Whoever you want dead, I'll kill them for you." Peter clenches his fists in frustration and thinks, Why didn't I bring Simon with me? If only I had, none of this would have happened to him." Then, the contents of the box are revealed. Inside it, is Simon's severed hand. The sight of it makes Peter's anger explode silently. He stares at it, fists trembling, his body filled with fury. Meanwhile, far away in another location, a mysterious person is speaking on a phone call. "Ma'am, as per your instructions, I've placed the box at the location you mentioned," the man says. "And, people have already shown up to retrieve it." The woman on the other side of the call asks, "Are there any older individuals among them?" "Yes, ma'am," he replies. "There's one older man here. Along with him, there's a young woman and a teenage boy." "Did you say a young boy is there too?" the woman repeats. "Yes, ma'am," he confirms. "But, wait a second. That boy suddenly vanished. I can't see him anymore." "What did you say?" the woman snaps. "Look carefully. What are you talking about?" But at that exact moment, we see Peter standing silently right behind the man. Before he can even react, Peter snatches the phone out of his hand. Seeing Peter suddenly appear behind him, the man with the phone becomes extremely alarmed. His thoughts race. Who is this guy? How did he get so close to me without me even realizing it? Before he can react further, Peter speaks coldly and directly to him. "Are you the new fake Simon from Glory?" The tension escalates. Suddenly, the man lunges at Peter with a hidden knife, attempting a swift and deadly strike. At the same time, the scene cuts to a different location, revealing the person who was speaking on the phone earlier. It belongs to the same woman who had severed Simon's hand. She smirks and speaks into her headset with a mocking tone. "So, you're Peter, huh? Wow. I'm honored. This is my first time speaking directly to the world's most powerful killer. I must be pretty lucky." Back to the fight, Peter effortlessly dodges the knife attack and counters with ruthless precision. In the blink of an eye, he grabs the attacker and viciously breaks his fingers, one by one. His grip is merciless, his eyes burning with fury. Then Peter looks into the man's terrified face and says, "You call yourself a ghost, don't you? Then let me tell you something, a real ghost is coming for you. Very soon." The camera lingers on Peter's face, his expression is deadly serious, his anger almost tangible. His whole aura screams rage and resolve, making it clear. He's not going to let this go. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.